Devil May Cry is a series with a lot of heart, a lot of style, and an increasing number of side projects that draw fan criticism for a variety of reasons. Recently, Netflix released Devil May Cry, an animated series directed by Shankar, not to be confused with Devil May Cry, the animated series, the anime project from 2007. Responses to the new show were mixed, to say the least, and my own experience was no different. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I was really excited for Netflix DMC, and to say I left disappointed would be accurate, but would fail to really capture the full scope of just what I felt when the credits rolled on episode 12 and I finally attempted to digest my feelings on the matter. I didn't just feel disappointed, I felt angry, and I wasn't alone. Alongside high praise from plenty of critics and casual viewers, there was what seemed like an equal amount of criticism from fans of the original series. Hell, I'm one of them. I got so mad I was inspired to write a whole video about it. In the months since then, I've spent not a small amount of time and energy thinking about just what it was that rubbed me the wrong way, why I had such a visceral reaction to this series, and what about the show I could try to appreciate or at the very least understand with the benefits of a bit of distance. But make no mistake, this video isn't just here to bitch about the new project. It was when I resolved to make it, but in going back over the series to this point to get a better feel for where things went wrong, I found the very thing that caused me to care about this series so much in the first place. Love. Devil May Cry is nearly 25 years old at this point, and the games have been front and center for more than a few iterations of gaming history. An entire generation of us have grown up alongside Dante and the gang, picking up more and varied experiences in the fanbase along the way, but all linked by that one feeling. Love for the characters, the stories, the gameplay, the funny hats, the heartbreak, the drama, the dramatization, the in-jokes, the out-jokes, and everything in between. It's very easy to hate and it's much harder to love, but I do feel like they're two sides of the same coin, and even in the wake of an adaptation that I didn't like, I still think it's worth trying to find love in it, whether I succeed or not. I'm not going to go out of my way to be nice to the show, I don't think it's earned it, but by the same token, I'm not going to go out of my way to be hostile to it either. Hopefully, whichever side of the argument you fall on, I'll be able to keep you entertained regardless. We've got a lot to get through, so it's about time. Friends, Romans, pizza men. My name's PA, and I'll be your wacky woohoo video essayist for the evening. It's been 3,000 years since I made a video that wasn't streaming, and another 3,000 while I wrote this script, but let's rock anyway. I'll be covering the entire Devil May Cry series and its themes, which means that this video contains spoilers for Devil May Cry 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, DMC Netflix, and DMC Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry 1 introduces us to the series with a brief text crawl explaining the inciting incident that's going to be sticking with us for pretty much the entire franchise. 2,000 years ago, there was a war between the human world and the underworld. In the middle of this war, a demon knight named Sparta woke up to justice and single-handedly fought off the demon invasion of Earth, spending his remaining years living and reigning on Earth, though we'll talk about that latter part later. Immediately after the text scroll, we're shown a mysterious woman crashing through the shop front of Devil May Cry, the demon-hunting business of our protagonist, Dante. In a brief conversation, the mystery woman both exposits that Dante is the son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparta, and that he lost both his mother and his brother to a demon attack 20 years before the events of the game. Dante responds by saying that he's used to demons walking into his shop, and that if he kills every demon he comes across, eventually he'll hit the jackpot and find his family's killer. Trish responds as anyone would, by electrocuting him with her lightning powers, disarming him, and impaling him through the chest with his own sword. This is an event that's going to happen at least once a game. She then throws a motorcycle at him for good measure, only for him to juggle and repel the bike with two handguns and a witty remark.
Time to go to work, guys.
Sword still through his chest, Dante explains that he's had superhuman power since childhood, an effect of his demonic lineage, and is about to kill the mystery woman for being the first to know about his vengeance when she says that she's not his enemy and that her name is Trish, and she's come to put an end to the underworld. She removes her glasses, revealing that she bears a striking resemblance to Dante's dead mother, and explains that Mundus, the emperor of the underworld, came back to life 20 years ago after having previously been defeated and sealed by Sparta in his initial rebellion. He's going to invade the human world through a demonic gate on Malay Island unless Dante stops him, and so we have our game. Go to Malay Island, defeat anything standing between us and Mundus, and put a stop to his dreams of conquest. So immediately, you get a very particular feel for what Devil May Cry is bringing to the party. Dante's incredible resilience and nonchalance are both put front and center, and his motivations are immediately and clearly established as no-nonsense revenge. Meanwhile, Trish is the kind of person to bust through a door instead of knocking, has some kind of supernatural powers that don't seem to impress our protagonist, and is at least resilient enough to survive an exploding motorcycle. In short, he's cool and so is she, and together they're going to stop hell on Earth. The actual story summary mostly ends there, giving way to the meat of the actual game, the castle on Malay Island. The theming is very intentionally archaic. Dante's office is very contemporary, but Malay Island is all decayed Gothic architecture and menacing chords. Yasuko Shimoda, the stage designer, said that the key themes for the castle were ample room for action and organic, with references made to European castles and in particular Gaudi's architecture for an organic look. He goes on to say, for gardens and other exterior areas, I went for a Renaissance style with a grotesque twist and an unsettling artificial yet organic feel. That sort of environment became one of the hallmarks of Devil May Cry. That contrast, that mix of organic and inorganic, the contrast between contemporary and historical, really helps lend DMC a unique feel. Dante's using guns and swords, fighting puppets dressed in old European fashion on an ancient castle, and 20 minutes ago we just saw a woman crash through his front door on a motorcycle wearing leather. The level design in DMC 1 is pretty open-level standard, owing a lot to its origins as a possibility for Resident Evil 4 that eventually went its own way after the project diverged a bit too far from the Resident Evil style. Sawaki Takayasu, a modeler who worked on DMC, is quoted as saying, "From what I can recall, it was Mikami-san and the higher-ups at the company who judged, this doesn't really feel like an RE title. At the time, both RE4 and the remake of RE1 for the GameCube were in production. It was like, this is RE. What you guys are making is not." Kamiya himself is quoted as saying that he was repeatedly encouraged by Mikami to remove some of the horror theming and make the game more focused on action, both because he believed Mikami could see that Kamiya was more interested in the action, and because Mikami thought the horror theme wouldn't hit quite as hard if it was repeated every game. Kamiya argued repeatedly to keep the Resident Evil title, but Mikami was insistent that the nascent RE4 be cut off from the series and stand on its own. Following his split into his own project, the team began to shift focus from biological hazards to occult hazards, and the gameplay started leaning much more heavily towards action. This, at least, explains a bit of the duality of the level design and the combat design in DMC 1. It can feel at times like you're playing two very different games that happen to share one protagonist, slow minutes spent walking through the environment suddenly broken up by explosive battles, because although the level design may not have changed, the place DMC did end up diverging significantly more was the combat. Devil May Cry's combat is maybe the single most famous thing about it across the series, an action game system with a baked-in style meter that actively tracks how well you're performing. Initially focused only on landing hits while remaining untouched, the style system would go on to encourage players to vary their movesets to continue to play stylishly, resulting in a system that actively encourages players to experiment with their entire moveset. DMC 1 took a lot of notes in particular from fighting games, with motion artist Yuichiro Hiraki saying, "Now, fighting games have the golden trio, right? Anti-aerials, charging attacks, and projectiles. In 3D action games, too, you have charging attacks, launchers, and projectiles. Without those, gameplay never really got off the ground, so to speak, so that's why I came up with the Stinger, which is a charging attack." You can feel a lot of fighting game mechanics in DMC mechanically between that trinity, the style and weight of air juggling combos, and even in the directional input for various moves. Instead of having a specific button or a discrete interaction to prompt a launcher, the games ask you to lock on and then tilt the stick away from the enemy at the same time as performing an attack. This kind of command input is old hat to fighting game players, and the speed at which you perform these motions in DMC does feel extremely similar to performing a combo in a fighting game. You can still absolutely just hit an enemy on the ground until they fall over, but hitting a high time into an aerial rave into a helm splitter is the tried and true gold standard of it being my turn. This all combines seamlessly with one of the series' most famous tools, the Devil Trigger, often shortened to DT. At any point, as long as you have enough meter, you can press a button and have Dante unleash his demonic form for as long as you have enough power to sustain it. Both of the main weapons have a unique form and unique series of boosts. The Alistair form boosts your movement and attack speed as well as your damage, while Ifrit trades the speed buffs for a more significant damage buff, with both forms gradually regenerating health over time as long as they're active. Of the two, you can definitely feel Alistair's DNA and the rest of the series from this point onwards. Having faster attacks and movement really make the character feel more impressive in a way that flat damage buffs often miss. Giving your action character a powerful super mode is pretty much always a great idea, and this is no exception. I love it, 10 out of 10, no notes. Returning to the story, Dante proceeds to collect a variety of armaments and destroy a variety of demons as he explores through the castle before we meet the series' first boss, Phantom, the giant magma spider with an axe to grind. This is where the series also establishes one of its best bits, trash talk before the match.
What a big surprise. I hope for your sake you got something inside that big body of yours.
More powerful devils in these games are able to speak, and they will universally use this ability to talk trash back and forth with the protagonists like they're wrestlers hyping themselves up for a big event. Dante's character also gets established even more firmly with these little chats. He's face to face with a 10-foot tall glowing spider, but he's knocking on its carapace and talking back. There's clearly respect from both sides, or they'd be swinging already, but instead just feeling like empty posturing, it feels like both sides of the conversation feel like the fight is going to be a surefire bet and they're talking accordingly. And it isn't undeserved. Phantom here is responsible for the first real challenge a lot of players have to face, encouraging you to watch his animations for tells and take shorter opportunities for damage before dodging back out. Phantom escapes, but Dante continues onwards, eventually encountering an enemy that steps out of his reflection and assumes a large armored form. This is Nilo Angelo, and he's just the fucking best. He doesn't say a word, but between a quick snap to open the doors and the nod of the head to let you know to take it outside, he immediately establishes himself as being here for an honest fight with Dante, something that most of the enemies in the game aren't willing to give you. Even Dante respects him for it.
This stinking hole was the last place I thought I'd find anyone with some guts.
Dante loses in the cutscene following the fight, but just as Nilo Angelo has you in his grasp, he sees Dante's comically oversized pendant, a keepsake from Dante's mother that's been in your inventory since the start of the game, and has some sort of breakdown before teleporting away. Dante continues through the castle, eventually killing Phantom and taunting him with his lineage of Sparta's son immediately prior to his death, and eventually encountering a new enemy, a massive bird demon named Griffin. Continuing further, you encounter Nilo Angelo for a second time, a smaller arena, a larger moveset, but the same stylish combos and taunts as before. More castle, a pirate ship, a second fight with Griffin, and an ill-advised water level later, we're in a coliseum fighting Griffin for the last time. But as we defeat him for the third time, Dante encourages Griffin to stop fighting even as he tries to fight past a mortal wound. Here's where Mundus appears for the first time, an ominous voice in the sky accompanied by a trio of eyes, and he annihilates Griffin with a blast of lightning. Now, I don't particularly like the Griffin fights in DMC 1. The camera and moveset aren't particularly suited for fighting flying enemies, but as with most of the bosses from this game, I do have a soft spot in my heart for him. He's all business and proper respect even as he's trying to kill you, and that sort of noble evil behavior just hits right in comparison to the mindless drones you've been fighting all game. Dante, for his own part, is also affected by his death, or at the very least, disgusted by Mundus' callous disregard for his own subordinates, and Dante vows revenge even as he declares certainty that Mundus is the one responsible for his family's death. Fighting further, we encounter the Plasma, an electric bat that will shapeshift into a more powerful human form if given the chance, and eventually we reach Nilo Angelo for the third and final time. Nilo Angelo 3 is the best fight in this game by a country mile. You're far enough in the game that you have mastery of the systems, but he's powerful enough to match. He's taunting you, he's teleporting around the arena, he's summoning spectral swords to try and hit you from afar, and between his sword and his even more physical moves, he's even mirroring your combat styles. This is what it's about. This is the good stuff, and with limited camera angles, it even manages to feel cinematic. Eventually, you beat Nilo Angelo, and as he explodes in a blast of light, he drops your pendant, only Dante's already wearing his pendant, so what could it possibly mean? The answer is pretty clear, as Dante has a brief flashback to his mother wishing him and his brother Virgil a happy birthday, and immediately confirmed in this next cutscene. Nilo Angelo was Dante's twin brother Virgil the entire time, brainwashed by Mundus, trapped in demonic armor, and forced to fight for him. The revelation then cuts directly into the next: Trish is working for Mundus. With the defeat and apparent death of his brother and the acquisition of the second half of his amulet, Dante's sword Force Edge reveals its true form, the Sparta, a sword bearing both the sealed power and the name of his father. Gameplay-wise, the Sparta is functionally the same as the Force Edge, but it doesn't allow you to use Devil Trigger in exchange for much higher base damage. It's a good way to show that while you can use it, Dante doesn't really gel with it the same way he does with the Alistair or the Ifrit, the two weapons you've been using up to this point. Continuing further inside the castle, he finds a giant pile of slime and guns named Nightmare. Nightmare fits his name, the boss fight is a mess, but at least the theme is fun and energetic even as you're being shot by entirely too many bullets for a game where you walk at a snail's pace. At this point, you have all the tools to enter the demon world. Venturing briefly through an inverted version of the castle, Dante unseals the gate to hell and finds Trish in distress. Only surprise, it's Nightmare here to slow you down. Banger of a theme inside, this fight is in an even smaller space and with fewer sources of light, a problem that only gets worse as Trish shows her true colors and betrays Dante mid-fight. Now you have to dodge Nightmare's laser, its guns, its ice attacks, its weird boomerang, and also Trish's lightning. Following the fight, Trish is about to be crushed by rubble when Dante jumps in the way, saving her even through her betrayal. When asked, he says he saved her life because she looks like his mother, but says that where Trish shares her face, she lacks her soul. Even saying that though, he lets her go with a warning and continues on to face Mundus. Somehow, Trish is already pinned to the wall by the time we get there as one final fuck you to Sparta's descendant, and Mundus takes a cheap shot from his big stony throne before winding up for the finishing blow on Dante. Trish seems to wake up just before Dante dies though, and she escapes her visibly open cuffs to take the hit for him. Dante gets mad enough that he can deflect lasers with his eyes? What's supposed to be happening here anyway? Mundus busts out of the statue and assumes his true form is a much more Zeus angel-coded statue and then sends the both of them to space. He offers to create a new mom for Dante since he's so upset about the first and second one, and Dante finally DTs while using Sparta into a form much more reminiscent of his father. This boss fight is a full shooter sequence, something Kamiya really seems to love considering it ends up in pretty much every game he directs, and while it is a bit jank, it's undoubtedly memorable if for no other reason than how did we get here? What happened? We were in a castle for the past 8 to 10 hours, and now we're in space, and now we're around that giant Bowser bathtub from the end of Super Mario Sunshine. I'm not going to pretend this boss is good, it's not, but at the very least it does really sell the fantasy of fighting a dude that was able to rule hell. Dante wins, return to the chapel where Trish is lying dead, and we get one of the best line reads in gaming.
I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light!
That said, Dante takes this opportunity to leave his mother's amulet with the woman that resembles her, leave his father's sword at her side, and he finally gets some kind of closure on the deaths of his parents. In a game full of moments that don't always hit, this one at the very least does manage to resonate emotionally and... Is that a timer? Surprise, bitch, the island is self-destructing, hope you remember the way out! I joke, but in actuality a lot of the paths are cut off and the only things standing in your way are basic enemies. Without a bunch of the puzzles in your way, it's a surprisingly brisk jaunt through the castle though, at least up to the point that Mundus busts through the gate and into the sewer for one final fight. Not that we don't have the power of the Sparta, and with the castle collapsing though, it seems like a pretty hopeless fight versus Mundus. This is more or less, despite that, just a victory lap, and it's cool to see under the statue everything falling away to reveal that Mundus is just some kind of hand pizza monstrosity. Following what seemed to be echoed words of encouragement from his mother, Dante gets a power-up from the actually still alive Trish to finally take revenge on the demon he's been searching for.
It looks like we have a winner.
Jackpot.
Mundus vows to return and he vanishes, and Dante implies that his son will be the one to defeat him when he does. Dante and Trish have a literal teary reunion, with Dante comforting Trish with the knowledge that her tears are a sign of her humanity. Then a plane literally falls through the ceiling and our duo blast their way out through a wall, and a plane escape sequence that everyone always forgets about until the moment it happens, and we fly off into the distance. Trish and Dante vow to fight against the evils of the underworld. Trish answers the phone at the newly renamed Devil May Cry, and the two run off to a new job. Roll credits. Devil May Cry 1 has a lot of jank, camera and stiff combat kind of chief among them, but it's still a really fun showing for its time. More than that, it manages to set up the basic themes of the series. Sparta's legacy, Dante's attitude, the whole family, the evils of the underworld, the quest for revenge, and the love inherent to humanity. In addition, we get slight hints of Dante's rejection of his demonic nature. He's violently opposed to the forces of the underworld, protecting humanity as a result, but he's doing it out of revenge and not a greater desire to do good. More to the point, I think that Dante in this game is just kind of supposed to be cool. Hideki Kamiya has a very particular style of game and hero that he likes to portray, stylish and cool even when they're kind of a dork, see Beautiful Joe, or for less of a dork, Bayonetta. And so Dante was conceptualized as a hero that could be cool without smoking, and in the years since then, that also seems to have just kind of extended to being an immature fantasy of what cool is. That sounds like an insult. It's not. At some point, we've all had some idea of a hero that was cool for cool's sake, who didn't have the traditional trappings of smoking or swearing or even really being sexualized in any way because we were kids and we weren't aware that tradition was that in the first place. Dante is that guy, though, and he absolutely rules in spite of his own efforts at times. Once the game is finished, he does seem to be in a better mood for the final cutscenes, finally having been given a chance to grieve the family he lost in a way that feels right to him, and he seems to be continuing the job to keep the lights on with Trish's help. All pretty basic as far as story structures go, but it's serviceable and memorable enough that we got a second game in the franchise. Devil May Cry 2 gets a bad rap, and not without good reason, but before we dive in, I want to just briefly talk about what happened. Following DMC 1, Capcom was ready and willing to make a DMC 2, but they wanted Creative Team 1 to work on a different game entirely, and that included Hideki Kamiya and crew. Bringing in a team that had worked on console games before, mostly have been working on arcade games prior, the fact that the DMC2 team was in a rough place has become a pretty well-known fact in the years since its creation. Adding to that, the team decided to go in a different direction for the general feel of the game. As told by character designer Daigo Ikino, looking back at the game's fundamentals, like the visuals and overall designs, we didn't take the parts of DMC1 that the players really loved into account well enough, so the second game felt very artificial. I think our attitude was a little too much, we're gonna make it how we want to. Dante's sudden change into a more taciturn character was the producer's decision because he didn't like the joke-cracking wise-ass Dante from 1. The team agreed, and that was the direction we went in. To the people that had played DMC1 and loved the very quippy and affable Dante, the switch to a nearly silent protagonist in 2 was met with no small amount of criticism, and not without good reason. Dante feels almost like they forgot to write him, as opposed to keeping him quiet, just running from boss to boss without a word. The team also credits Hollywood B-movies with some of the design to the game's cinematic direction, which means that the end plot plays out in a fairly forgettable generic action style. It leaves the game feeling flavorless, a real problem for a franchise that will become known for its stylish flair. And all this might have been able to be forgiven if the game was actually, good. But DMC2 also decided that Dante's guns shouldn't feel as weak as they did in DMC1, that ranged combat should be as viable an option as melee combat, and that's all well and good, but they didn't actually balance any of the encounters around that fact. If you have 2 options, and one of them leaves you in range of the enemy to get counterattacked, and the other one puts you on the edge of the map where you can safely plink away until the fight is over, it doesn't matter that the melee option is available. The moment a difficult fight rolls in, the player is going to be retreating to the safest option in order to actually finish the game. Add to this that the upgrade costs mean that you're likely going to have to sacrifice melee or ranged for the other, and you end up with DMC2, a game that's all about juggling every single enemy like they're that motorcycle from the start of DMC1. Add to this the need to play the game twice to get the full story, once as Dante and once as the new character Lucia, and you're left with the Dante storyline in which he fights through a bunch of demons, never understands the full scope of the fight, and eventually rides off into the sunset. It's rough. But with that aside done, let's jump into what of DMC2 there actually is. I'll be covering the plot in chronological order, so we'll be jumping a bit between Dante and Lucia's storylines, but there's really not much to speak of. Dante is called by a woman named Lucia to the fictional Vie du Marly, an island that's home to a clan of devil hunters that once fought alongside Sparta in his turn against the underworld. Lucia's mother, Mathieu, asks Dante to stop the businessman Arius from collecting a group of artifacts that will allow him to obtain demonic power and rule over humanity, something Dante only agrees to do if a coin flip comes up heads. Naturally, it does, and we're off to the races, with a brief promise to hear more about Sparta if he succeeds. Dante all but wordlessly fights his way through the island. Come on, man. Come on, say something. Anything. Come on, say something! Lucia eventually confronts Arius on top of his skyscraper, where he reveals she's a mannequin, a disposable soldier made using demonic energy, and that her demonic nature is eventually going to take over and cause her to attack humanity despite herself, a fact that shakes her confidence fairly severely. At another location, Dante briefly confronts Arius, only to basically say nothing before he's just made to fight another bull demon. I do feel like pretty much any time we see Arius, he's just kind of chilling in helicopters, which, like, I guess he's also searching for the artifacts, but still feels pretty funny that we're always encountering this guy. He's just like, whoop, gotta go. Dante reunites with Lucia, and she attempts to angst indirectly at Dante before giving him the artifacts he needs to stop Arius, saying that she has something she needs to do, and leaving. Dante meets up with Mathieu, and she explains that the something was trying to kill Arius herself, so Mathieu asks Dante to go save Lucia's life. He tells her that he'll only do it if a coin flip comes up heads, and... What's up with the coin thing? Truly, I want to know what happened here. It feels like someone watched a movie or read a manga or something where there was someone with a coin thing, and so they just decided that Dante needed that, and it would be the coolest thing, but it feels so weird and out of place that it just comes off as corny. In search of answers, I checked the art book for DMC 1-4, and that one has a quote from Naru Omori, an illustrator for DMC 2, about it. The quote? "Devil May Cry 2 had this whole coin thing going on. I'm not sure why." Anyway, naturally it comes up heads and Dante goes to save Lucia. We find her donning a costume that she immediately discards the moment she gets to Arius, so I guess it was just so she could get into the building, but do I really need to know how that happened? I'm getting off topic. Right. She fights Arius, and even though you win in the fight itself, the immediate next cutscene is Arius declaring that she's lost and doing a big power fist. Cut to Dante, who enters the room and trades the artifacts for Lucia's life. Also, here Arius says, "Oh, Arcana," in the exact same tone and cadence as the DK64 announcer saying, "Oh, banana." But that's not anything, so I guess we can move on.
Oh, Arcana.
Dante defeats Arius, and this time it actually takes. Arius declares that he needed to obtain the power of Argisax the Immortal to transcend all living things. Dante lets him go to protect Lucia. Lucia explains that Dante has a time limit of when the eclipse happens, and Dante leaves to follow Arius. More demons, more fighting, some weird eyeballs, and... Phantom! Oh, what are you doing here, buddy? Man, am I glad to see you. It's been a real slog up to this point. Come on, let's have a... Why aren't you talking? What's wrong, bud? It's honestly this one that hurts the most. Phantom's such a memorable fight in DMC 1, specifically because he's the first boss and the one that establishes the series trend of talking trash, and here he's just another screeching monstrosity. It's not out of line with the other demons in this game, none of them talk either, but it's sad, man. Phantom's a friend, he didn't deserve that. Moving forward a bit, we encounter Trismagi and...
Don't speak.
No, man, come on, really? You finally encounter someone chatting and you're telling them to cool it? Arius finally does the thing and immediately starts chewing the scenery. I love this scene. His voice actor is having so much fun, it almost distracts you from the fact that Arius failed to check to see if the artifacts were correct before doing a huge, world-ending power ritual with them. Like, come on, man. One of them is visibly an artifact, and the other one has a lady doing a sexy pose on it. You're telling me that you saw that and went, yeah, this seems like the key to unlocking Argisax? I still like these scenes. Dante's actually bothering to quip at all, even if it is the most dead delivery of the words showtime I've ever heard.
Showtime.
Dante stops Arius.
No! My dream! My life! I was going to be the king of this world!
King? Yeah. Here's your crown.
And Lucia tearfully tries to convince Dante to kill her, but Dante refuses, saying that he only hunts devils, and devils never cry. They're interrupted by even the incomplete ritual still managing to open a hellgate, and Dante decides who will go in by coin flip again, before tossing the coin to Lucia before he goes. He may never hear the story about Sparta, but he knows what it would have been, that Sparta did the same thing, sacrificing his life and his happiness to fight through the underworld to stop a demonic invasion. It's a son echoing the actions of his father, and in this moment I do think DMC2 briefly hits the emotional notes it tried so hard to avoid. Anyway, Dante dives into hell and fights Argisax the Chaos, a giant amalgamation of a bunch of bosses from DMC 1 and 2, just a huge mess of power that's barely managing to hold itself together. You defeat the big putty energy and it unleashes the true Argisax, a flaming homunculus called the Despair Embodied, and this is the first time the game feels like it really has some teeth. The Despair is quick movement, teleporting to get into your range, proper attack telegraphs, and a distinct moveset. It just really feels like the first decent fight in the game, and it's a shame that Dante's moveset doesn't really feel like it can keep up with it. It's a fun enemy design, it's just too bad that it took us the entire game to get here. Dante finally closes the gap and delivers one parting shot, and then he rides his motorcycle into hell. Meanwhile, outside, Lucia has to finish putting down the revived Arius. Turns out that even the incomplete ritual gives you at least a little juice, and don't like that. He dies, calls her a monster, and she declares, just as Dante did, the devils never cry. Her tears at Dante's departure are a sign of her humanity, and she's not the monster Arius declared her to be. Mathieu shows up and declares that Dante will return just as Sparta did, and Lucia finds out that the coin that Dante had been flipping all game is a two-headed coin. He left nothing up to chance and was always going to take the job, because of course he was. Lucia flips the coin, cut to credits, and we get a post-credit stinger of a motorcycle approaching the office of Devil May Cry. So, DMC 2 was a mistake. Up until 6 months before ship, when Hideaki Itsuno joined the project in the previously unoccupied producer role, there was virtually nothing that was truly done. Cutscenes were unfinished, combat was non-existent, levels basically didn't exist. It's a miracle it was finished at all, much less shipped, and the characters fall fully flat with the exception of the 1 or 2 scenes where it seems like they're having any fun at all. Stories from the end of DMC 2's development pretty universally describe it as troubled or rocky, but there's a couple little nuggets we can fish out of here. Namely, Dante taking up his father's role in a more active way is a nice touch, and I feel like if she was allowed to have more than 8 lines of dialogue, there might be something you could do with Lucia as well, but the real winner in this whole setup was the setting itself. See, with it only really showing up at the start and end cutscene to DMC 1, it can be pretty easy to ignore the contemporary time frame these games occupy. It's largely a fantasy piece, set in an abandoned castle and fighting magical monsters in a vaguely storybook sense, but DMC 2's Vie de Marly is very obviously a modern city. Hell, a significant portion of the bosses you fight are infested military equipment like helicopters and tanks. This is a world that lives alongside the now virtually non-existent threat of the underworld, something observably like ours but lacking any sort of identifying features of any real-world nations or countries. The writing, both here and in later games, is interested in zooming the focus of the story in to watch a very centralized group of characters play out a drama and leave the stage without much consideration to the world around it. Like, the city around Arius' tower following the final battle is fucked, but we don't care about it in this moment. We care that Lucia has found the will to keep living. That's someone else's problem, someone else's story, and while that definitely leaves the world a bit more vague, I'd argue it works a bit more cleanly for the stories that they're aiming to tell. Boy, I sure am glad that real-world locations in DMC is never going to come up again. Following the mess at the end of DMC 2, though, the crew of the game had started to feel like they were really starting to get the hang of what was going on, and while they were able to release the product, there was a much more tangible desire to finish a game that they could truly be proud of. Rallied in no small part due to Itsuno himself, the crew banded together and started work on a new game that they wanted more to fit into the shoes that DMC 1 had left. A game that could stand on its own and be something truly great. If I had to sum it up in a word, they were motivated. And man, did it show! It's finally here and this party's getting crazy.
Let's rock.
Devil May Cry 3 is more or less the first actual Devil May Cry game in its more modern format, introducing many of the core systems and themes that would come to represent the series in its much more story-heavy back half. More to the point, it was the first game that series producer Hideaki Itsuno and series writer Bingo Morihashi worked on from start to finish. And while game design is a team effort and delay any single project at the feet of a couple of people is disingenuous and best in actively contributing to the kind of auteur theory that gets Hideo Kojima walking out onto stage like he's God's gift to narrative structure, I do feel like Itsuno and Morihashi have contributed significantly to the series in terms of the style and substance respectively. Additionally, DMC3 was the first game in the series to hire a cinematic director for the cutscenes, one Yuji Shimomura, and this is maybe the single best idea they had if I had to pick just one. Where early DMC suffered a bit from stiff cutscenes and still shot of the characters while they were speaking, the action in the cutscenes in DMC3 is just, it's just a joy to watch. Combine that with the ability to do just about anything you saw in a cutscene in the actual gameplay, along with a script that really feels like it has the confidence in you to not explain literally everything point blank, just, most of it, and you have a game that actually has a really solid idea of what it is and where it's going.
You've heard of it, haven't you? The legend of Sparta? When I was young, my father would tell me stories about it. Long ago, in ancient times, a demon rebelled against his own kind for the sake of the human race. With his sword, he shut the portal to the demonic realm and sealed the evil entities off from our human world. But since he was a demon himself, his power was also trapped on the other side. I never believed it. I thought it was just a child's fairy tale. But I discovered that this so-called legend wasn't a myth at all. Sparta existed. How do I know? Well, I met the sons of Sparta. Both of them. Though the same blood of their father flowed through their veins, the two battled each other fiercely like arch-enemies. It seemed as if they derived some sort of twisted pleasure from this brotherly fighting. But in the end, only one was left standing.
Absolute cinema. The narration, the action, the music, the cinematography. From the moment you start up a new game, DMC 3 starts swinging for the fences and absolutely knocks it out of the park. This story is the same as the one we were being told at the start of DMC 1, with the notable addition of Sparta's power being sealed in the demon world once you separate it from the human world. I could forgive you for missing that though, considering the absolutely fantastic fight happening in front of your eyes. DMC 1 ended with Dante killing the Emperor of the Demon World, the worst of the worst, so DMC 3 doesn't try to follow that by escalating the stakes, but instead by taking a step back in time to set a prequel to what we already know. So Virgil is here, not as an evil demon knight, but unquestionably alive, and here fighting Dante on some sort of dais in the sky, and it's fucking great! DMC 1 didn't really do much to establish any sort of character for Virgil, so the character designers and writers for DMC 3 got free reign to just kind of make anyone they wanted, and boy did they ever, but for now this is all we get. The scene cuts back to Dante's office where he's walking shirtless out of the shower. Jesus Christ, can you not sit down and pick up the phone like a normal person? DMC3 Dante is a lot younger and more enthusiastic than he is by the time DMC1 rolls around, and that's reflected in pretty much every scene he's in. Some weird priest walks in, drops a bomb or two about talking to Dante's brother and knowing he's Sparta's son, and then Dante gets unceremoniously stabbed by 5 dudes, ignores his gun to grab his pizza, knocks the fan into 3 more guys, and gets a little moment where things aren't going his way with the jukebox before proceeding to kick more ass than anyone I've ever seen before in my life. If you've ever heard the phrase wacky woohoo pizza man used to describe Dante, this is where it came from, and this is sorta where it stays. Dante from DMC3 onwards mostly is pretty much the textbook definition of in it for the love of the game, even and especially when his primary motivator is revenge for his family. He's got a very definite air of someone who's carefree and having fun, something that we'll come to learn is a very deliberate choice on his part. This cutscene also starts a really fun little Easter egg hunt that lasts all game. The chapter number for the current level can be found somewhere in every level's cutscene, with some being significantly more obvious than others. Walking outside his ruined office, Dante gets in a brief fight with some demons before watching as a giant hellish tower pops up out of the ground approximately 3 blocks from his house in the middle of a city, with Virgil standing atop it looking down at him despite the great distance between them. No words are spoken, but the invitation has clearly been sent and the gauntlet thrown down. Meet me at the top. Cutting to the top of the tower, we get our first good look at Dante's brother Virgil and his partner in war crime, Arkham. Arkham lays down a bit of exposition about what exactly the tower is, the Tema Nigru, a defunct hellgate sealed by Sparta 2,000 years prior. Virgil interrupts his monologue to ask about Dante's amulet, twin to his own and last gift from their deceased mother, and hints at some greater power the amulet holds that Dante is unaware of. Turning to leave, Virgil gets interrupted by the shambling horror that you just fought as Dante, only to kill it in a single slash without even turning around. So immediately, we the audience can infer a lot about Virgil's character from no other source than contrast with his twin. He's quiet, he's efficient, he's got a dark blue coat, he slicks his hair back, and he uses a katana instead of a greatsword. Arkham, on the other hand, is a much bigger mystery. He's got a big ominous scar and dresses like a priest, but he's practically salivating at the chance to talk up the big evil skyscraper. He's playing some kind of second fiddle to Virgil, considering that he was the one who showed up at Devil May Cry with that friendly invitation, so we'll place him firmly in the slot occupied by King's advisors and traitorous viziers and let him rock there for a bit. Intent on rounding out our main cast of characters, the camera cuts to the bottom of the tower where we find a woman on a souped-up motorcycle lugging around a comically oversized rocket launcher with a bayonet.
Found it.
I'd hope so, lady, considering it's a 100-story tall hellgate. Cut back to Dante, who's made his way to the entrance of the tower and has been stopped by the first major boss of the game, Cerberus. Like the bosses in DMC 1, talking trash is back on the menu before all major fights, and in that respect, Dante is definitely in top form for the duration of DMC 3. After beating him, though, the series introduces a new concept that slides neatly into the gameplay and story: Devil Arms. In DMC 3 and going forward, demons that Dante defeats sometimes gain a sense of respect and admiration for the power he displays and volunteer, or are inadvertently made to, become weapons in his arsenal. Alistair and Ifrit from DMC 1, they weren't just weapons. They were some actual demons, transformed into weapons and wielded only by their chosen one, someone strong enough to handle them. This, right here, love this. Demons were always weird little freaks, but now we also learned that the stronger ones could just roll up as your new favorite gun if they're feeling your vibe, and it matches their whole deal that they'd find some way to be useful to an entity strong enough to fight and defeat them. Before Dante can go any further, though, that woman with the bike from outside crashes through the ice and fires a missile at Dante that he surfs around the room like it's a hoverboard, and I'm just letting it all wash over me. We're like an hour into the game, and already these cutscenes have so much life in them, and Dante's having so much fun. A brief shot of her eyes shows she also has heterochromia, so if you're the type to catch little details like that, you can probably start to put together that she's related to our friend with the big scar and the bad fashion sense upstairs. She exits the scene as wordlessly as she arrived by ramping her bike 40 feet directly into the air. Dante's loving it, so am I. Virgil and Arkham get a brief conversation about the new player as well. Arkham volunteers to go take care of her and states vaguely that he knows who she is, and Virgil establishes that she's just a regular human being. So the motorcycle stunts, the giant rocket launcher, all of it, that's just something that a talented enough human being can just do in the DMC franchise, and it's a rule that'll stay. Something being possible because it's cool is always going to take priority. Arkham leaves with ominous words about a storm approaching, and though in this case he does mean a literal storm, I want to center in on this line for a little bit for a tangent. It can be easy, when looking at things like the Temini Gru, or Mundus's armies, or the Vie de Marly Hellgate, to take a moment and think, what is the rest of the world doing about this? If a demonic invasion popped up, surely there would be some kind of military force being dispatched as a response, or some kind of resistance at all. Why are demon hunters the law of the land? And it's because, for all intents and purposes, demonic invasions aren't a "there are a lot of monsters" level of issue in this world. Something on the scale of the problems Dante deals with are on the level of a natural disaster, and powerful demons especially so. Anything strong enough to be able to talk to you is on the threat level of a blizzard or a hurricane, and equally as impossible to fight for your average G.I. Joe, something the scenes will briefly show more of later. When Arkham says that a storm is coming, yes, there is a literal storm, but more than that, there is a threat of a natural disaster that will wipe out anything that it comes across. That's why Dante has this level of confidence and the skills to back it up. He is a genuine force of nature, here to try to put a stop to the same kind of disaster that took his family from him. Going back to the game, we find our force of nature failing to kick open a door. Side note, I love this little delayed reaction from Dante when he kicks the door, like he's genuinely shocked a flying kick didn't manage to pop a door open for him. But it's alright, appearing from just out of frame to help is Jester, a real tangible demonic clown that's going to be showing up a lot as we climb the Temini Gru. He acts kinda like a weird little tutorial goblin for Dante and Universe, showing up to chew scenery and help you through the levels. He also pretty transparently has some agenda of his own that involves letting Dante get deeper in the tower. We're defeating enemies that he can't and opening locks that would otherwise be stopping him, so if you're not a total sap, you've probably figured out that he's going to be betraying us and making a grab for power sometime around the start of Act 3. I've met people that don't like Jester before, and hand in my heart, I don't get it. He's a freak and borderline a cartoon character, and it's exactly the kind of side character Dante needs, someone even less serious than he is to give him a new dynamic to bounce off. Jester's not here for no narrative reason. He shows us a different side of Dante even as he helps him through the Temini Gru, like a demonic Bugs Bunny. He also has a lot of lines that I quote to this day, but that's neither here nor there.
Write it down on your hand if you don't trust your head.
The plot takes a bit of a backseat as Dante fights a couple more of the local rogues gallery on his way up the tower. Agni and Rudra, a nice little play on the old red Oni, blue Oni duo. They're two charming little cornballs, and they're nice enough they even have a little chat with Dante before he says he has to head through the door they're guarding. They also don't have heads on their shoulders. The demons are the weapons, and so their heads are attached to the hilts of their swords. It's a great little design choice that really makes a pretty one-note design into something a lot more memorable. Same as Cerberus, they ask to be taken along and used as part of your arsenal. We cut back to our mystery woman, and she's finally getting her own action intro to establish her role as part of the crew. She's not tearing through demons as easily as Dante does. This entire cutscene is against more or less the same challenge that Dante had back in his office, and she's dodging a lot more than he had to, but she's pulling off acrobatic spins that would put a circus performer to shame and rocket jumping like she's straight out of Team Fortress, so it's pretty clear that even though she's human, she's definitely come equipped for whatever's happening in the Hell Tower tonight. Arkham shows up to confront her, and she immediately draws a bead on him, so there's clearly no love lost between the two of them. He takes the opportunity to ham a bit.
You point a gun at me? Your own kin? Your dear papa?
Arkham vanishes as soon as the camera's off him, even as our mystery woman tries to put a couple rounds directly through him. He teleports above her, and he quickly disarms her and throws her off the tower. She still gets a couple quick shots off though, and even upside down being thrown to her certain demise, she's still got quick enough reflexes to almost land a headshot on her way down. Thankfully, Dante shows up, and her legs should be gone, shows up and plucks her from the air on her way down. Rather than being relieved, the falling woman shoots Dante in the head the moment he refuses to let her go, stops her fall with her rocket launcher bayonet, and shoots him a second time when he tries to complain about the first. He's fine. No time for that though. Dante's finally made it to the top of the tower where the storm Arkham mentioned earlier has arrived and the rain has started falling. Dante and Virgil meet for the first time over here and trade some jabs.
You sure know how to throw a party. No food, no drinks, and the only babe just left.
My sincerest apology, brother. I was so eager to see you, I couldn't concentrate on preparations for the bash.
And I love this whole bit. It's just a short chat, but you really get the feeling that Virgil is exactly on Dante's dork wavelength. He's just managed to tamp it down and put a lid on it. No time for that though. Guns are drawn, swords unsheathed. It's time for the fight in the rain on the top of the evil tower. Alright, pause. There is something that I personally cannot get enough of in games, and action games in particular, and it is the rival fight. Just give me a sec. It is undeniably cool whenever you're playing a game and fighting with something that should be entirely above your level. Shadow of the Colossus famously has some of the most memorable enemies of all time, and part of that is the sheer scale of being a regular human kid free climbing sentient skyscrapers to stab them where they're softest. But even on a larger scale, we're conditioned to think of smaller enemies as less dangerous, and conversely, to think of anything big enough as a threat. So when a game parks you in an arena with someone exactly your size, has them walk slowly towards you, and puts a boss health bar on screen, you can guarantee that two things are about to happen. A, you're about to have the coolest fight you've ever seen, and B, they're about to thrash you into the ground. The first Virgil fight is relatively simple by the rules of the rest of the game, but this is the first real mechanical knowledge check you're going to encounter. If you're swinging wildly and not respecting his rules, Virgil is here to make sure you're gonna learn.
That's not the cheat move.
Welcome to the real world! Time to learn! You gonna learn today!
Right there. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a cheat move.
He's also just cool. Having an opponent that is exactly on your level and fighting just as hard as you are is exactly the right tone setter to make you lock in and really try, and that carries to the cutscene after the fight as well. For the first time in the series, we really get the impression that Dante is being forced to take things seriously.
Why do you refuse to gain power? The power of our father, Sparta.
Father? I don't have a father. I just don't like you, that's all.
Foolishness, Dante. Foolishness. Might controls everything. And without strength, you cannot protect anything. Let alone yourself.
That entire exchange, especially that last line there, that's everything, and it's showing up barely a third of the way through the third game in the series. Dante is disowning his father and pursuing Virgil on his own, intentionally abandoning his history and denying his own demonic heritage. And Virgil's a product of trauma. He's a child that was powerless to defend his family when demons attacked him and has vowed to never be that powerless again, obsessed with the strength their father possessed and pursuing it to the detriment of his humanity. They're ideologically at odds, and in this moment, Dante's ideology isn't strong enough to let him stand up to his brother. He fails and he gets impaled through the chest with his own sword. This is an event that's going to happen at least once a game. And it's at this moment, impaled on his own sword and defeated by his brother, that Dante's demonic power awakens and he almost manages to swing on Virgil, before Arkham convinces Virgil to leave with a weird little grin when he thinks no one's watching. So with Arkham and Virgil gone, Dante takes a moment to acquaint himself with his new powers in an incredibly rad sequence. Tearing through the bats on his way down the side of the Temini Gru, Dante is clearly feeling his new powers quite a bit, and we the audience are also feeling it, courtesy of pretty much inarguably the best song from DMC 3, Devils Never Cry. Then Esquire swallows him and sends him to the worst stage in the game, so we'll check back in with him in a moment. We cut to Arkham and Virgil unlocking a door deeper in the Temini Gru, with Arkham stating in no uncertain terms that the tower housed a multitude of evils that were only stopped from being unleashed in the human world because Sparta closed the door, locked the door, and put his own power through the handles to bar it. The ones who built the tower were unquestionably human, but they were obsessed with power and cruelty the demonic influences would and had given them, same as Arkham is. The focus turns back onto Dante as he kills the sky whale that swallowed him at the end of the earlier cutscene and jumps out of it right in front of our on-edge mystery woman. They have a little back and forth before fighting some demons together.
So, tell me, what's your name?
I don't have a name.
Okay, then what should I call you?
I don't care. Whatever you want.
Whatever, lady.
And Dante's out. He's got a hot vampire to fight. Nevin, the demon, has probably one of the least memorable enemy designs, but she's a hot vampire with lightning powers, and sometimes that's all you need. You know the drill by now. You fight the demon, you get the power, and the power rules. Nevin, the devil arm, is the most memorable weapon from this game. An electric guitar that summons bats and turns into a scythe for melee combat. 10 out of 10, no notes. Well, its moveset isn't very good, so maybe we'll call it an 8. Arkham and Virgil are still on their grand tour of every locked door in the entire tower apparently, and Arkham takes the opportunity to drop a more important nugget of info as to why he and Virgil are collaborating. Sparta's power was sealed in the demon world on the other side of the Temini Gru, which means unlocking it leads directly to the kind of power we know Virgil is chasing. And that seems to drop the pieces into place as to why the two are collaborating. Arkham wants the tower unsealed, Virgil wants the key. But Virgil's starting to doubt Arkham at this point. His daughter is alive after meeting with him, and that's enough for him to doubt his intentions, even if her survival was despite him very bodily hurling her into open air. And with the final door open, Arkham's purpose is served. We get a bit more explanation of the backstory, that Arkham had sacrificed his wife to try and become a demon, which explains a lot about his relationship with his daughter, and that Virgil thinks his attainment of power is incomplete due to some lingering humanity. With that, Arkham seemingly dies impaled on Virgil's sword. This is a running theme with Virgil, that firm belief that humanity and the humanity of others is a weakness to be purged in the pursuit of power, directly in contrast with Dante's love of life. Speaking of Dante, he and Lady catch up with each other just as they reach the room where Arkham's body is, and Dante absolutely refuses to take the situation seriously, even as Lady is fully and visibly despairing at the idea that she's lost her chance for revenge. The fight also does a good job of showing the disparity in their abilities. Dante is shooting her bullets out of the air and effortlessly dodging her attacks, even as she's fully committed to the fight. He's taking her seriously, but a serious Lady is about a match for an unserious Dante. The soundtrack is firmly on Lady's side though, with the down-tempo choir rendition of Devils Never Cry giving away the game that although Dante may be trying to have fun brother hunting adventure, the stakes are unquestionably getting to be far realer than he'd like them. By the end of the fight, she's letting him go and he's fully calmed down. Just after he leaves though, Arkham gurgles to life.
Oh, Master, you're alive. I only did this. That doesn't mean a person is dead.
And he seems to have regained some semblance of sanity. He recognizes his daughter, calling her Mary, but he doesn't seem to remember where he is or what he did to Mary's mother. He says that he was manipulated by Virgil, and he catches Mary up on the plot. Sparta is real, as are the legends about him, and Virgil is trying to break Sparta's seal on the demon world. With his dying breath, Arkham tasks Mary with stopping Virgil's ambition, and he gives Mary some words of comfort even as he succumbs to his wounds. It's a tragic turn for what seemed at this point to be a genuine villain. And now all three of our remaining cast have their final goals set and they're on their way to the bottom of the tower. Dante's accosted briefly by Beowulf, a boss with anger issues and a grudge against Sparta, but unlike every enemy up to this point, Beowulf doesn't hold the L with dignity and instead charges off to fight another day, but not before Dante blinds him. The camera then cuts back briefly to Arkham's body, or at least where it should be. It's missing. Dante runs back to Jester for a bit of exposition of his own. Jester finally lets Dante in on the basics of the plot, the nature of the Temini Gru, and Virgil's goals before riding the number 12 into the sky. One side trip with a soul-sucking orb and a fight with a time-stopping horse later for Dante, we cut back to Virgil in the control room finishing off Beowulf and taking his devil arm for himself. What, you didn't think Dante was the only one who could get new weapons, did you? But with Beowulf out of the way, Virgil has nothing to stop him. He reunites the halves of the amulet and does the most overdone bloodletting I've ever seen. Jesus Christ, you followed through on that! The camera cuts away as the next Dante level starts, and now the player knows their time is limited. But as Dante gets there, he finds nothing. Nothing happened, and Virgil's pretty peeved about it. With the ritual seemingly at a standstill, Virgil takes the opportunity to chat and explains that the amulet was originally the key to the demon world, given to humans as a gift. A bit of independent thinking would probably lead you to the conclusion that it was Mundus giving this to the architects of the Temini Gru. Dante wants Virgil stopped, and Virgil wants Dante to take over the bloodletting for a minute, so they both stance up and it's time for Virgil too. The fight is even harder this time around, and that new devil arm wasn't just for show. Virgil is using Beowulf along with the Yamato more or less seamlessly, dive kicking and dashing all over the place. He also uses his own devil trigger, complete with health regeneration. Virgil has the most refights out of any boss in this game, and it's cool every single time. I'll never turn that down. The two of them are interrupted mid-fight by Lady, and Virgil gets a little moment in the middle of the fight to imply that he didn't manipulate Arkham just before Jester shows up and stops all three of them from fighting. Everyone is gassed and Jester is calling Mary by name, so I guess that means it's time for some explanations. Jester drops in and out of the act he's been putting on to reveal that he's been Arkham the entire time, the incomplete ritual they'd done years ago having granted him some semblance of demonic power, including the ability to transform into Jester, but it's nothing compared to the godlike power he'd intended. Arkham also reveals that the final piece of the puzzle to unlock the Temini Gru is blood from the bloodline of a human priestess that had given her life to seal the tower alongside Sparta. Mary's bloodline. Holy shit, dude, that's like half her leg. What is wrong with you people? Just cut your hand. So that's why Jester's been helping Dante and Arkham's been helping Virgil, why Arkham gave Mary that impassioned speech about avenging him. He's been playing all of them, luring them to the place where they had to be and goading them into fighting each other to exhaustion so that even a weaker demon like himself would have no problem taking on two sons of Sparta and a fully fledged devil hunter. Even then, they still managed to get him at sword point before he knocks them off the raised platform in a moment of surprise. Holy shit, dude, that was fucking incredible. Take the dub. So the worst is officially happening. The Temini Gru is fully active, the portal to hell is opening, and Virgil's taking a nap down a hole. Lady takes off with some choice words for Dante about how her not stopping Arkham when she had the chance means that this is now her job, that he's her family and her responsibility. Dante plays it off, but it's clear that spending this much time around Lady and her family drama is actually starting to affect him on a more personal level. This is a family matter for him as well, as much as he doesn't want to admit it. So naturally, he motorbikes up the side of the tower about it, and they fights a bunch of demons with the bike, and then it explodes. Lady, meanwhile, is taken the long way. No one makes it in time to stop Arkham, though, who fully opens the gate to hell and dives straight in to find Sparta's sealed power. Nearing the top, Dante and Lady's paths cross as they meet up in the middle of an abandoned library. Dante tries to play off his repeated attempts to talk Lady down from Request for Vengeance as another joke, but the joke is finally played out. He drops it and tells her straight up that the oncoming fight has exceeded the scale that a human could contend with, even a human as skilled as her. But it doesn't matter. Lady's never been in this particular hunt for humans or demons, for being outmatched or not. This is a family matter. Dante understands, but he knows he can't let her go take on hell, so he stops her the only way he knows how. They fight. By the end, Lady is completely gassed and out of ammo, and Dante is downright somber. Because Lady's actions over the course of the game have finally gotten to him, and Dante has accepted that this is a family matter for him as well. Likewise, Dante's resolve has finally gotten through to Lady, who in this moment of defeat entrusts him with her most prized possession. The Kalina Ann, the rocket launcher bearing her mother's name that she's constantly dragging with her, the literal weight of her responsibility now in his hands. She asks him for his name, acknowledging him as a person and not just a demon, and she entrusts him with the responsibility of freeing her father from his twisted obsession. It's a genuinely moving scene, and one that speaks volumes about the strength of the writing in later DMC games compared to the earlier entries. Cutting back to hell, we see Arkham, pendants in hand, draw the Force Edge from DMC 1 like a cursed Master Sword and assume the form of Sparta himself. Dante enters the demon realm and it's all stark whites and Escher geometry, while Lady catches her breath in the library and just misses a pair of familiar boots passing by. Eventually, Dante makes it to Arkham and sets up for the final battle with the traditional banter, but Arkham can't even maintain his humanoid form with the power of Sparta flowing through him and transforms into a massive amorphous blob of demonic energy. Dante gives him a run for his money, but it's clearly not going in his favor, and it seems like the tides may be turning when Virgil comes in off the top rope and teams up with Dante. The two of them aren't even fazed by Arkham at this point. It's clear the tables have turned and they absolutely hand this man his own ass. But then they've got to dive deeper into hell to retrieve the Force Edge and their twin amulets. Outside, Lady's made her way to the top of the Temini Gru just in time to see Arkham get forcibly ejected from hell. On the verge of death and making empty threats, Arkham makes it just far enough to make a final plea to Lady.
What a surprise. Here I was looking for you, and lo and behold, you come to me.
Mary.
again. My mother was the only one who could say my name.
Wait. Please. Do you really want to shoot me? Can you shoot me? Your own father? What have I done wrong? Even heroic Sparta sacrificed a woman so that he could become a legend. I wish to be a god! And I sacrificed one miserable human being for that reason. That is all. Was that really so awful? I have some unfinished business to take care of. Help me, Mary.
Mary died a long time ago. My name is Lady. Goodbye, Father.
No!
I thought I wasn't gonna cry.
Tears have been used in the past two games as a way to establish humanity for people that might otherwise see themselves as monstrous or inhuman, Trish in 1 and Lydia in 2. In 3, though, Lady's already human, but has been ignoring her humanity and fully devoting herself to revenge, denying those feelings to pursue her goal. It's only after it's all done, when Arkham is dead and the magazine is empty, when she's finally gotten everything that she thought she wanted, that she can truly feel anything but the drive that's pushed her this far. And then she cries, despite her expectations. He was still family. Her mother is still dead. She is still human. For a series known for its terminally lighthearted main characters, DMC from 3 onward absolutely knows when to just let a scene play out on its own. But there's still a fight left undone, and Dante and Virgil are still in hell. Virgil makes it to his amulet in the Force Edge, but he demands Dante's amulet as well.
Give that to me.
No way. You got your own.
Well, I want yours too.
What are you gonna do with all that power, huh? No matter how hard you try, you're never gonna be like Father.
We're wasting time!
We are the sons of Sparta. Within each of us flows his blood. But more importantly, his soul! And now, my soul is saying it wants to stop you!
Unfortunately, our souls are at odds, brother. I need more power.
And we're supposed to be twins.
Twins. Right.
So Dante is fully accepted his heritage as a son of Sparta, and Virgil is absolutely determined to inherit his father's power. It's time for Virgil 3. The fight's so nice we did it thrice. He's got his full moveset and he's willing to use it, and he's even added a couple of your classic moves with the Force Edge at his disposal. This is easily the hardest fight in the game by a wide margin, truly fitting for a battle between these brothers in the depths of hell, and it kicks ass. The music's not as good as Virgil 2, though. Eventually, with one final Dante echoing into the loading screen, Virgil loses. Dante is going to be trapped in the demon world if he doesn't leave, but he's dedicated to stopping Virgil even if it means killing him, and he does at least retrieve the Force Edge. Virgil chooses to remain in hell even as he tells Dante to escape and gives one final slash on the way out as Dante tries to save him. His brother seemingly lost, Dante returns just before the Tema Negru portal closes.
What an ordeal. You're still here.
I need that back.
No late charges, I hope?
I'll think about it.
We should be fine for now. But I'm sure they'll be back soon. Very soon.
Are you crying?
It's only the rain.
The rain already stopped.
Devils never cry.
I see. Maybe somewhere out there, even a devil may cry when he loses a loved one. Don't you think?
Maybe.
Holy shit, they actually managed to work that phrase into a sentence organically. The tower is sealed, but demons are still out in the world, and the two of them are gonna be busy, and as the credits play, we finally hear the full rendition of Devils Never Cry. Dante's seen in his DMC1 outfit, Lady dedicates her life to demon hunting, and we fade on a shot of the new Devil May Cry storefront. As one final stinger, a completely exhausted Virgil is seen preparing for his fight with Mundus, leading directly into his brainwashing and subservience in DMC1. So, in terms of story, cutscenes, gameplay, and just across-the-board improvements, it's clear DMC3 blew everything before it out of the water. The DMC2 crew fully redeemed themselves on this one, and while it's always a team effort, I do want to shout out scriptwriter Bingo Morihashi in particular. Morihashi was brought on briefly near the end of DMC2, but at the point where he joined the team, the only thing left was subtitling, so he didn't really get to contribute much to the story. But from 3 onwards, when it comes to DMC story, this is the guy. The strength of the character writing in particular feels leagues above previous DMC titles, because for as much as Dante was a cool guy in 1, that was pretty much all he was. There was some generic action protagonist angst in there. The characters in Kamiya-led games generally don't tend towards more complex motivations than you'd find in your average summer blockbuster, and that's fine. But for a series that brings the lens in this tightly and focuses on this small a cast, a talent for strong character writing can make the difference between a serviceable narrative and a great one. Dante already understood that he was a demon, but his gradual acceptance of what his heritage means over both his interactions with Lady and his realization that it truly is a family matter he stepped into is done without sacrificing the happy-go-lucky pizza man that would grow into the Dante of DMC1. Virgil's understated trauma that's led him to this single-minded pursuit of power is a whole can of worms that we'll get into later, and Lady's story especially is great. The guilt and anger she feels, sure, but more importantly, the love for her family that pushed her to pursue this in the first place. It would have been very easy to make Arkham's death a slam dunk, just another quip into justified execution, same as Mundus or Arius, but it's not. Lady gets her final line, dumps the entire magazine, and then is a much more heartbreaking and much more human reaction than any major villains have warranted up to this point. Because that story at the beginning of the game, that's something her father told her. It's clearly something that stuck with her. Even if Arkham was a monster and his obsession with demonic power led him to do all these things, there was clearly some part of Lady that did love him as a child before he turned to ritual murder. This game also firmly establishes something that I appreciate from the DMC series a lot, and it's the lack of scale. Let me explain. The Temeni Gru popping up in the middle of a city is undoubtedly a catastrophic event, as events involving demons are going to be throughout the series, but we never see the greater effects firsthand. They're certainly implied, ruined storefronts and upturned streets are front and center in the first couple stages, but people are never seeing directly being in distress. In DMC3, this is because they didn't model them, sure, but also Devil May Cry has that extremely tight lens on the main cast. It's almost theatrical in its presentation, a small group of characters acting out their parts, their drama entirely personal, the stakes mattering less than the intentions of the people setting them. It's a very tight story, and while other games will widen that lens a little bit from time to time, it's always to show extras that drive the plot, not because it has a lasting interest in them. Not you, Crew Cut, you're perfect. Also, every bit of the soundtrack knocks it out of the park in one way or another, but one I want to put particular focus on is the track I've been pointing out this entire time, Devils Never Cry. Devils Never Cry pops up all over the game, from being the action theme when Dante uses his demonic power, to being the background music of divinity statues, to being used for more somber moments like when Lady thinks she's mourning her father, to finally being used over the credits roll. But there's a through line here, and for that I'm going to briefly dive into the song itself. Devils Never Cry has two distinct parts, what I'm going to call the human portion and the devil portion. The devil portion plays during Dante's first devil trigger and shares a lot of similarities in sound to his regular combat track, being much higher energy and aggressive. And the human portion plays during more somber parts, merry scenes, and the divinity statues. But that's not all this song is. It alternates between the two of them, two completely disparate themes, before playing them alongside one another. It shouldn't work, and yet the two of them mix perfectly, even just playing alongside like that. That song? That's Dante. It'd be so easy for one half to overpower the other, for his demonic side to just overpower his human half or vice versa, but he is who he is specifically because he can balance those seemingly disparate halves. The devil lyrics are all about the part of him that can never let go of his hatred for what devils did to his family, and the human lyrics are all about the sadness he feels that they're lost, but the love of life he inherited from his parents. And make no mistake, love is the driving force of the mainline games from DMC3 and onwards. To quote Morihashi, love is definitely the theme that pervades the whole series. I dare say that the theme of DMC1 is humanity, or human love, which is the broadest kind there is. DMC3 focuses on familial love. You've got Arkham and Lady as well as Dante and Virgil, and they're trying to kill each other. Originally, Itsuno-san didn't really like the scene where Lady kills Arkham. He said that a child should never kill a parent, but I was fervent about keeping that in. To balance that out though, I also included the line where Lady says that killing Arkham is her responsibility, which helps explain the situation to people who don't like the scene. That same line from her is also all Dante needs to hear before deciding to stop Virgil himself. It all ties together nicely. DMC2, of course, is about Dante's love for his father. He follows in his father's footsteps by protecting something that his father once protected. DMC3 remains one of the most beloved entries in the franchise to this day, so that love is definitely reflected by the fanbase's devotion to the series. But now the team had a bit of trouble when they were starting up DMC4. With their origins established in DMC3 and DMC1 and 2 already showing clearly that nothing in either world can truly keep up with Dante, where do they go from here? Itsuno, when asked about the point in between 3 and 4, said, "It wasn't that I didn't want to work on Dante anymore. Rather, I'd done everything I wanted to do in DMC3, so I didn't feel like there was anything left to explore with Dante. We also anticipated an influx of new gamers with the advent of the PS3, and would those people really go for a game with 4 in the title?" So, the team is in a bind. They can't abandon Dante, but they're moving to PlayStation 3. They have to move forward, but they can't just replay the hits. These factors all lead us towards a single answer. It was time for a new kid on the block. Just changing the player character wasn't going to make it all smooth sailing though, and DMC4 definitely had its own share of issues during development. Despite the switch to the PS3, the development team wasn't given sufficient budget or time to put out their best work, and despite a fantastic showing from the crew, the combined pressures of the new console and burnout from going straight in after DMC3 meant that no one was going to be firing on all cylinders. For this reason as well, Itsuno was retained as the director. Someone else was given control of DMC4, but one of the bosses said, "Dealing with the new PS3 hardware is going to be tough, so we need someone more experienced to take charge. You do it." I wasn't particularly against the idea, so I accepted the position. Not much left to say without actually talking about the game proper, so the time has come. It's Devil May Cry 4. We open on a young kid in a long jacket and a cast running through the streets of Fortuna City and absolutely tearing apart some new kind of patchwork demon accompanied and intercut with a pious-looking girl singing a church hymn in front of a statue of some kind of horned figure with a familiar-looking sword. The kid's making light work of the demons, but from the conspicuous empty seat, it's pretty clear that he's late for whatever's going on at Mass today. Was that Dante on the roof just now? Our new kid manages to sneak in just in the nick of time before the song finishes, and the two of them share a cute moment across the room before the preacher steps back up to deliver the exposition sermon. Turns out this church isn't exactly full of normal men of God, they're worshippers of Sparta, and the Pope Bishop up front seems pretty convinced that Sparta wouldn't save them again unless humanity is willing to band together. We cut to the two kids mid-scene to see that while he's trying to play it cool, our hot-headed youngster was late because he was getting some kind of gift for the young lady. Cute. The church takes a moment to pray and... "Oh hey Dante, what's up? Could you please make even a slight effort to not look as evil as possible after shooting the Pope, please?" So Dante's here now and he's decidedly not very wahoo about the whole situation, even if he is very clearly having a pretty easy time taking care of the knights in the room. Just as Dante approaches the man cradling the Pope, our pious girl runs out to get him. She's prone in front of Dante, and if the rest of the room is any indication, that's bad news for her, but Nero is here to literally jump to her rescue with a fresh double-booted dropkick. One more kick puts rebellion into the forehead of the statue of Sparta, and we have our trailer shot of our two protagonists drawing on one another.
You stole him until then!
I won't hold my breath.
Listen, if this is stalling him, I'd love to keep stalling him for as long as possible because this is fantastic. Nero's been keeping up the pressure, but it's pretty clear that Dante isn't taking him too seriously, so it's time to bust out the heavier weaponry. And I love the weapons that the Order of the Sword uses. Just the basic idea of swords you can rev like motorcycles is so absurd that it swings right back around to being cool again. Dante doesn't seem very impressed though, so it's time to finish things up.
You got a trick up your sleeve.
Just kidding, the kid has a demon arm. Hell yes, it's the Devil Breaker. Where the Sons of Sparta had to transform into their DT state, Nero has constant access to a powerful transformed arm with a technique called the Buster that he uses to throw things, slam enemies into the ground, and even do a little bit of wrestling. I love how cocky Nero gets now that Dante's taking him a little bit more serious. This balancing act on the pews is extremely extra. Tutorial fight's finishing up though in short order, so Nero's giving Dante the business and he kindly returns his sword to him. This is an event that's going to happen at least once a game.
Getting better. I would even go as far as to say that I underestimated your abilities.
You aren't human, are you?
Yeah, what was your first hint, bud? Dante finally deigns to let us even slightly in on what's going on as he points out that all the dead clergymen have strange demonic appearances before leaving the same way he came in. He does seem like he was in a way better mood than he was when he came in at least, so that's nice, but now Nero's left with a bunch of questions and no answers, so it's time for the game to start. And real quick before we move on, I really love this intro to Nero. Putting you up against the previous playable character is an incredibly ballsy move for a franchise switching focus to a new protagonist, but this being your combat tutorial manages to both give us an idea of what Nero's capabilities are, while still showing that he's pretty clearly outclassed. Dante never even DT'd, though he got close when Nero was really wailing on him pre-impalement. Kratos back and so is Kyrie with a mission and a sword respectively. Oh, she's wearing the necklace he bought for her, that's so cute. Nero's been tasked with hunting down Dante, something that's going to be a bit harder considering a bunch of demons seem to be raiding the town of Fortuna for reasons unknown. Now that we got an idea of how Nero would fare against Dante, it's time to see how he performs against your rank and file demons now that he's got his own weapon back. Moving through the start of Nero's mission, you, the player, get a more definite feel for how Nero differs from Dante. Where Dante is all cool maneuvers and measured attacks, Nero's attacks start with more basic swings and end up transitioning into much wider and more brutal strikes by the end of each combo. This was core to how the developers wanted to switch things up with him. To quote motion designer Yuichiro Hiraki, "Once we decided on having a new protagonist, I was determined to make a violent character, one brimming with power and using every ounce of his strength to swing his sword around. It's because Dante was involved that I was so intent on these violent motions for Nero. I knew that to the player, Nero's ordinary combo attacks had to feel distinctly different from Dante's. If his moves felt more delicate, then people seeing him for the first time would decide that he was weaker than Dante. The whole time, I was thinking that he'd never be accepted as the new protagonist without this momentary spark of rage, brutality, and insanity." It's a very clean way to distinguish between the two, and it also lends itself strongly to Nero's characterization as a brash, hot-headed youngster to the older and more experienced Dante. They're both still kind of stupid though, and I love that for him. Making his way to what appears to be an abandoned Old West town in the middle of this religious island community, we find a literal monolith sitting in the middle of nowhere, and moments later a massive fire demon bursts through and sets the whole place to burning. These two don't seem particularly at odds, but Nero's a good kid who really can't stand casual arson, so he puts the town out with one good swing, and that's cause enough to throw down. Burial's a pretty alright design, even if I personally think he's a little bog-standard fire demon for my liking, and the fight itself is no comparison to the likes of Cerberus or even Phantom in terms of difficulty. One thing that definitely lends itself to this is, you remember the Buster I mentioned earlier? That's not just a tool for basic enemies, it's for any staggered enemy, bosses and mooks alike. You can even land counters with good timing, something that's extremely satisfying whenever you manage to land it. Burial takes the L, leaves a few cryptic words about Nero, and ducks out before anything worse can get done to him. Passing through a bit of terrain, Nero exits the fiery world for a much icier one. Something's up with the climate on Fortuna, and it's giving us Mario 64 level environmental changes with each zone. No time to think about that though, a woman in Bayonetta level clothing is absolutely clowning on some demons. This is Gloria, a new member of the Order that's been killing demons around this part of the map, and on a personal note, I think it's cute that Nero is pretty clearly embarrassed to look in her general direction. He may want to deny it, but there's some part of him that was clearly raised as a good church, but holy shit, ma'am, you're gonna cut your entire leg open. Making his way into the strange frozen castle, Nero finds a heroic-looking suit of armor that starts swinging on him all but unprompted. It's an Angelo, empty armor possessed and animated by a demon. So now our Pope is dead, the town's under siege, the enemies are apparently endless, and the demons are even stealing our fits. Not a very good day for the Order. Nero finally makes his way deep enough into the castle to find what seems to be the source of the ice, two unsettling blue women hovering in the courtyard and dancing around each other. The fight against them is pretty boring, just taking wild swings as they dodge and looking for a chance to okay. Alright, time for the actual fight. Bale is a zoning little nightmare of a frog, hopping around and spewing ice anywhere inconvenient. Every once in a while, he'll cause a larger blizzard and bring the anglerfish women lures back out. A prime target to Buster and drag him out of hiding if you manage to stagger him. Just don't get got when he jumps back out. Nero cleans house and actually secures the kill, even if his arm does seem to absorb one of the weird angler women. This is Nero's power-up system in this game. Anytime he beats an enemy, he'll take something from them and add it to his own repertoire.
Now I've got your power.
Just a little exploring later, Nero's finding hidden passageways and secret basements in the church buildings. The scene cuts to the body of the Pope on a slab just in time to see him return to life with some glowing red eyes and bulging veins, something that still doesn't tip Credo off to the fact that his boss might not be on the right side with this one. Turns out this is business as usual for the Order, some kind of ascension ceremony, and we get our introduction to our local unethical scientist. This is Agnus, and he's an absolute bright spot of any scene he's in. The dude's our Hojo, but he's built like a linebacker. He's got a monocle and a stutter when he gets excited, and he is incredibly peeved that Kratos sent Nero on a mission that had any chance of finding his lab. Demon Pope Sanctus really isn't interested in that, though, and he wants to get the whole gang together to celebrate his reawakening. Back to Nero and... No, god damn it, who decided we needed a dice puzzle in the middle of our action game? It's completely timing based. So the only thing you really need to do is count your numbers and time your swings and you'll be out of here a couple orbs richer than you walked in. This is exactly no one's favorite mechanic, and it goes on for entirely too long, so I'll do us all a favor and just move on. Whoops, Nero found that lab Agnus was worried he might find. The walls here are absolutely loaded with swords, including one familiar broken sword being suspended in a containment field. Agnus takes the opportunity to monologue a bit, letting both Nero and the audience in on the fact that he's a well-kept secret even amongst the Order's elites.
Just as foul-mouthed as I had heard, the rumors proved true, as were the new ones concerning your demise.
Don't you think that's a little harsh? Killing me because of the way I talk?
Nero, I know he's an asshole. I don't think you can do that, though. Agnus seems to suspect that Kratos had some other intentions in sending Nero after Dante, something involving his lab and his research, but there's no time for that. Swords are bats. I hesitate to even really call this a boss fight because hucking a couple weapon bats at the window shatters it and gives Nero access to Agnus immediately, who is way too excited to see Nero's demonic arm. As it turns out, though, all that secrecy and solitude got to Agnus a bit. He's all too happy to actually talk to someone interested in his research, and oh boy does he. Turns out Agnus has been in this basement researching demonic power and building demonic weaponry for a literal world-conquering agenda, a plan he's carrying out under Sanctus's guidance. Nero's not convinced, but he doesn't need to be. Agnus was stalling for backup. Nero gets fully impaled by an Angelo, and it's a bit more clear now with context how these demons got access to the Order's armor. Now, Nero may be pretty hardy, but he's not Dante, so a stab through the chest actually manages to take him out for a bit. That's alright though, because Agnus is willing to talk even further. He's been making those hellgates that we found the larger bosses guarding, all in service to getting more demonic power. Now, he may be a pretty bad church boy, but Nero's not going to play along with any sort of world-conquering agenda, naturally, so it's time for him to exit stage 6 feet under.
Kenny, run! Nero! Kenny!
Not even I could succeed in restoring it! What's it called? Power. Give me more. Power. What? And if I become a demon, so be it. I'll endure the exile. Anything to protect him.
He's gotta stand! Cool as that is, Nero's actually a little bit cagey about what happened here just because he doesn't need to be talking about it, but it's actually fairly core to his character, so I want to review it at least a little bit. At some point in the past, Kyrie was threatened by something. Reading the books, we know it was a demon, but that's not important. We don't have to talk about that right now. Inspired by his feelings of wanting to save her, Nero's demonic power awakened and gave him the strength he needed to fight her, and later permanently transformed his arm, also giving him an inner voice that desired more power. Nero is willing to accept the stigma that having the strange demonic transformation would bring him if it means that he has the power to protect the woman he loves, and it's that desire to gain more power that resonates with the Yamato, the broken sword that used to belong to Virgil. That resonance calls it to him, and the Yamato's power to separate human and demon fully externalizes something Nero's had all along. So now Nero has his devil trigger. Unlike the DTs belonging to the Sons of Sparta though, it doesn't transform him. It brings his ghostly double to his side to echo his attacks, allows him to fire spectral swords with his ranged attacks, and it makes his buster attacks even more brutally animated and more heavily damaging than before. Agnus gets away and Nero keeps exploring only to find...
What the hell is this?
I love that line read from Dante. He's clearly not asking, he's just saying what Nero won't out loud. Cutting to the meeting room, Belze is meeting with Azil, Elvis, and Shannon to... Oh wait, shit, hold on.
Get your legs off my table.
Cut to Sanctus getting everyone together for that little post-resurrection meetup. Turns out he actually just wanted to call the 6 or so folks that all get to sit at his round table. The meeting is promptly interrupted by an irate Agnus confronting Credo for setting Nero on the path to figuring things out, and for concealing Nero's demonic power. For good measure, he also tries to put some unfaithful accusations on him. Sanctus gets the idea to kill one of two birds with one stone though. If Credo hunts Nero, that's one problem taken care of either way. Gloria agrees to take over the hunt for Dante, and we get a bit of exposition about how she got in the room. Turns out she brought the Sparta to the Order of the Sword, to which yeah man, if I'm running some splinter sect of the church and some stranger shows up with the actual literal spear of Longinus in hand while I'm planning some kind of arcane ritual, I'm not going to turn that down. Credo doesn't trust her though. Fair. Nero's just about made his way through the Lost Woods in the meantime when a giant flowering plant snake demon woman shows up to block his path, and that means it's time for a boss fight. Echidna's got a cool design and is undoubtedly one of the more memorable demon fights from the game, helped in no small part to the ways she'll A, charge around the arena, and B, set up her butthole in prime buster locations. Those charges across the arena do have an incredibly satisfying counter though, so if you haven't been trying to buster larger enemies to this point, you're missing out. Nero almost manages to stop her from getting away, but she makes it through the gate and pieces out before he has a chance to seal the deal. This shot here almost makes it seem like Nero's arm absorbing stuff is something he doesn't have any control over, and man, I'd be done with it too at this point. Gotta be careful handling any demonic materials. Try to buster one too many demonic puppet asses and you'll end up with a regular Ars Goetia in your hand. With the power of that fruit in hand, he's finally able to make it out of the forest, and one quick hike a mile into the sky later, Nero meets Credo on top of the platform where I think I fought the Looking Glass Knight from Dark Souls 2. Nero's fed up asking questions without answers, and Credo is feeling betrayed that Nero hid his demonic arm from his commanding officer for so long, so Sanctus' plan is working out and the two of them are pretty heavily at odds. Despite everything, Nero doesn't want to hurt Kyrie's brother, but Credo transforms and that means it's time for one of the best fights in the entire game. Credo Angelo is fast, powerful, and he has a demonic shield that will protect him from your attacks unless you're aggressive enough to break it. Catching the spears to toss them back is a ton of fun, and the staggered buster for him is incredibly satisfying, but it's all a bit bittersweet knowing that he's the only boss in this game without a refight. His design is also incredibly striking. Where the other members of the Order appear more demonic, Credo gets a decidedly angelic transformation, a good way of showing that despite him accepting the demonic power, he still fundamentally thinks he's on the right side of the fight. Nero gets the upper hand just as Kyrie finds them both on the top of the sky platform, and Agnus comes in to try and paint Nero as the villain, a plan that is more than slightly undercut by the fact that he takes Kyrie hostage literal moments after doing so. It's enough to work on Nero, but also happens to enrage Credo enough that his faith is shaken instantly. He declares a truce with Nero and leaves, and Nero's left alone to charge into Order headquarters to save Kyrie. As Nero gets to the tower, a couple of demons show up at the entrance and start to fight the Angelos, only to be quickly dispatched. For some reason, the demons are infighting, but there's no time to worry about that because the Alto Angelo is here. I absolutely adore this commander design. They've got style for days and they noticeably change the behavior of Scudo Angelos that they fight with, but more importantly than that, their buster animation is a suplex and their DT buster animation is a final atomic buster, so how can you not love throwing down against them? One quick trip through HQ and Nero finds Kyrie trapped in the cylinder, so it's time to absolutely demolish Agnus in his actual boss fight. He's got a bit of armor and some support in the form of his summoned swords. Oh, because he was studying the Yamato. I get it. But he's got such a lower stagger tolerance that you're unlikely to actually see the majority of his moveset. Fun design though, Agnus's bug form is very distinct from the more angelic armors and much more in line with Sparta's traditional look. It's a good way to show and not tell that he's more devoted to the original demonic form and power of Sparta than he is to the Order's idealized version of him. Nero's got the upper hand, but the Pope radios in through a set of Angelo armor to tell Agnus to stop messing with Nero and get back to work. The Angelos are just barely enough to stop Nero from being able to save Kyrie, and the only thing he manages to grab is the necklace he gave to her before getting knocked back down to Earth. Sanctus confirms what you probably already figured out if you sat down to think about it for half a second, that Nero is related to Sparta, and then takes the opportunity to abscond with Kyrie before he can get back up from his Angelo dog pile. I feel like this video is long enough that I'm not going to mention it a lot, but I absolutely adore Johnny Young Bosch's VA work for Nero, and in this cutscene especially, that anger and that pain feels incredibly genuine. Leaving the HQ, Nero's on the warpath back to Fortuna to get Kyrie back at any cost when who should show up but Dante. Nero is finally well and truly done with Dante's cool unaffected attitude and he starts swinging, so Dante's finally willing to come clean about why he's here. It's Yamato. He heard that Virgil's sword had been spotted in the wild and immediately came running, but Nero's not willing to give it up right now considering that he needs that power to challenge the Order. It's time for the Dante fight, and make no mistake, we are no longer in the tutorial, and Dante's absolutely going to send you packing a couple times. Dante's got the moveset you know and love, but now it's on the other side of the fight, and he's using quite a bit of it. He's sticking to using Rebellion, but his basic and air combos are here, as are Stinger and Million Stab. Maybe more dangerously though, his styles are here too. Dante will switch between Swordmaster, Trickster, Gunslinger, and each one is exactly as dangerous as it was back in your hands. Basically, the only thing Dante doesn't do in this fight is enter DT. Nero's still not quite at the point where he needs to use that yet, even if he is pulling out more of the stops for this time around. The Dante fight is an absolute highlight and a good final exam of sorts for Nero, not least because of how vulnerable to the Buster he is. Nero loses the fight, but Dante's actually winded this time, a nice little acknowledgement of his growth compared to the start of the game. Dante says that he's here because the Yamato is too dangerous to be floating around unsupervised. He's saying it has to stay in the family, but if you ask me, given the rest we know about Dante, that first part seems like a pretty transparent cover for the second. He wants his brother's sword back because if the Yamato is getting passed around, it's a pretty solid sign that Virgil never really recovered after the Nilo Angelo events of DMC 1. But a quick argument from Nero and an unexplained glance from Dante later, he changes his tune entirely and lets Nero keep the sword for what he needs to do now that he's worked himself out of the blind rage he was in immediately prior to the fight.
Hey! What's your name?
Nero. You're Dante, right? Not a bad name.
Neither is yours.
Man, it's such a corny scene, but it works so well. Just that little bit of respect from protagonist to protagonist. Oh, hello, man. So Gloria's finally hunted down Dante, only to reveal that Gloria was Trish all along. I don't know if this twist really lands for me, personally, considering we only see Gloria like twice before finding out that she's actually been a familiar character the whole time. It does explain where she got the Sparta though, and that also explains why she would have given it away. It got her in the Order's good graces enough that she was able to become a trusted member of the team. So yeah, this was always about finding Yamato. Finding Nero and working with him is purely a coincidence. Stopping the Order is just a side effect. Nero finds his way into the massive building to find Sanctus standing on top of a giant statue of Sparta, or at least the Order's more human version of Sparta. Sanctus starts talking it up and calling it the Savior, but more importantly, he reveals that he's trapped Kyrie in some sort of whack-ass crystal prison, and he tries to bait Nero into joining her as a part of the Savior's core. Nero's got a reasonable response.
Go blow yourself.
So it's time to fight. Sanctus's fight is a big game of keep away. He's hiding in a shield, using ranged attacks, and deploying his Gradius options at you to stop you from getting close enough to strike. If you do get close enough though, your Buster absolutely demolishes this grandpa. On top of the tricks of phase 1, once you take off about half his health, he'll fuse with the Savior and start throwing haymakers like he's the corpse of King Minos, something that you can parry with your Buster just as readily. This will send Sanctus flying out of the Savior like he forgot to put his seatbelt on, which means, you guessed it, more Buster. As you win the fight, Sanctus retreats and pulls out Kyrie as a human shield to stop Nero from finishing the job. Convinced he's won, Sanctus says that he had originally planned to use Dante as the Savior's core instead of Nero. So the Gloria ruse never worked in the first place. The Order had her flag from the start, but wanted her to get the information she needed so that they could bring Dante in. So everybody's got different plans and different levels of knowledge about it, but we don't have enough time to think about that. Sanctus steals the Yamato and continues to monologue just as Kratos flies in and starts swinging on him for using Kyrie as part of his plan. Kratos catches a mortal wound for his trouble, and Dante shows up just in time to catch Kratos before he becomes a stain on the pavement. Nero gets absorbed into the Savior with one final fuck you to Dante on the way out, and inside the Savior, we see Nero get a vision of Kyrie dissolving into light just as he's dragged into the meaty center of the Savior's core, activating it and putting Sanctus's plans into motion. And, I'd be more worried about this normally, but Dante and Trish are both right there, and also absolutely not taking the situation seriously. Kratos dying though, and so he actually spills the beans. Sanctus is planning to open the Hell Gate just under the city for nebulous reasons of saving the world from chaos, and he needs the Yamato to do it. Trish is on rescue duty, so Dante's off to destroy the Savior. Cut to Agnus below the city, beseeching the demonic powers past the Hell Gate to destroy the world, to make way for a utopia.
Judgment Day has arrived!
He's just having the time of his life, man. I love it. With that, though, the Hell Gate in the city fully busts open at this point, and a literal flood of demons is unleashed. Hundreds of Mephisto and Faust flying around to menace the populace. Absolute chaos and destruction. And just as all hope seems lost...
Do not fear! Our Savior has come for us to deliver us salvation! We must repent and rejoice, for the world has not yet come to an end!
So, Sanctus is summoning demons only to dispatch them with more demons, all in service of his utopia. Make it make sense, Dante. To help us with that, we cut to an unspecified amount of time earlier in the middle of Devil May Cry. Lady's giving Dante and Trish the lowdown on what happened to put the people of Fortuna in this mess to begin with. Sometime after he sealed Hell, Sparta served as the feudal lord of Fortuna. Since this is the same guy that had just saved humanity from all the forces of the demonic realm, they took to worshipping him as a god, because yeah, honestly, that's pretty reasonable given the circumstances. She also explains that the church isn't the problem, the order is, capturing enough demons and collecting enough devil arms that it's starting to look like they might be up to something. Cut back to present day, and Dante is wandering through Echidna's forest. Before he closes the big Hell Gate, he's got to take care of all the little ones. This is probably one of the clearest and most easily spotted points of this game not having enough time to cook. Once the player character switches to Dante, you play through the entire game in reverse. It is just about literally half the game too, despite the creator's original intent being closer to a 70-30 or even a 60-40 split in Nero's favor. And this ended up making some of DMC4 feel stale or unoriginal to people who were more used to new locales with each new chapter. While unconfirmed, I personally chalk this up to the increased time pressure that came with the switch to the PS3 and the accompanying crunch on the development team. What this all means in the end is that Dante's half of the game can't really rely on plot since it's largely just closing the Hell Gates, and it can't rely on novelty. It has to live or die on Dante alone.
In the end, we're all satisfied.
Almost needless to say, Dante's in top form. He's taking care of enemies that gave Nero trouble with barely any effort, and what effort he does put forward is pretty much exclusively used to style on him. To continue to layer onto the differences in combat between Nero's relatively simplistic style and Dante's weapon and style switching, Dante fully defeating the enemies means the same thing as always. He's collecting more weapons. All those devil arms that Lady mentioned a bit ago, they're powering the Hell Gates, so every time you take out a boss and take down a Hell Gate, your moveset gets even larger and more complex. Gilgamesh for heavy-duty punches and kicks, Pandora for 666 different forms. You only have access to like 8 forms in actuality, but even that's ridiculous considering it's just one weapon in your arsenal. And Lucifer for...
Satisfied. You are set free.
Yeah, Lucifer for that. I've met some people who will say that this cutscene proves that Dante had sex, and honestly, I couldn't disagree more. This does not feel like a man with experience. This feels like someone who's heard about the general principles behind the act and just kind of puts forward a facade like he knows what he's talking about. Like a high school kid, trying to be cool with his friends. Eventually, Dante does close all the hell gates, and that means it's time for the plot to come back swinging, and God, does it ever.
It was my assumption that those demons would prove far inferior in the face of your tactics.
You summon and kill. Summon and kill. I fail to see the logic here. Said it. The price to pay for power?
Humans. They are but stubborn and foolish. It takes a journey to hell for them to accept and praise their god. A fact that tickles Irony's judgment.
And your judgments interest me not. For I am here to reclaim what is rightfully mine.
That is what you seek. And that is why I wait in your power.
You will fumble the proposition of my quest. Though I encourage for an opportunity to battle a being of such grand delusion as you is a sweet fortune.
It's easy to miss in the middle of the fact that you're watching absolute cinema being put to film, but Agnus does actually just tell Dante the whole plan here. While he's acting on stage, No, sorry, I'm not over this yet. Agnus is doing this before Dante joins in. This entire scene is him choosing to play act in front of the statue of Sparta for no other reason than his job is done. The Hellgate is open, and now he just gets to do whatever he wants. It's fantastic. But, okay, the plot. It turns out that the entire plan is a literal false flag operation carried out by Sanctus and the Order. Seeing the pews a bit more empty and feeling the populace a bit less pious, Sanctus puts forward a plan. The Order will build an army of holy demons made in Sparta's image and will then open the Hellgate to Fortuna to remind the people of Sparta's actions and draw them back into the waiting arms of the Order, who are ready and waiting to stop the invasion with relatively minimal loss of life and maximal terror for the common man. And let's all be honest with ourselves, if a massive demonic invasion popped up in the middle of Rome, only for the Pope to show up joyriding Christ the Redeemer and firing holy laser blasts at the threat, I do feel like there'd be at least a couple more asses in seats come the following Sunday. But here's their problem. Despite having immense demonic power, including the Sparta itself, the Order is still getting their collective butts kicked by Dante and Nero. Agnus is all in on trying to figure out what he could be missing, and Dante all but says that they misunderstood why Sparta was so strong in the first place before shooting Agnus and ending the scene. With Agnus out of the way, Dante is able to finally finish what he came for and retrieve the Yamato, closing the Hellgate and stopping the flood of demons. But there's still Sanctus and the Savior to take care of, and the Sparta to retrieve, so things aren't quite cleaned up yet. The Savior fight is pretty ambitious in a way that doesn't really land for me. It's a boss that's a full stage, with you having to jump around the platforms to hit the weak points for entirely too long, while the Savior throws haymakers and breaks your platforms. But eventually Dante breaks all the glowing blue weak points and jams the Yamato into the core and...
If the exterior is solid...
Oh, come on, man, that's just ridiculous. So he shoots the Yamato to Nero because, let's be real, this isn't Dante's fight to finish, and he isn't about to destroy this thing with someone he's related to stuck at its core. So that's it for Dante. It's a player change back to Nero for the final battles while Dante keeps the Savior occupied from the outside. Naturally, he has to make it to the top by... God damn it, it's the dice again. This is the boss gauntlet for DMC4, and honestly, I'd take a bunch of fights with no healing over having to roll this oversized dice one more time, so let's just skip it. Nero finally finds Kyrie held hostage by Sanctus, and it's just a few traded slashes and barbs before the final boss fight starts in earnest. Sanctus has a couple new tricks, mostly involving the Sparta, but fighting him is more or less the same loop as the first time around, just with less downtime and even more focus on the Buster. Nero finally gets him with a big triple swing and a jackpot. Sanctus loses to Nero, and Nero spells out what Dante was trying to tell Agnus earlier. Sparta was incredibly powerful, but it was always his love for humanity and later his love for his family that allowed him to fight as fiercely as he did. One smooth move later, and Nero catches Kyrie and turns Sanctus to dust in a single series of swings, finally putting an end to the whole debacle. The whole crew meets up outside, and it's all lighthearted jabs and heartwarming music before Sanctus possesses the savior directly. For God's sake, take the L! The face isn't Sparta's anymore either, it's Sanctus's. He was always going to be the new god that the savior represented. Nero has a quick conversation with God, as you do, and a small scripted sequence plays where the player busters the savior before Nero summons his largest grabby hand yet and hits him with the burning finger to well and truly put this to rest. The situation is over, and the threat is taken care of, so Nero's willing to give Dante the thing he came here for in the first place, the Amato. But now, in the final hour, Dante chooses to leave it in Nero's capable hands. It belongs in the family, but as Sanctus was so eager to point out, Nero is family. Kyrie accepts Nero for who he is in a heartwarming little scene, and Nero gives her back the necklace he'd taken a few missions prior. The kiss is interrupted though, and the music plays, so it's time for the credits to roll. A small after-credit scene later of Dante and Trish hanging out with Lady, the trio is back at it again with a let's rock and... Dante, those were your doors. This is why your ass is always broke. So DMC 4 comes to an end. I absolutely adore this game, warts and all, and not just because Nero's my favorite of the various playable DMC protagonists. It's got a ton of heart, and it's willing to truly double down on the themes of love that Morihashi had focused on in DMC 3. As for DMC 4, it's a much smaller story about a boy trying to protect the girl he loves. Ramo Nakajima-san, a Japanese author from Amagasaki who died in 2004, wrote a tagline promoting Amagasaki City's 70th anniversary that went like, "I love you, so I love the city that you love." I love that line. When I told them that the nature of Nero and Kyrie's love was that line, they finally got it. Nero protects the city because he loves Kyrie so much. The Order is so focused on big picture ideology that they're willing to discard their humanity, the very thing that Sparta woke up to justice to stop in the first place. The events of DMC4 are fundamentally a demonic invasion of humanity in a spiritual aspect as opposed to a strictly predatory sense, making it even more appropriate that a church functions as the antagonist. But once again, it falls to Sparta's family to take care of the people misinterpreting his actions like they're Solid Snake, cleaning up the dozen different ways people fucked up inheriting the will of the boss. This directly contrasts with Nero himself. He may not know his heritage directly, though he undoubtedly picked up some of it from growing up in a culture full of people that worship his grandfather. Slight spoilers, I guess. But even with no actual interaction with or knowledge of his family history, he succeeds in inheriting Sparta's noble will and love for humanity, specifically the romantic love he feels for Kyrie. Dante undoubtedly has a love of life, but it's a love that constantly has to fight for mental real estate with the loss of his family and the hatred of demons, even after all this time. He fights the good fight to keep people from losing things to demons like he did, but is constantly dodging the emotional burden that could come with that. It's a hang-up that Nero notably does not have. He may be an orphan, but he was fostered by Kyrie and Kratos' parents, and as a result got a chance at a relatively happy and normal upbringing. Though relatively is doing a lot of heavy lifting there, since growing up with the Order of the Sword would have been pretty bizarre for anyone, much less someone with demonic heritage. But compared to the normal lifestyles of the Sons of Sparta, it's downright cheery. He grew up with a childhood sweetheart and a stern but caring older brother figure. He was trained to fight demons alongside other human recruits. He had any kind of community or support network. So you get this kid with a good upbringing but a rebellious punk attitude and a repressed anger problem, someone who's still fighting against their worst nature but in a much more fundamentally human way. And when that humanity suddenly has to come to terms with his demonic heritage showing itself, the event that transformed his arm, he initially tries to repress the newly awakened demonic side and the urge to grow more powerful that came along with it, trying to choose that humanity over the demonic temptation that he spent his entire life listening to literal preaching against. But that only goes so far, and when the rubber hits the road, Nero's all in on embracing his demonic heritage, not for his own sake, but for the sake of protecting those he loves. It's a correction of the mistake Virgil made that ended with him failing to succeed Sparta's power, and it's simultaneously a rejection of the emotional distance Dante is intentionally maintaining. And that's what I like about Nero. At his core, he's just a genuinely good kid. Even Dante is all the better for interacting with him. Through DMC 1 and 2, we had a decidedly more serious Dante compared to the Wahoo Man in 3, and with the ending of 3 being what it is, it's not hard to see a single reason that we can attribute as to why. Virgil's gone. Even after the deaths of Sparta and Ava, Virgil still being out there clearly kept Dante in some sort of better mood, even if the two were ideologically at odds. But following his apparent death, we get Dante seeking single-minded revenge against Mundus for the death of his family. And then going even further into the wordless brooding figure from 2 after that revenge is finally accomplished at the cost of seemingly destroying what was left of Virgil after his defeat a decade prior. So he's not in a great place, clearly. By the time Lady has given him the debriefing on Fortuna, he's at least recovered some, but he's not exactly jumping at the chance to take care of things. Trish is going though, so he goes too. He goes out and shoots Sanctus in front of an entire congregation. Seriously, Dante, what did this accomplish? He absolutely bodies a couple knights, he's taking care of business, but there's no woohoo in this boy. And then the cast on Nero's arm breaks, and suddenly Dante's interested in something again. For the rest of the game, he's in an absolutely fantastic mood, and given his history, it seems pretty clear as to why. Nero being another member of Sparta's bloodline means Dante's not alone anymore. And yes, there is absolutely an argument to be made that Dante could have recovered his high spirits again in the 10 years between 1 and 4 for any number of reasons. But for the man we know, I don't think there's much argument to be made that this isn't a fair improvement on his emotional state. The threat of DMC4 for Dante is never that he isn't going to solve the problems the Order is causing. That is a done deal from the moment he steps foot on the island. This is the guy that defeated Mundus, the son of Sparta, the legendary devil hunter. A couple of religious nutjobs with the Sparta simply aren't a threat. No, the threat to Dante is much simpler. That Nero might not make it out. That he'll lose the family that he's just realized that he has left. Again. And by the end, Dante recognizes Nero's abilities and is content to head back to Devil May Cry and start knocking down doors and killing demons with his 2 besties again. He leaves the Sparta in Nero's capable hand and the 2 part ways, knowing that the other is out there taking care of business in their own ways, knowing that they each have their own life to live. Dante, for his own part, clearly doesn't want to impose on the happy life that he sees Nero living, free of the weight the rest of their family carried. As happy an ending as this series can get, if we're being real.
Hey Dante, will we meet again?
After making DMC4, Itsuno was finally given the approval for Dragon's Dogma, his own pet project that he'd been wanting to make for literal years. This meant DMC would be taking a bit of a break, not least because Capcom was making a push for more Western games to try and chase what they saw as a shifting market. DMC4 sold better than any previous DMC title, but it was the late 2000s. Western games like Call of Duty and GTA were dominating the action game space, and that growing Western market was seen as too significant to ignore. So even as Platinum Games was putting out Bayonetta, Capcom was reaching out to European dev studio Ninja Theory with the goal of retooling one of their classic series through a Western lens. Devil May Cry from a new perspective. Now, I know that the attitude going into this section is going to be pretty loaded for anyone even remotely aware of the community sentiment around DMC Devil May Cry. I wasn't even really part of the DMC fanbase at the time, and I still caught wind of it. But similar to what I said at the beginning of the video about the Netflix series, do you remember that? We're going to get to that, trust me. I'm not going to be going out of my way to be overly critical of the game for criticism's sake. Alright? Let's rock. DMC Devil May Cry, from here on just referred to as DMC for the sake of brevity, was announced in 2010 to extremely mixed community sentiment. Ninja Theory had been asked by Capcom to create a DMC game more in tune with Western culture, and that required changes in both setting and protagonist. To get the big one out of the way first, DMC Dante is pretty much wholly a different character, his aesthetic much more rooted in punk than his predecessor, and his attitude changed to match. Criticism of the new Dante's design was widespread more or less from the very first teaser for the game, with fans of the original game citing his lack of white hair, red coat, and devil may care attitude as a sign that this was a character that shared little other than name with the one they'd come to love. And then, to not delve too deeply into the situation, the short version is that in the years leading up to the game's release, this behavior escalated significantly. And if you've seen one toxic online outrage movement about a game, you're probably familiar with the song and dance. Harassment of the developers started and continued to escalate, eventually culminating in death threats. Not helping the fan outrage was Ninja Theory co-founder Tamim Antoniadis' habit of posting through it, arguing with fans and staunchly defending the creative decisions of the project to the eventual tune of denigrating the original series, an attitude that was carried by the harassment campaign as proof positive, not that he was a person responding unprofessionally to an overblown series of targeted attacks, but the DMC was not just a different project for the sake of making something new, it was making this project because they hated the original and its fans. The entire situation was a mess, but for our purposes, it's enough to know that people went into this game looking for things to dislike, and oh boy, did they ever find them. The game came out in 2013 to a couple of frequently criticized points, chief among them being lackluster storytelling and a shallow combat system. We'll get to the former in a minute, so let's just mention a bit of the latter. DMC's combat system, on the original release, had a couple of major problems that separated it from the main series. The style system still existed, but was only largely based on damage dealt and taken, with penalties for not switching weapons not being relevant to score. This meant that it was comparatively simple to get to SSS rankings and stay there, which meant the aspect of stylish play felt undervalued. Additionally, the game didn't have a hard lock-on system at release, which meant you weren't able to target your swings as precisely as before. So there was a definite feeling of just swinging your strongest weapons at enemies until they fell over, a far cry from the mechanical complexity the fans had gotten used to a few years prior with Dante and DMC 4. And so, going back to re-examine both story and combat, the studio eventually put out a definitive edition for the game a few years later, one that was much more well received for the changes it implemented. Now, it's been 10 years since they released the definitive edition. I checked. And I think we're better equipped to handle talking about this game than we were in the heat of the controversy around it at release. So, without further ado, DMC opens on a shot of a hazy moonlit night in Limbo City, a large building shaped like wings or possibly horns dominating the skyline. Cutting to the inside of the building, the player is growled at by a swirling red portal before the camera turns to focus on a bald businessman threatening the President of the United States with the collapse of the economy and his public shaming. Hanging up the phone, he exposits to the woman in his office that he's on the cusp of absolute power through economic control before admitting that the son of Sparta, Dante, is still a threat to him that he hasn't found. They seem convinced that it's a matter of time until they get a hold of him though, and the businessman states that he'll feast on Dante's beating heart as the stinger before we cut to credits. In a yet unnamed nightclub, Dante is watching several women dressed as angels pole dance in front of him, intercut with brief flashes of hostile messages on the walls and patrons with black eyes weeping black tears while they look at him. Taking the women home, seemingly pursued by the strange messages, Dante has sex with both of them in his trailer, and we cut to the next day. A video of a masked figure talking about demonic control of the world is being played on a pretty transparent Fox News analog, culminating in the show's host calling for his extrajudicial execution and immediately signing off with his trademark line, "Bob Barbas, just doing God's work." Listen, if you already think this is pretty unsubtle, strap in because it's not going to be slowing down from here. Dante wakes up and heals up from the previous night's entertainment with a quick glow from the winged sword brand on his back, treats himself to some hair of the dog, and immediately gets interrupted by a banging on his trailer door and a warning that he's in danger. He answers the door, buck-ass naked, and barely has time for 2 questions before the world turns red and starts exploding around him. The appearance of a demon has dragged him into limbo, a twisted plane of reality that mirrors our world. Dante gets a quick one-liner in as the hunter demon grapples himself to Dante's trailer, and we're treated to a really fun shot of Dante flying through his trailer and getting dressed as a baseball bat and a slice of Modesty pizza do some quick work as sensor bars. The hunter retreats and rebellion forms from the brand on Dante's back to start the combat tutorial. Combat in DMC feels very deliberate, with individual swings holding just long enough after each swing to register a dynamic pose for Dante before transitioning to the next hit. Individual swings in the air get you a lot of airtime, but Dante's gravity is pretty quick once you're not hitting anything, so it doesn't feel very floaty once you're done hitting things. One fun change is that the style meter has an announcer now. Every time you get up a new rank for the first line in combat, the announcer will call out the rank. It's a fun idea and definitely makes it much more satisfying to hear your style get called out in real time. Another nice touch is the camera slowing combat on the killing blow on the last enemy in an encounter, focusing the camera in on Dante's final actions to very cleanly delineate when an encounter ends. On the environmental design side of things, the architecture and animation of Limbo is extremely striking. The buildings shift and shatter in uncomfortable ways, normal entities like boardwalks and Ferris wheels buckle and twist, and a hostile shade of orange saturates the entire environment along with a sense of strong winds and quick movement. DMC focuses a lot on themes of rebellion, and Limbo contributes a lot to that feeling. Anytime you're in a combat zone, it feels like the world itself is hostile, a feeling that's further emphasized by the orders to enemies appearing on the environment directly. Moving a bit further, Dante talks a bit with our female lead for the game, Kat. She's a medium, able to communicate with Dante while he's trapped in limbo, and she's going to help him escape from the hunter. Not much time for that though, as the hunter rips the Ferris wheel from its base and rolls it down the pier at Dante, something we learn is being mirrored in the real world as well from a quick Raptor News Network bulletin. So events in Limbo can still affect the real world, even if Dante himself isn't able to interact with the people in the real world. One brief chase through a funhouse later, and... So, this scene was pretty inflammatory at the time, especially in the wake of the controversy before the game came out. The public interpretation of the attitude from this game was that it was very dismissive of or hostile to the original DMC games, and the original Dante in particular. With the benefits of time and hindsight, I do think this is just a cute nod to this Dante not being the Dante we knew, and not any sort of direct spiteful attack. Making it a bit further down the boardwalk, Kat finishes some unknown Molotov concoction that softens the hide of the hunter just enough for Dante to get his first boss fight. Still in the tutorial, Dante makes light work out of this guy, and he gets some dying words about how Dante is the son of Sparta, something that seems to be unknown to Dante, and has some brief words about his mother as well. Killing the hunter brings Dante back to reality, and he has a brief muted flashback of his mother before the camera pans over to the destruction that the hunter caused in his pursuit. Cutting away from the boardwalk, Kat picks up an ungrateful Dante and explains that she's part of the Order, the terrorist organization led by the masked man seen on television earlier, and that the same man wants to meet Dante. Another quick cut to the evening of the same day, Kat explains to Dante that demons are enslaving a helpless humanity through brainwashing, and that the Order is an underground resistance network dedicated to fighting against the demonic threat. Their leader is a man with slicked back white hair and a long overcoat that seems to be familiar with Dante, asking about his childhood. Dante explains that he had a case of meningitis when he was 7 years old that wiped his memory. Wait, sorry, I have to Google something. Can meningitis cause memory loss? Huh. Learn something new every day. The leader of the Order says that he also experienced amnesia at age 7, though his was said to be due to a car accident. Dante's not impressed.
Meningitis is a human affliction. You are not human, Dante.
Sorry. Just something about this discussion of childhood meningitis being used as a framing for Dante's discovery of his family heritage is really funny to me. The leader introduces himself as Virgil and explains that the Order does battle with demons using their own methods. Politics and propaganda are a necessity when martial force is insufficient. Dante's not here for organized rebellion, though, and this cuts to the center of where we're starting with him. He is a literal rebel without a cause, angry at the world, but resigned to being unable to change it. Trying to tempt him to change his mind with promises of knowing who he was, Virgil and Kat take Dante to the ruins of the Paradise Estate, his childhood home. Kat starts preparing some kind of spray pattern sigil on the ground to transport Dante to Limbo, and it's...
Doesn't smell too good. What's in the can?
A compound I created based on an old Wiccan recipe. Sea salt, shark oil, iron shavings, desiccated squirrel semen, wolf hair.
Good stuff.
Hey, sorry guys, which writer put in the squirrel nut graffiti spray can? I just want to talk. So Dante's in the limbo of his childhood home, exploring until he finds a photo of Sparta with the face unceremoniously carved out, and this is where we get Dante's first new weapon, Arbiter. Unlike the Devil Arms of the main series, each weapon in DMC functions as a transformation for Rebellion, which means it's even easier to transition between weapons in combat. It helps to incentivize changing weapons between what you have to suit whichever situation you find yourself in mid-combat. A quick appearance of some ghostly children as Dante remembering that he had a sibling he's since forgotten, and the force of these memories brings Dante into a teal mental realm where he gains another function of Rebellion, a grappling claw that pulls enemies to him. So new Dante has some of Nero's moveset as well, using Snatch to pull enemies inward and keep combos going. Continuing further, Dante finds an unmarred painting of his mother wearing the same amulet he carries with him. Interacting with her portrait grants him his separate angelic form of the Arbiter, the Osiris, a fast-swinging sight that focuses more on area of effect swings. The angel-demon split for the weaponry is one of the major parts of DMC combat system, with switching between the quick-hitting angelic weapons and harder-hitting demonic weapons functioning as a toggle eventually available for any Devil Arm Dante finds. In addition to that, color-coded enemies will show up in combat that only functionally take damage and stagger from the correct type of angelic or demonic weapon, a huge improvement over the original game system of having Dante's combo fully interrupted with a deflection animation when you hit the enemies with the wrong color of weapon. In fact, the combat slowing effects of the deflection combined with the inability to lock on in the original release was one of the most heavily criticized parts of the original combat. The current version is fine, in my opinion, and mostly just serves to mandate that you aren't slamming every single enemy with Arbiter until they fall over. A few more audio flashbacks later as you explore and Dante goes back to his mind palace.
You are not human, Dante.
Man, you gotta cut it with the meningitis shit. I cannot take you seriously. And Dante gets the angelic half of his grappling hook, the one that can draw him to enemies instead of the other way around. Another chain off the big statue and... Are you fucking for real right now? Dante's finally able to remember his mother after undoing some more of those mental chains. He remembers that an unspecified bald man and his horde of demons broke into his house and killed his mother in front of him, literally ripping out her heart. Something about her sacrifice allowed Dante to escape, allowing Sparta to hide both Dante and his brother in the human world with wiped memories for their own protection. Dante returns to reality and drops what everybody's already figured out. Virgil is his twin brother, finally reunited with him after over a decade of surviving on their own. And as for Sparta...
Banished forever. A fate worse than death, they say. He's never coming back.
No, don't chain me up in a vaguely sexy way, haha, that's the worst thing you could do. So, Sparta's gone, and it's up to his sons to fight the good fight. Dante's on board after regaining his memories. At Dante's request, Virgil gives us the lowdown on the plot, that angels and demons are real, and that 9,000 years prior to the events of the game, the Demon King Mundus gained control of the demonic legions with his right-hand man, Sparta. But Sparta fell in love with Eva, an angel, and the two pursued a forbidden love that resulted in the birth of two Nephilim, Dante and Virgil. There was also a prophecy that only Nephilim could kill a demon king, so when Mundus finds out that Sparta and Eva had a kid, he takes the both of them out in retaliation, but the damage is already done. Nephilim are here. So that's why Mundus wants Dante dead. He's the only thing that can serve as a threat to his rule. But Mundus thinks that they only had one kid, so Virgil's been operating from the shadows this whole time. No time to talk about anything else though. Dante's been spotted and dragged into limbo. One quick trek through a collapsing cityscape later, Dante has another flashback into his changed memory platforming dimension, and he does another one of the massive restraints with... Enough with the meningitis! Escaping back to the real world, we make our way to the Order headquarters and get the lowdown on how Mundus is controlling humanity. Constant observation through the integrated surveillance and intelligence network of the Raptor News Corporation, the same one behind Bob Barbas from earlier, and the market domination of Virility, an omnipresent soda that has a pacifying effect on any human that drinks it. Do you get it? The surveillance state and the consumption and the they live messages on the walls, do you get it yet? Mundus also has a connection to the Hellgate, a portal to hell that grants him immortality for as long as it remains open and he remains nearby. Virgil's plan is to take out Raptor News Network and Virility both, angering Mundus enough to draw him away from the Hellgate and leave him mortal long enough for the twins to kill him. So Dante and Kat are on their way to the nearby Virility factory when Dante gets caught slapping a can out of a man's hand by a nearby security camera, drawing just enough attention to get himself drawn into limbo. Taking out the security cameras and moving forward, Dante and Kat have a brief moment where she talks about how practicing witchcraft helped distract her from unspecified nightmares before Dante's left him just make his way forward and exit the level by crashing through a stained glass window.
I just seem to drag on forever. Church.
Dante getting spotted on the RNN cameras was enough for them to get footage of him though, so now they've got his mug plastered all over the news as a terrorist and... sexual deviant? Come on, that just feels excessive. Dante and Kat make their way to the Virility factory. Kat takes a moment to talk about the target, an ancient demon called the Succubus that's kept under the factory, before her and Dante have another brief conversation in which Kat talks about how her caretakers wanted to medicate her for seeing demons and how Virgil saved her. Dante, for his own part, talks about how realizing he was in the care of literal demons led him to a life on the run, rebelling against anything and everything. Kat sends Dante into limbo to be able to get to the lowest layers of the factory, somewhere that she was only able to find in the first place due to an out-of-body experience caused by the same nightmares she keeps alluding to. Making his way into limbo, Dante and the audience are treated to some of the least subtle wall fonts yet. These aren't even here to threaten Dante, they just kind of exist in the environment in case you, the viewer, hadn't figured out what the deal is yet. Making his way to the bottom of the factory, Dante finally comes face to face with the root of the problem, the succubus, hooked up to innumerable tubes, constantly vomiting the secret ingredient of the slurm into a massive pool below her.
So you must be the secret ingredient. Your prom date, you ugly sack of shit. You missed. My name, by the way, is Dante.
Dante, son of Sparta, and Eva.
Yeah, but you can call me Dante the Demon Killer. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
What you tell me? You can't tell me. I'm 1,200 years old.
You don't look a day over 12,000.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
So this cutscene is usually held up as a real low point for the writing of the game, and while I do agree, I think it's a deliberate choice to have Succubus be a disgusting, foul-mouthed abomination. I don't think it works, personally, and the Succubus boss fight itself isn't much better. A couple hits, dodge some big swings, grapple over and take out one of her big support tubes, rinse and repeat, and one final sequence where you grapple her into a big, oversized fan to kill her.
I think you're all mixed up.
3 out of 10. She does give us some big Hulk hands, though, so that's something. On the way back from the Virility factory, at Dante's prodding, Kat finally confides that she was able to escape an abusive foster home with Virgil's help, explaining both the nightmares she kept talking about and also why she's so loyal to Virgil. With one target down, it's time to take out the Raptor News Network. Their HQ in the real world isn't where the demon Bob Barbas is being kept, though. The reflection of the tower is the real one in Limbo, and functions both as a place where he lives and a panopticon for a demonic prison/re-education camp that he runs. Making his way to the tower, Dante finds an older demon man that tasks him with retrieving his stolen eye in exchange for helping Dante get to the tower. Quick side jump later and...
Who's there? It is I.
Alright, that one was pretty good. Phineas here recognizes Dante and sends him into the corpse of a fellow Nephilim in order to find the key to defeating Mundus. Dante finds one more point that sends him to his big chain statue mind palace and finally undoes the last lock, letting a message from Eva through in which she tells him that the ability and the choice to take his own path is what freedom is. The message activates Dante's latent abilities and we finally get our devil trigger. I'll be honest, the DT is one of the biggest disappointments with this game's combat, and it's because they made it stronger. In addition to the usual regenerating health and faster attacks, activating DT now pops every enemy into the air and just suspends them there to be air comboed at your leisure. No difficulty, no nuance, just a button that wins an encounter for you.
You found your inner devil, all right. But you have yet to discover your full potential.
Mainly, I just want to kill the Demon King named Mundus.
And if you do kill Mundus, who would take his place?
I fucking love this scene, but probably not for the reasons they intended. It genuinely seems like Dante didn't even begin to consider that question until he was asked directly. Combine that with the goofy camera zoom, and you might as well just slap the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme right there. Phineas does have one last bit of advice before Dante goes, though. Mundus's mistress, Lilith, is carrying his child, and killing that child will hurt him more than any other strike against his empire. It's something Dante seems genuinely uncomfortable with, but there's no further discussion before Dante makes his way to the tower to fight Bob.
Hey, Bob. Put a spin on this.
My personal view on the terrorists is that they are disgusting, degrading, ghastly, sleazy, purient, and generally nauseating. The worst of them is Dante. The whole world would benefit greatly by his non-existence.
I'm taking you off the air.
You think so? I wouldn't bet on it, you little shit.
This level is completely forgettable, but there is no way to forget about the fight with Bob. Platforming through the graphics, the giant Kirby arena you fight him in, the Master Control Program style giant floating face, the cutaways to fight minor demons through CCTV, it's a stylistic high for the game. Mid-fight, Bob reveals that while Dante's been on his current mission, the Order's HQ has been found and is in the middle of being stormed by SWAT teams. One last "we'll do it live" later, Bob gets shot and killed on air by Dante, giving him some sweet shurikens for his trouble. Are these shurikens if they're that big? Is there a different name? No time to celebrate though. Back to Order HQ to try and save Kat and Virgil. Dante finds Kat deep in the facility, barricaded against the cops, but running out of time. What follows is a cross-dimensional escort mission, with Dante able to interact with the real world only through Kat's spray-painted symbols while on the way to Virgil. They find him barricaded in the server room, but he's refusing to leave before they take or destroy the sensitive data left there. Dante's more concerned about Kat's safety, but she's with Virgil on this, and so it's Dante's job to hold off the demonic forces for as long as he can. With the transfer complete, Virgil drops the bomb. There is no way out of this room outside of Limbo, so Kat is stuck. Dante gives her a couple of tips on trying to get arrested alive, something that hits a little hollow considering the very kill first, ask questions later procedure we've been seeing from the strike team all level, and sure enough, they shoot her in the arm and kick the shit out of her in the moment that they get into the room before dragging her out just before the server blows. Dante and Virgil are out, but we cut to them watching a pre-recorded message of Kat in Mundus' office. Mundus offers to trade Kat's life for Dante's, still thinking that he's the only Nephilim, and Dante suggests an alternative solution to Virgil. They capture Lilith and trade the life of Mundus' child for Kat's life. Virgil disagrees though, saying that if they capture Lilith, they could use her to lure Mundus out, but Dante's not budging. Dante makes his way to Lilith's nightclub, getting caught and sent to Limbo pretty much immediately. She's all about the cheap thrills and entertainment, so her entire stage is filled with references to television and video games, as Dante pushes his way through the Windows Media Player visualizer to finally reach where she's hiding at the end. Finally cornering Lilith, she unbinds the back of her head and unfolds into Mundus' spawn, connected only through an umbilical cord that connects to the back of her head. Throughout the boss fight, you'll get chances to drag Lilith out of the spawn's protective belly button anytime you deplete its health bar, and 3 rounds of combat will wrap things up pretty quick. With Lilith in their custody, Virgil and Dante return Mundus' message with their counteroffer of a hostage exchange, and the very next scene is everybody arriving at the pier. It's a tense moment, stretched out for the sake of more tension in the scene, but it seems like Kat is going to make it across just fine. So a scene that goes too far for pretty much everyone in the audience and clearly does the same for Dante, Virgil first shoots Mundus' spawn and then Lilith, angering Mundus enough that he starts to tear the city apart just to try and kill them, which, like, honestly, fair. Dante's dragged into Limbo and so are Kat and Virgil, and Dante's forced to remove obstacles from their path before they crash into— is that a fucking V on your dashboard? Is this the Virgil mobile? What the fuck is that? God, this would have been so much worse in the original release where he wore the fedora. So the entire city is fucked and on fire from Mundus' outburst. Unknown thousands are dead or injured, but for Virgil, this is a win. Mundus used enough of the Hellgate's energy to leave himself vulnerable at the cost of untold amounts of human life and suffering. But Kat wasn't just idly getting tortured while she was in captivity. She was able to astrally project herself and do some reconnaissance while her body was being tortured. So now she's got the intel and the twins have the manpower, so it's time to kill Mundus. The entire next level is intercut with chalkboard drawings of the level on the walls and in the area's directions, a cool stylistic choice that really drives home the planned infiltration theme. A couple of floors up, we find the
finance wing. Those who work here are barely human anymore. They have been corrupted beyond recognition.
I'll be honest, I don't have a lot of friends in finance, but from what I understand, this is more or less correct. One big tower climb later, and Virgil and Dante are finally near the end, taking just a moment to bond.
We make quite the team. I'm stronger. I'm smarter. I'm better looking. And I got a bigger dick.
Come on, man. Dante finally finds Mundus, and the two briefly exchange words. Dante talks about mankind's freedom, to which Mundus justifies his rule with the usual, oh, everyone was so violent and nasty until I took hold, and then it's only violent and nasty if they resist my rule. But Dante's gotta get him mad enough to distract him from Virgil closing the Hellgate, so he says some really out-of-pocket shit and goads him into literally tacking him through a window into the city below. Virgil doesn't miss the opportunity and closes the gate, which has the side effect of giving humanity the ability to see into limbo just like the twins do. Virgil manages to make his way down to the rooftop where Mundus is trying to rip Dante's heart out of his body, just in time for him to stab Mundus and throw him off a rooftop. But that'd be a pretty anticlimactic final battle, so it's time for Mundus to do what he does best and turn into a gooey statue monster.
You're an asshole!
Over a bit of action, Virgil summons a couple swords and explains that Mundus' human body is now a genuine weak point and that killing it will kill the man himself. As with most fights in this game, Mundus is mostly dodging big swings and slapping him when he gives you a target, but eventually he managed to blow off both his arms for long enough to see Virgil fighting Mundus' human body in his chest, and soon after, it's curtains for the Demon King. And so, the camera cuts from the Brothers Sparta to a live Twitter feed of humanity discovering the existence of demons worldwide. A large graphic comes together with the words, "We have awoken," as Limbo and the real world combine. The protagonists all finally get a chance to relax, but there's still a lot of rebuilding to be done.
Mankind would be free. Yes. Free from the demons. The path is clear for us to rule. What did you just say?
So, Virgil's big turn is that his goal was always to kill Mundus to replace him. The freedom he wanted was always his own. This is the issue that finally splits the Sons of Sparta irreconcilably, as Dante reasonably holds Kat's contributions as evidence of humanity's capability, and Virgil holds humanity's inability to govern themselves as the only argument he needs. And so, it's time for the rival fight of DMC. Virgil has the quick teleports, the dashes, that's not Judgment Cut, that's a funny little summon sword. Okay, so not everything about this fight is going to hold up for the classic Virgil, but his moveset is a shockingly faithful recreation considering how much they changed Dante. Maybe we can chalk this up to Virgil already being enough of a villain that Western audiences would be familiar with, but hand to my heart, I think the team just thought he was too cool to change much. He does have one trick that the original Virgil didn't though. Once he's low enough, he'll summon a doppelganger and start attacking even more aggressively with it at his side. It's not enough though, and pretty soon Dante spears him through the chest and only spares his life at Kat's request. The fight has caused Dante's shock of white hair to spread even further, his demonic heritage coming in even more strongly, and Kat assures him that even if he doesn't know what he is, it's enough for him to be Dante. The two walk through the destroyed city, cut to credits. So I'll be quickly honest first and go into analysis in a moment. Ready? Okay. The plot's pretty bare bones and doesn't really hit a note that hasn't been done before. The villains are capitalism and consumerism, the disrespect to women is uncomfortable throughout, Mundus never feels like a credible threat, and the initial release was a horror story caused by the toxic fans grappling onto all of this and holding it as proof positive that ever having DMC outsourced was a terrible decision. Great, but is it actually that bad? Short answer, no. Longer answer, DMC was never going to be a traditional Devil May Cry game, and that means the changes to both Dante and the setting are going to be inevitable. But more pertinent to what we're talking about in this video, there's very little love to be found in the themes of DMC, instead replaced by themes of freedom. Freedom gets talked about a lot over the course of the story, from Eva's last message to Dante, to humanity's freedom from Mundus, to Virgil's freedom to rule, even to Sparta and Eva's freedom from tradition to love each other, and so a game focused on Dante growing up and coming into his own as a steward of humanity's freedom from the oppressive rule of the Demon King does follow from those ideals. It's a fundamentally different story, and even if it isn't told as well as it could have been, I do think it's worth acknowledging that Ninja Theory took the same bones and structure of the original plot and then made a new skeleton out of them. It's also why I'm not very critical of Dante and Virgil no longer being half human. That love of humanity isn't what led Sparta to rebel. It was love allowing him to transgress and be free of his own darker impulses that led him to Eva, so now the brothers are Nephilim. The place that I think this game succeeds wildly are the visual direction and the style though. Limbo's art sets up such a feeling of Dante versus the world by literally making the level design an antagonistic force force, a literal hostile architecture that drives home even more fully that you're fighting something greater than yourself. But it wasn't enough to save it from public opinion. It wasn't like people were lacking for other character action games to enjoy though. Bayonetta 1 and 2 came out around this time, Hideki Kamiya having taken his DMC 1 energy and applied it with a fresh new witchy spin. Even the Wii U was getting the character action treatment, with the wonderful 101 putting a fresh new spin on the genre with a Saturday morning flair. And so Devil May Cry didn't die, but entered a bit of a resting period, because as you're probably aware, DMC4 is not where it ended. DMC5 was announced in 2018, 5 years after the release of DMC and a full decade after the initial release of DMC4, and the fans were absolutely overjoyed. It's a no and bingo, we're back on the project. Nero was back as the protagonist, and even the announcement presentation was full of promises that this was the mainline DMC that the fans had been waiting for. The trailer music was energetic and bombastic, a far cry from the heavier sounds of previous games, and the graphics seemed to have taken a major step forward since the team had been here last. This time, there was no major controversy. The fans were clamoring for the new project, and expectations were sky high. We start in medias res on May 16th in the middle of Redgrave City. Morrison, Dante's broker, has gotten him and the girls together to try and take care of some huge meat tree that popped up in the middle of the city. This job comes courtesy of the new guy, V, who took a little side trip to grab Nero on the way here. Nero's down a limb from the last time we saw him, courtesy of whoever's running the show in the tree, but he's no slower on taking care of basic demons, so it's just a quick combat tutorial later that we hit the main event. And not a minute too soon, considering we see our 3 foremost devil hunters absolutely bodied on the ground as he walks in. This is your first boss fight in the game, and with barely any time to warm up to the combat prior, it's more or less unwinnable. Between sweeping lasers, localized time stops, descending projectiles, a knockback wave, erupting earth, and literal balls of magma, it's pretty clear pretty quick that this is a fight designed to make you the 4th unconscious devil hunter in the room. V gets here just in time to see every devil hunter he hired getting bodied, to which, whoops, good luck I guess. He grabs Nero and bails at Dante's insistence.
Go! You're just dead weight! That bastard called me dead weight!
And they're out. Just in time, too. Dante loses in short order as Urizen here breaks straight through his DT and the Rebellion in one quick punch. And so Dante loses. Redgrave gets overrun, Nero and V have to retreat, Trish and Lady are captured, all by the hand of one single demon with near absolute power. 1 month later. We're back with Nero and a new woman, our quartermaster for the game, Nico, and they're on their way to rescue whatever's left of Dante after a month.
How does it feel to be rescuing the guy that killed your father?
Hey, I'm glad we're getting personal.
Wait, her father? What? The cast of these games isn't exactly large, and the only game recent enough for her to be Nero's age would be DMC4, so okay, it's someone from there. They wouldn't make her the daughter of some jobber that we never met, probably, so it's someone in the relatively small main cast. Dante killed them, so it's almost certainly a member of the Order of the Sword. Dante didn't kill Kratos, so he's right out. She doesn't have the look of someone with demonic heritage. The Pope was too old. We're running out of possibilities, but there is one left who bears even a passing resemblance and was a member of the main story, which means her father is... Agnus? Agnus. Agnus? This man right here. Okay, whatever. Like, let's assume for like half a second that there's someone who's into the evil genius scientist shtick for long enough to stick around. Even with all of this, when did Agnus have the time? He always struck me as a dude that was slavishly devoted to his research. When would he have possibly had the time to fuck? Turns out her father abandoned them, so no love lost there. No time for further talking though. There are demons ahead. We've got to flip the car. title sequence has become fairly famous and not without good reason. The smooth self-assurance that both Nico and Nero show as they effortlessly dispatch a street full of demons is a joy to witness. Itsuno has never been shy about the fact that he really enjoyed a lot of Ninja Theory's style in DMC, and with an opening title crawl that seems pretty clearly inspired by the scene of Dante getting dressed in his trailer, it's easy to agree. DMC5 actually takes a not insignificant amount from pretty much every game in the franchise, a true love letter to the series as a whole, and I'll bring those bits up more as we come across them. The scene turns to the military's ineffective attempts to combat even the pettiest demons on a bridge leading further into Redgrave, and crew cut here is moments from eating shit before the DMC van shows up. Nero's here to save the day, but he's in need of a little help. See, with his demonic arm severed and his demonic power gone with it, he's no longer able to use the Buster or Snatch that used to be so central to his mechanics. But he's still got his order training, his Red Queen, and now a new tool from Nico, the Devil Breakers. In an interview with Game Informer, Itsuno talked about trying to find combat for Nero if they took away the Devil Bringer, and the team settled on the idea of it being cool if the replacement could break and be quickly replaced with a feeling of, alright, I'm back in the battle. In trying to incentivize players to use the Devil Breakers, they made them limited use weaponry, designed to break away if you took damage while using them, or use their unique and powerful super moves. And then, they scattered them all throughout the levels to encourage using up your previous breakers and restocking. This also avoided previous DMC problems of item hoarding by not giving a score bonus for having extra Devil Breakers in your inventory or penalizing you for using them. Use what you got or you won't be able to pick up the new ones. It might have felt overwhelming in another situation to have this brand new tool that you've never seen before, but again, Nero losing his demonic power also means he can no longer use his demonic abilities, so they've compensated for this new tool by taking away a couple of the tools you might have been familiar with before. It's fun, I like it a lot. I also lied a little, it just straight up has a mechanical version of Snatch, so that cool grapple in Nero's kit stuck around after all. Nero's out here revving his sword at a bunch of roots to round out the first stage, and since this plant isn't about to talk back, I want to instead bring up one more mechanical detail of Nero's playstyle I delayed mentioning back when we were talking about DMC4. Exceed. At any time, in or out of combat, you can press a dedicated button to rev Nero's sword. Rev it enough, and you make your next attack faster and more powerful. But if you hit this button at the same moment Nero's swinging his weapon, the momentum from the attack will charge the sword instantly with no revving required. So whenever you're playing as Nero in either game, you could be tapping that button after any hit to be constantly lighting your sword on fire. Later, this can be upgraded to Max Act, which lets you get the maximum of 3 cylinders on fire with exact timing. It's a fun system that introduces an extra rhythm to your attacks and gives you something to do with Nero's combat that's busy but distinct from Dante's style switching action. Nero's convinced now that Yamato had a role in whatever's going on in Redgrave, so flashback. April 30th, 2 months ago, Nero's doing some work on the DMC van in the orphanage's garage and is just about to go inside for some dinner when a mystery man shows up and ignores this very good church boy's offers of a hot meal and pleasant company in favor of throwing him into the wall so hard that it rips his Devil Bringer off. Turns out our mystery demon wanted the Yamato and that was the fastest way to get it, to which, sure, yeah, I guess. Back in the present, Nico gives Nero a quick letter from Morrison that says that Dante used to go by the name Tony Redgrave when he first met him. Tony Redgrave? Redgrave City? Hell of a coincidence. Nero's into Redgrave proper, and the game devs really did a good job of selling the idea that you're walking through a place that's been under demonic invasion for months, twisting roots around ashen remains of bodies that crumble at the slightest touch, their blood drained for unknown purposes. Dark shadows of demons flit across walls, the demonic tree dominates the skyline, and the streets are empty. What is that song? Fuck yeah, it's time for Devil Trigger. Now that you're getting into combat and open levels, you're going to start getting unique music for, little spoiler, each of our playable protagonists in this game. Nero's theme is a triple S, capital B banger, and it only gets cooler as you play better. See, not only is the style announcer for this game calling out your ranks as you perform better, another bit lifted from Ninja Theory's DMC, but now whenever you hit an S rank in combat, the theme dynamically switches to the chorus of the song with a quick transition flourish. It's so satisfying to not only have the combat that recognizes when you're really getting into the flow state, but also to have the cool combat music always pop in at a part where you're guaranteed to have been doing well. 10 out of 10. Continuing to move through the city, it's not super clear why demons are invading Redgrave in particular, but it must be important because everyone is here. It won't be long before you get to the first boss fight, but it's been a minute since you've been able to upgrade your abilities and you might be running low on Devil Breakers, so Nico's giving you a quick call to help out with anything you— Jesus Christ, what kind of suspension do you have on that car? Moving on to a large church, Nero nearly gets pancaked by a passing ambulance.
Somebody call a doctor?
Human! I wasn't expecting any survivors!
Sorry to disappoint you. Hey, you happen to see a guy around here, about this big, uses a cane? I was supposed to meet him. Did you snack on him?
Your blood is a very precious sacrifice. Eating you would do me no good. I must have every last drop to rule the underworld as king.
King? You? I don't know. I mean, you're a big guy and all, but you seem more like a knuckle-scrapping fart in the wind than anything else. No offense.
Do you know who I am? I shall show you the wrath of the mighty Goliath!
Trick! Hey, do you do parties?
Alright, so clearly Nero has had a couple of years of experience in independent demon slaying now, because he's quipping like Dante and refusing to take Goliath seriously. Goliath's a fantastic, real first boss, big enough that you can slap away at him pretty freely, but his fight has no less than 2 full stage transitions, from the roof to the church, and from the church to the courtyard. He's got a charge you can parry with the Overture Devil Breaker, he's got red-hot meteor projectiles that you can play tennis on with the Red Queen, once you get a later Devil Breaker you can pull on So Long, Gay Bowser and him into a clock tower. It's a really fantastic intro, and the game is only going to get more ambitious from here. V pops in just as Nero's about to deliver the coup de grace to read a little poetry and stab Goliath to death for us. He's been doing work around the city in the past month as well, taking care of some other roots of the Clyphod tree to try and weaken it before he goes in for another stab at the big man himself. This is going to be the main drive behind the first third or so of the game's missions, Nero and V rolling out to try and destroy Clyphod roots to weaken Urizen for the runback. Nico's more interested in the demonic refuse Goliath left behind though. Anytime you beat a powerful demon, it gives her some more raw materials to use in creating more Devil Breakers. We get a cute scene in the van, the designated in-between mission hangout spot, where Nico gets to talk up her grandmother a bit, Nell Goldstein, the gunsmith behind the creation of Ebony and Ivory. Nero and V both head out to see about the Clyphod roots in their own way, but Nico's gonna stick with the van. One quick trip through the flooding city later, and Nero runs into Artemis, a demon made from the Artemis Devil Arm back in Devil May Cry 3. She's not eager to talk smack though, so it's straight to the fight for Nero. Artemis uses a bunch of lasers to play a game of keep away, but will occasionally send out little independent guns that can be used as grapple points like the Sanctus fight from 4, incredibly useful given how hard it is to catch up with her. In the latter half of the fight, she also has a super move where she floats up to the ceiling and charges a move for a really long time, a prime opportunity to use Snatch to climb up and knock her down for some free damage. Nero cuts Artemis open as a finishing blow, revealing Lady comatose inside. The demon was a mix of the Artemis weapon and a human host. I love this. When we found Artemis in DMC 3, it was just a weapon, a creation of the demon smith Machiavelli, but Urizen's got enough power that he's able to do some kind of reverse devil arm transformation, creating a bespoke demon from the original weapon and the human host. Lady safely retrieved, the gang continues onwards. We check in with V on his side of the path, where he's chatting with his bird summon. This is Griffin, a bird who shares both a name and a similar appearance to the demon boss from DMC 1. Griffin's not the only throwback either, as V's second summon is Shadow, another now-friendly DMC1 enemy. V's not just here for nostalgic references and mysterious backstories though, he is our second full playable character and his summons are absolutely integral to his combat style. V controls weirder than any other character in DMC's catalog. He's a summoner. The control stick will move V around the environment, but any melee attacks will be performed by Shadow from wherever he is on the field, and any ranged attacks will be performed by Griffin. Dodging sideways or backwards summons Shadow or Griffin from wherever they are on the battlefield respectively, so they're integral to staying alive, but they have their own health bars and can be knocked out by enemies as well. Inputs for attacks are still done by tilting the stick along with the attack buttons, but since they're performed by your summons instead of you, it creates a bit of a funny visual as V rattles back and forth while you attack. The last peculiarity is that while your summons can bring enemies to 0 health, they can't kill them outright. V needs to do that by using his cane, just like he did it against Goliath, and that cane attack can be used as a brief teleport if you're locked onto an enemy. It's a very pat your head and rub your tummy kind of gameplay style, but if you're having difficulty managing the squad, there's always the option to spend 1 or more bars of Devil Trigger to allow them to temporarily act on their own. Got all that? Or is it clear as mud? No matter the answer, the march of mechanics continues with V's Devil Trigger. V isn't a traditional member of Sparta's bloodline, so he doesn't have a normal Devil Trigger. Instead, whenever he pops his DT, his hair goes white and he brings out his third and most powerful throwback summon, Nightmare. No longer just taking the form of a pile of goo and guns that he was back in DMC 1, Nightmare is a vaguely humanoid 15-foot tall mass of absolute crushing power. He's completely autonomous by default, so there's no increase to the complexity of the controls, just the visual noise on the battlefield. If you want things dead, you can just summon him and let him rock. Unlike the other two summons, Nightmare can double tap enemies just as easily as V. It's a good gameplay choice since he's dealing so much damage that you'd be just running around on cleanup duty otherwise. The introduction of Nightmare also introduces us to V's final mechanic, pulling out his poetry and reading in the middle of battle. At any time during combat, you can have V pull out his book and start reading poetry from it to replenish his DT gauge. This doesn't stop your summons from fighting, just locks down V in a slower walking pace, so it's absolutely possible to be attacking from 2 places and recovering meter all at once. So between reading for DT, summoning Nightmare, directional inputs, and battlefield location for your 2 normal summons, keeping them alive, reviving them if they get knocked out, and taunting, V has a pretty varied kit at a given time. Another quick phone call and another ill-advised driving stunt from Nico, and it's on to the boss, Nidhogg. Griffin gives us the breakdown that he's just a parasite on the Qliphoth, but calling him just a parasite is cause enough to throw down for demons.
As the air to a bird, or the sea to a fish, so is contempt to the contemptible.
Damn, alright, good to see the new kid has the shit talking down pat. Nidhogg's fight is more or less just a first exam of what you've learned so far as V. He'll put down several tendrils that you have to knock out to bring down his main body, which is where you'll deal the majority of your damage and deal the final blow. Knocking out an Qliphoth route, V only barely escapes a massive quadrupedal demonic tank and makes his way into some sewers to fight his way to safety. One long and stinky trip later, V finally reaches the surface again and calls for Nico with another resupply when... Okay, man, come on, what is going on with this van? The ill-advised flying I could understand, but is this van the Devil Arm Minotaurus, or what? What in the world is going on here? What kind of custom engine did you put in this monster that it's able to burrow through asphalt? V does a bit of a sneaking mission as we encounter 2 demons having a pretty informative chat. Malphus, a large chicken witch hybrid, and Cavalier, a purple armored demon, riding on another one of the time-stopping horses Dante fought back in DMC 3. Malphus is looking for the Sparta, missing in action since Dante's defeat a month ago, since the power it offers could be a threat to Urizen's reign. She bails and V makes his way into the arena for his first big boss fight, the Cavalier Angelo. This boss loves to sprint all over the arena and then come in for wide sweeping strikes at V. Your dodges get noticeably worse if the summon you try to use for it is KO'd, so if your summons get knocked out by taking too much damage on the charges, it can genuinely be a difficult combo to dodge. V knocks out the horse but has to take a knee from exertion as the knight escapes. Now that he knows the Sparta is in play, V is all in on finding it before Malphus does. Griffin seems reasonably confident that V can't wield the Sparta, to which, fair. But V has a different idea. What if he got the sword to Nero? If it has to be wielded by a member of the bloodline, Nero is very explicitly part of that family. Back to Nero and Nico, who have just run into that quadwalker from earlier. This is the Gilgamesh, the demon that made up Dante's boots and gauntlet set from DMC 4, and the entire stage is just his boss fight. The fight starts by putting you in a low area and has the boss start pelting you with ranged attacks, and while there are weak points on his legs that can be broken to make grapple points, he'll collapse right on top of you if you stay there for too long. Adding to that, once you're on his back, you'll find his single juicy weak point to start shaving off health, but if you stay there for too long, he'll spawn some spikes to try and shake you off. There's devil breakers scattered around the arena, and if you are having trouble jumping onto his back with the grapple points on his legs, there are raised platforms that you can try to use for a convenient double jump. It's a fun fight with a lot of varied tools. I'd like it quite a bit. And unlike the Artemis, the Gilgamesh didn't have a human core. Instead, the entire thing was a walking, fighting Qliphoth route. So now that it's dead, that's another mission accomplished. Nico rolls up with the van and the group reconvenes. Lady's awake and talking, so it's time to find out what happened to the crew. Unfortunately, Lady doesn't recall anything from her time in Artemis, but she does remember that Trish was captured like her. Dante, for his own part, is still fully MIA.
You can't travel through here in a car.
Buddy, are you sure about that? I just saw this woman bust through the pavement like 20 minutes ago. The next stage splits the party, letting you pick between either Nero or V, and this seems like as good a time as any to mention that leading up to the release of DMC 5, there were certainly rumors of full multiplayer in the game, where multiple players playing online could control the different playable characters to play stages together. Did I say play enough in this sentence? Whether that rumor was true or not, the full release of DMC 5 features a system called cameos, where in missions with shared physical space, you'll be able to see recorded ghosts of other players styling on enemies. It's cute, even if it does feel a little bit like being introduced to the Skull's Parasite unit whenever I see a player name online. Our protagonist paths converge just in time to meet up on stage to meet the Boys, a squad of Scudo-Angelo and a single Proto-Angelo. Mundus's attempts to create more fighters like Nilo-Angelo that are now under Urizen's control. And they seem pretty distasteful to V, so it's time for these clowns to exit stage. Holy shit, the whole thing's moving. This boss fight is also a fun time, teaming up with a CPU-controlled Nero or V, depending on who you're playing as, to make sure the entire battlefield feels like a real brawl. It's also probably a relic of that scrap multiplayer idea, if there truly was one, but either way, it's a fun time regardless. After cleaning up the rest of the jobbers, Nero and V run into an unexpected sight. V's childhood home. It's rare that V shares anything of his past, but he does mention that Redgrave had been attacked before, even if he does cut it off there. Here's where our protagonists split up again. Nero to head to the main Clyphod for another shot at Urizen now that they've taken care of the roots, and V to find the Sparta. We follow Nero first on a big meaty climb through the bloody trunk of the Clyphod, a stage that's of course filled with spike traps and precarious platforms and fun little rocket surfing mini challenges just off the beaten path. Eventually though, he's almost to Urizen again, and that means it's time for a breather. You're too high in the Clyphod for Nico to make it personally, so...
Does it still work?
No. There's no way.
So, think you can make it all the way here?
Duh. Who do you think you're talking to?
The Redgrave telecommunications network was built by miracle workers. There is no other explanation for this phone somehow being completely functional despite being ripped from the ground and carried miles into the sky by the Hell Tree. Adding one miracle onto another, Nico not only gets our call, but drives all the way to where we are. I'm done questioning the van and the phones. They're both magic. Time for Urizen 2. This time, it's personal. Nero's still hung up on the dead weight jab, which is very funny when you remember it's been a literal month since he heard it last. And the Demon King here isn't exactly happy that people keep calling him Urizen, despite him not actually having a name, so both parties have got a chip on their shoulder and they're ready to fight. This time around, you're fully equipped and more familiar with all of the game's systems, so it's no longer a fight you're here to lose. You've got to break through that crystal barrier and actually deal damage to the Demon King. Something that'll piss him off more than it probably should, considering the way he proceeds to get up off his chair to kick your ass in person. That part you are supposed to lose though, so no hard feelings. Nero's moments away from getting turned into either another cool demon experiment or possibly a Capri Sun when a mystery demon bearing a striking resemblance to Sparta busts through the ceiling to save his life. It's May 3rd, 8:08 p.m., just shy of 2 weeks prior to Dante's first raid of the Clyphod, and he's sitting in his powerless office taking a nap at his desk. Morrison's here to save him from his broke-ass lifestyle, though. He's got a new paying job for Dante, cash up front from his newest client, V.
So, what's your name?
I have no name. I am but 2 days old. Just kidding. You can call me V.
Yeah, okay, dude, chill out. He talks up this new threat to Dante, telling him he's Urizen. Your reason for fighting. Before we get the demon's actual name, the camera fades on a very unintentionally funny shot of V starting to say a syllable, to really build up the mystery as he goes VVV. V's search for the Sparta is ongoing, but he does finally manage to find it lodged in a minor Clyphod route along with... Holy shit, it's Dante. How did you get here, buddy? You good? Actually, hold up. V, are you good? You're getting awfully close with the Sparta thing. Hey, come on, man, calm down. Let's just calm down. We got to talk this out. The house is on fire. Ava, panicked, is hiding Dante in a cabinet with as much care and consideration as she can manage in this disaster, making him promise to be strong, to live his life, to move away and change his name so they can't find him. She leaves to find Virgil, and a scream is heard. Dante's up! The threat of an early morning impalement is just what it takes to get him out of bed in the morning nowadays, though V does genuinely seem pretty nettled that Dante didn't manage to kill Urizen the first time around. So what happened anyway? May 16th, we're back in the Qliphoth, and Dante's got a bone to pick with our nameless Demon King, which means playing as Dante is back on the menu. Dante's style switching is even smoother in this game than it's been before, and he starts not only with Rebellion, but also a set of martial arts gear called the Balrog, just to make sure you're weapon swapping from the outset, along with his usual twin pistols and shotgun for ranged options. This level's pretty light work if you're even remotely familiar with how Dante controls, so one light jaunt up the road and it's time for the man himself.
Well, well. O king of stench and filth. I'm impressed. Those are two of the most badass women in the world. And I only know one other guy who can defeat them. Jackpot.
Dante.
Okay, yeah, they're clearly acquainted. Hope you remember your lessons from Nero's attempt because it's already time for Urizen 3. Be sure to pick up the Kalina and from the unconscious lady if you want to use it mid-fight. As before, the game does expect you to make some progress with Urizen's barrier before it'll give you the end of the stage, but eventually Dante does get bodied just in time for Nero to walk in, and we all know how things went from here. This time we do get to see Dante's perspective after the others left though. Rebellion broke, so Trish tosses him the Sparta so he can keep fighting back against Urizen. Dante tries out one last stinger for the road, but Urizen is done playing, so he slaps him bodily out of the tower before capturing both Lady and Trish. End of story time. Dante heads out and V starts literally disintegrating as he leaves. Are you good, buddy? Do you need to moisturize? Dante fights his way toward the Qliphoth his own way, a bit slower with no supernaturally powerful van at his disposal. He does eventually run into the Cavalier Angelo though, yet another demon he seems pretty chummy with.
Is it Halloween already? That costume looks a little big. I thought you had better taste than that. How about I take it in a little?
Cavalier may not be overly talkative, but he's a fantastic fight with wide telegraph swings that have generous parry windows for cool sword clashes, purple lightning strikes, a really cool looking after image every time he swings, a stylish guard using one of his wings and a teleport, just to give you room to breathe in between engagements. One final decisive blow and okay, yeah, that makes sense. Just like Lady was inside the Artemis, Trish is inside the Cavalier. Carving apart the armor, pieces flying towards what we now know is at least the second motorcycle Trish has thrown at him in his life, the pieces turn the bike into the devil-armed Cavalier. V only barely manages to catch up in time to get unconscious demon babysitting duty before Dante ramps off towards his next stage. Trish wakes up pretty quick though and almost immediately starts interrogating V. Urizen's not a demon. Trish would know who he was. So just who is Urizen? And more importantly then, who is V? May 1st, one day after the attack on Nero, we see the unnamed assailant from the opening making his way to V's childhood home. He was dying. Years of fighting having taken their toll on him, but he needed to live to fulfill his life's purpose, defeating his twin brother. Virgil, because of course it was Virgil, then proceeds to take a page out of Dante's book and impale himself through the chest with Yamato. The Yamato having the power to separate man and devil, this split Virgil into two people. V, his dying human portion, and a familiar unnamed demon lord obsessed with power at any cost. Yes, that's right, baby. Not only is Virgil alive, he's been both the antagonist and the new playable character this entire time. This does mean that V inherited all of Virgil's decades of combat damage though, the reason he's literally falling apart, but it also means that freed of the obsession with power, he's finally able to realize just how monstrous his actions had been, and he wanted Dante to stop Urizen before he died to try and atone for his mistakes. Suddenly, that "I am but 2 days old" quote he gave to Dante on the 3rd of May isn't just a funny little poetry choice, it's literally how long he'd been alive. It also gives new context to Urizen's throne that he'd been attached to this whole time. He wasn't just an immensely powerful demon king, he was an immensely powerful demon king on life support after cleaving half his soul off. So the Qliphoth, on feeling Dante, his twin brother, dying nearby, hadn't been able to distinguish between the two of them and had been keeping him alive as well. Dante doesn't know any of this, and now he's taking his cool new demonic motorcycle / dual chainsaw axe for an extremely wacky woohoo ride all over some unlucky demons. After a bit of puzzle solving, he does eventually make his way to the same house that V and Nero had visited in an earlier scene, the house we now know to be the childhood home of the Sons of Sparta. Dante has a brief moment of reflection in the same foyer where Virgil separated himself into V and Urgil as Griffin catches up, finally asking a pretty reasonable question. Why did Sparta only give one of his sons a sword with a superpower? Dante has a quick think and realizes that Rebellion isn't just a plain old sword. It was able to activate his own demonic power on top of the Temeni Gru all those years ago. So if Yamato has the power to separate man and devil, then Rebellion might do the opposite. And so, for his mandated once-a-game stabbing, Dante stabs himself with a bit of Rebellion's blade still attached to the hilt. Luckily for Dante, he's right, and Rebellion proceeds to fuse itself, Dante, and the Sparta together into that monstrous demon that saved Nero. Back to the present, where Dante summons the Devil Sword Dante, a brand new legendary devil sword for a fully realized son of Sparta, and made with a fusion of his own power and the power he inherited from his father. With that, it's time for Urizen 4, and this time you're expected to win. Dante's new form is a full-fledged new gameplay mechanic that shares a visual similarity to a hidden DT form from DMC 2, the Majin DT, but this time it's called the Sin Devil Trigger. Activating the SDT at all is a bit of an endeavor, as first you have to drain power from your DT bar into your SDT bar enough to activate it, and then Dante stabs himself through the chest with his own devil sword. His impalement has transcended being a series staple. It is now a full-fledged, card-carrying part of his moveset. Once you're in SDT, you can't drop out of it until the meter is empty, but it is an absolute powerhouse, able to easily shatter the crystal barrier that had been such a nuisance before and cut entire chunks off of Urizen's health bar. And then, once you're out of SDT, you get the other good news. The Devil Sword Dante has a brand new moveset that completely integrates all of your old Swordmaster moves into your base moveset and summons swords now. Dante's moveset complexity skyrockets once you realize that there are bespoke summon sword moves for every style in his arsenal, and a quick trip to the shop lets you buy an upgrade that keeps those swords active even with other weapons. That's all the time we have to talk about the new moveset though. Urgil's making some concerning statements about the Qliphoth being complete. He collapses the crystal to grab the Yamato that's been separating Demon King from human devil hunters for 4 full fights now, and he promptly bails. Making his way back to the party, Dante finally finds out what the Qliphoth really is, a demonic tree that grows from the demon realm to spread its roots through the human world. Instead of water, it grows with blood, and once it's fully grown, it sprouts a fruit that grants unparalleled power to whoever eats it, the exact method Mundus used to become king shit of Demon Mountain back in the day. This helps explain Redgrave's current demon situation. Growing a Qliphoth is an immense undertaking, but if a Qliphoth grows and spawns a fruit, it's all the power any demon could ever want. So, all those weaker demons that had been showing up around the Qliphoth, Goliath, Nidhogg, the rest, those are attempted usurpers, trying to help the tree grow only to try and beat Urizen to the final fruit and take that power. Growing a Qliphoth with this context is like declaring an entire human city as a demonic free-for-all with ultimate power on the line, exactly the kind of destructive act Virgil wouldn't hesitate to do at all if his remaining humanity was forcibly removed. I mean, just look at what he's willing to do to the city beneath the Temeni Gru even before he cut part of his soul off. Dante's not interested in that though, he's only interested in the job and so it's time to leave. But not before Nico stops him to nerd out a bit and give him something.
But based on his research, I managed to cobble this.
Aw, that's cute, she inherited her dad's stutter when she gets excited.
Consider it a gift, in honor of us finally meeting.
God, I fucking love this series. Nero is still peeved about the dead weight line, so he and V are both going to accompany Dante down to the top of the Qliphoth to try and stop Urizen from getting the fruit. V gets caught in one of Malphas's traps and has a brief boss gauntlet of enemies from Nero and Dante's stages, managing to steal enough demonic energy to keep going, but not much else. He catches Malphas herself conspiring to betray Urizen for the fruit, par for the course, but he's visibly falling apart at this point and isn't any match for her. Enter a timely Nero, and after a quick gameplay stage as him, we re-enter the same scene to fight her ourselves. Malphas is very easy to stagger, but a weird teleporting baby bird act can very easily trip up first-time players. The bird itself isn't a huge threat, even if... Wait, are those Rathian animations? Did Capcom borrow a rat skeleton for this weird plucked chicken of a thing? I guess use it if you got it, and Monster Hunter World did come out just before this game did. If you manage to knock out her chicken mount or enough time passes, she'll sit in the center and give you plenty of time to deal damage while she resummons it. This is a prime opportunity as well to use the Buster. Oh wait, I did forget to mention it when it came up again. Nero got a Devil Breaker that does Buster moves a couple chapters ago, which means that wrestling has been back on the menu. One last shot in Malphas' history, so V and Nero are headed down to the top of the Qliphoth together since the former can barely stand and the latter's too nice to ignore him. Nero does at least try to convince him otherwise, but he's not the kind of person to deny a last request from a dying man. It'd almost be sweet if it wasn't for the weird grin V had on his face when he thought no one was watching. Meanwhile, Dante's been hopping down the Qliphoth on his own. That new hat from Nico is the Dr. Faust, based on the Faust enemies her father made back in DMC 4, and its power is to fire your currency or spend it in chunks for huge meteors of damage. It's not just a tool for cashing out though. Using Gunslinger allows you to put a Faust hat on enemies as well, and any enemy with a hat absolutely hemorrhages orbs when they're struck, so it's an extremely spend money to make money sort of item. Reaching a frozen portion of the tree, we're all treated to a little bit of deja vu.
Oh.
Huh. Leave at once. Only kings of the underworld may enter these gates. You shall not pass.
Oh, easy there, fella. Hey, I remember Stinky Little Pooch just like you.
You insult me, foul-scented creature!
Looks like your master's got you on a pretty short leash. Come on, little puppy. I'll take you out for a walk. Come on, let's go.
You have fought our kin in the past, and I am king of the Cerberus tribe! They were weak, but we will feast on your flesh and gnaw on your bones!
So, you're the strongest in the litter. Looks like we're gonna need a bigger leash. Come.
It's cute that the soundtrack is a remix of Cerberus' theme from DMC 3, but King Cerberus is unchained and no slouch. He's ready to put all your skills to the test with 3 main modes: fire, ice, and lightning. Fire's all about getting up close and personal, swinging big and hitting hard. Thunder's his more zoning-focused form with plenty of ranged homing attacks and lightning strikes from the ground. And ice is the environmental threat form with raining icicles from above and raised platforms to cut off your routes of escape. You can end any phase early by knocking out the head with the corresponding element, which lets you force phases you're more familiar with, and the wide sweeping attacks of Sin Devil Trigger can easily knock out the whole dog at once. It's kind of poetic that the last Devil Arm boss that Dante fights in this game is the very first Devil Arm boss that he fought chronologically. I like it. Finally approaching the end, Dante finds Urizen in an illusion of their childhood home, the Qliphoth fruit's final form of self-defense being an appeal to the emotions of the person that would eat it. Dante tries to talk him down, but anything good in Urizen was cast out into V, leaving only the empty desire for ultimate power. Urizen finally chows down and loses his weird recovery carapace to reveal an eye-covered monstrosity. Is this why Mundus was hands? But Dante's here to fight, and that can only mean one thing. It's time for Urizen 5, the final battle with the Demon King. He doesn't have the Yamato barrier anymore, but he's kept the entire rest of his moveset along with the punches and kicks that he had back in his DMC 3 Beowulf days. With your experience, your full moveset, and Sin Devil Trigger at your disposal though, it's not hard to just overpower him even after his big fruit boost. You know, that explains a lot about Virgil if even after his big split he's still trying to figure it all out. One thing that isn't directly addressed, but that I love, is in this fight though. Virgil, in all his trauma, has sought the exact power that Mundus used to destroy his family all those years ago. The power that Sparta had fought and won against. And Dante, armed with both Sparta's inherited power and his noble will, is here to stop him. The brothers have, however unintentionally, recreated the same fight between Sparta and Mundus that set off the events of the entire series 2,000 years prior. Perfect. Nero is getting the full story on Dante and Virgil's rivalry from V, having never known anything about Dante's family other than the broad guessing that he was somehow a part of it, and Nero thinks that it's ridiculous for family to be fighting like these two have for the better part of 40 years, to which, yeah. Dante finally lands the finishing blow on Urizen just as Nero and V arrive, and V demands the coup de grace as his final act. Dante's happy to let him have it, because come on, what could be the harm? And Nero's just here at this point for moral support. V has had time to think of a few choice words for his worse half as they both lay there dying, and he's able to give some words of comfort for Urizen in his last moments.
Yet we are connected by that one feeling. While thy branches mix with mine, and our roots together join.
Dante catches on that something's gone wrong about 5 to 10 seconds too late to stop him, and with the reunion of human and demon halves, it's time for the man himself to take the stage. Virgil and Dante trade some quick jabs, but Dante's gassed and Virgil's just reconstituted, so it's not really the time for a big climactic confrontation. Virgil's nothing if not a petty bitch that lives for drama though, so he passes on a couple quick messages to the two of them and leaves to wait for Dante atop the Hell Tower one last time.
What happened to V?
He returned to himself. Go home, Nero. This doesn't concern you.
Like hell. I lost my right arm because of him!
This is not your fight. I need to stop him, and that's all that matters.
I'm not gonna let you have all the fun, Dante!
You don't get it.
Let me guess. I'm dead weight? Well, you can
That's
shove
not
it!
it, Nero.
What is it then?
He's your father!
Oh, yeah, alright, that makes sense. Real talk, Nero being Virgil's kid was something the community had theorized about for years, and it really seemed like a lock, so confirmation after a decade was nice, but for anyone that hadn't put the pieces together yet, this really does explain quite a lot. Who Nero's father is, why they wouldn't have stayed in his life, why the Yamato reacted so strongly to him, why his devil trigger summoned swords, even the demonic voice in him that demanded power. So Dante's not keeping Nero out of the fight because he's dead weight after all. He doesn't want Nero to kill his dad, and also the responsibility of taking care of Virgil belongs to him and him alone. We then cut to literally space as the Qliphoth roots continue to extend skyward, giving Virgil a good place to monologue.
That day, if our positions were switched, would our fates be different? Would I have your life, and you mine? Let's settle this. Dante.
I really like this talk from Virgil because it makes it pretty clear that his time as V wasn't lost. It fundamentally changed who he was. His quest for power is over, a failed experiment, and now the only thing he wants to find out is if his own power, with his restored humanity, is any match for his twin. The crew reunites, Dante explains the situation in his own way and proceeds to bail, but not before Nico passes him a brand new Kalina Ann 2, a new model for Lady, temporarily on loan. If you picked up the Kalina Ann earlier, this does give you access to the double Kalina Ann, dual-wielded rocket launchers with a really satisfying laser when you fit them together. No time to play around with it too much though, the DMC-1 boss crew is still around despite V disappearing. Griffin explains that they're literal products of trauma, nightmares of Virgil's time as Nilo Angelo in DMC-1, and now that they're free of V's control, they are here for the run back. It's a Malay Island special. First, a fight with Griffin, then Shadow, then both, and then Nightmare joins the mix from V's discarded cane. This level is actually pretty short, but it has some fun things you can do for the final boss. Destroying Qliphoth nodes will cause parts of the final arena to collapse, making the arena bigger and cutting off pools that Nightmare can use to restore his health. As the only member of the crew that can speak English, Griffin gets the dying words for him. They knew they wouldn't be able to live, or they'd just serve as a reminder of Virgil's trauma, so they went down fighting the good fight, just like they did back in the day. And seeing all of this, the relatively somber finish for the comedic relief and nostalgia character in a single package, we, the audience, are left with only one question. Where the hell was Phantom? Now, some folks in the comments will point out that there's an entire comic that shows V defending the people of Redgrave for the month between the Qliphod's appearance and Nero's arrival back at the start, one that shows him collecting the summons but being ultimately unable to reconcile with Phantom's inherently antagonistic and hostile attitude. Those people are objectively saying true things. They're also wrong. That's right, Phantom found a new gig working for the Bayonetta series and has been having an absolute whale of a time ever since. Don't look at Bayo 3. Don't look at it. Nero barely manages to meet up with the folks in the van as they race along a crumbling portion of the Qliphoth towards solid ground again, but he's not interested in escape. He wants to find Dante. In his absence, though, Nero's willing to demand answers from anyone else in range. Trish admits that she had some inkling of the truth, but hadn't shared it with him either for the same reasons as Dante. They don't want him killing his own father, no matter how much Nero hates Virgil for what he'd done. Lady chimes in with a somber agreement that killing his father is something he'd never recover from, something we as the audience know she has first-hand experience with. Nero jumps out of the crumbling car to... where? Where did you possibly go from there?
Hey, Virgil! Your portal opening days are over. Give me the Amato.
If you want it, then you'll have to take it. But you already knew that.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
How many times have we fought?
Hard to say. It's the only memory I have of us since we were kids. Time to finish this, Virgil. Once and for all.
What else is needed? What more could you possibly want? This clash started with two brothers atop a Hellgate, and it's going to end that way. Both of them are absolutely determined to not back down. Virgil won. Urizen 6? Virgil 4? Whatever it is, it's the culmination of 5 games of rivalry, and it absolutely rules. This is what the entire series was building towards, and it knows it. Virgil's in top form, dashing and teleporting and summoning swords in equal measure, and you as Dante have to be in equally top form to match him. Breaking the summoned swords does give you small amounts of DT, or blocking them with a properly timed Royal Guard builds even more, so the game is still here to give you a little help while this man hands you your own ass on a platter repeatedly. Once you've taken off about 40% of his health bar, Virgil pops his own Devil Trigger and starts attacking even more aggressively with consecutive judgment cuts and a massive Bahamut-style dive bomb with accompanying summoned swords. He's also perfected his big Judgment Cut from 3. Judgment Cut End, now capable of stopping you in your tracks if you're within its effective range and sharp enough to cut the air around you. Push him even further and he'll go into DT with another trick he picked up in the last decade.
Not in a million years.
DMC Virgil's doppelganger has made it into the moveset of the man himself. There's some reprieve to be found in the clone having less health than the man himself, but it's still a hell of a threat. Sin Devil Trigger stays able to chunk massive parts of his health bar off, but as you finish the fight, Virgil gets one good final slap in before finally realizing what Dante was talking about halfway through the fight, and has a moment of clarity that Nero's his son. The two stance up for a final decisive strike, charge, and are only stopped at the last second by the arrival of a brand new threat. Mission 20 starts 23 minutes after the brothers started their fight, with Nero finding another miracle of Redgrave telephonic engineering just in time to call Kyrie for a bit of a pep talk. He's been lashing out at everyone around him, lost and confused, but one call home is enough to center him and give him the confidence for what he needs to do.
I couldn't protect Credo. To this day.
I hate myself for not having enough strength. But this time is different. I swear! I'm not letting you die!
Nero's arm first changed when he tried to protect those closest to him back on Fortuna, so it's only appropriate that his devil trigger should awaken now as he tries to stop his dad and his uncle from fighting each other to the death.
Listen to me. I told you already. This is not your... You listen. Dead weight.
Nero says in no uncertain terms that Dante and Virgil have exhausted their fight, and that this can't end with the two of them killing each other. Virgil, clinically unable to hold an L, agrees to fight Nero only under the condition that if he beats Nero, he beats Dante. With that, it's time for one final fight. The Devil Breaker is gone. The DT gauge is here, and the music is appropriately somber for one final clash between father and son. Psych! Of course the final battle has a banging soundtrack to match. Activating Nero's Devil Trigger for the first time prompts the background music to change to the excellent track named Silver Bullet, a remix of Devil Trigger specifically for this fight. The fight with Virgil is more or less a victory lap with the benefits of constantly regenerating Devil Trigger gauge, giving you functionally unlimited health, but he is no slouch. Oh, or maybe he is. And if he's slouching, you know what that means? It's time for a buster! With his arm and his demonic power restored, Nero is now able to bust her at any time. And what better target than his own estranged father? Clash with Yamato. Knock him and his doppelganger's heads together with an excited jackpot. Even DDT him into the floor out of his big aerial charge with the buster counter mechanic from 4. Nero's not taking shit from Virgil right now, and neither should you. Clean this mess up. It's time for everyone to go home alive. Dante's having a blast as Virgil loses the fight, but Nero's here to tell his elders to start behaving and close the portal to the demon realm before it takes over the human world. Virgil's making excuses, but he's clearly spent whatever lingering regrets he had left, so he and Dante leave for the underworld to sever the Qliphoth from its source. Nero is understandably unhappy with the two of them leaving and being unable to return if they close the portal from the underworld, but Dante tells Nero in no uncertain terms that the only reason they're willing to leave is because Nero has the power to defend the human world from demonic threats on his own. One final chat with his son later, Virgil follows after Dante, leaving his book of poetry from his time as V in Nero's care. 2 hours later, Nero and Nico are headed home out of the ruins of Redgrave City in extremely good spirits, and Nico turns around Nero's question from the start of the game. How's it feel, saving the man who killed your father? Nero's quick to write off the question, but Nico is there to offer comfort in the way that only she can.
It doesn't matter. They're both gone now anyway.
It's okay to cry. If you want, Nero, over a loss.
Not cry.
It doesn't make you a crybaby. Does make you a little bitch, though.
There it is. You think I'm a demon?
I didn't cry when my asshole daddy died. But... yeah, I know. I wouldn't be here without him, that's a biological fact.
Right.
All I'm saying is, tough guy, it's okay to cry if you want.
I'm
Devils
not
cry.
crying.
Devils cry.
I'm not gonna
Kittens
cry.
cry.
Will you
Meow.
shut up? Will you
Puppies
stop
cry.
it? Look at you. You're
Why don't you
nobody's
cry on my
crying, all right?
shoulder?
Stop
Come
saying
on, cry on
cry.
my shoulder. I know you wanna.
You say cry again. Devil may cry.
Nero picks up a call from Kyrie and lets her know that he's coming home soon, only to be interrupted by a couple demons in the middle of the road. Start up the music and equip the brand new Devil Breaker for Nero's new Phantom Arm because it's time to fight through the credits the same as every other game. Nero's moveset has expanded even further for every subsequent playthrough. He now has access to the old Devil Bringer and the Devil Breaker movesets, as well as new Phantom Strikes from his old stand to use alongside Exceed. It's a culmination in Nero's moveset with a level of complexity to rival Dante's, a true successor to the title of Legendary Devil Hunter. Cutting the camera to hell for the second credits sequence, we find Dante and Virgil getting along in the way only they can, trash-talking, killing demons, and competing all the while. And then once the credits end, we find Lady and Trish lounging in the Devil May Cry offices eating pizza, finally convinced that Dante might genuinely not be coming back after a month of radio silence. Morrison puts a quick end to their argument over ownership of DMC as he walks in with the deed and puts the pair of devil hunters to work, and the camera cuts to show what Dante and Virgil have been doing in the months since cutting down the Clyphod. Sparring for fun, instead of murderous intent, finally resolving their differences and having fun with a much healthier rivalry. Their fight's interrupted by a demonic intrusion though, and Dante ends the game the only way he could.
Don't you dare say it! Jackpot!
So, Devil May Cry 5 was unquestionably a commercial and critical success. Fans of the series and newcomers alike bonded over the stylish combos for a new console generation, the earnest fun that the story provides, the music. God, the music! Devil Trigger absolutely took off as a media darling, and once the special edition hit and Virgil's theme Bury the Light came with it, that song just absolutely took off for use pretty much anywhere you care to name. DMC5 also really neatly finishes off the story of the Sons of Sparta, to the extent that if we never got another sequel to this, we will, it's DMC, then this is Capcom we're talking about, but join me in the possibility space. If we never got another sequel to this, it'd function as a really good closing chapter on the story of DMC. In this game, the two brothers finally reach the ends of their respective arcs. Dante in his taking responsibility for Virgil, and Virgil in his final attainment of the ultimate power he always sought, and in doing so, they end up recreating the clash that started the entire series. And then, in the final moments, Nero surpasses those ideals with something stronger. Despite having just found that connection to his heritage, Nero embodies Sparta's familial love and uses it to save the Sons of Sparta from themselves, finally coming into his own as a full-fledged equal now that he's reconciled his self-image with his demonic heritage by having something to protect. Dante loves life, Virgil loves power, but Nero loves his family, and it's that third one that finally unravels the trauma started all those years ago when Mundus killed Sparta and Eva and inadvertently set the sons on their respective paths. Am I reading too much into this? Maybe. But I don't really think so. DMC as a series is pretty straightforward in its writing and interpretation, and as a result, the writing doesn't really feel the need to hold its audience's hand to guide them through the emotional state and motivations of the characters. If you're just here for the action, great, here it is. But for anyone with some investment in the story that this series clearly cares about a lot, there's an equally satisfying payoff. The lyrics to Dante's theme song, Subhuman, are not shy about laying out how poor his mental state is by this game. If, him sitting alone in a powerless office wasn't enough to tip you off. Its lyrics are all about how Dante is deeply unsatisfied with his lot in life. He's picked up the mantle of humanity's protector, but all it's resulted in has been separation from his family again and bearing the burden of being subhuman, his years of emotional distance eroding the lively humanity he had back in DMC3. But he's still here, woohooing and pizza manning it up. V's theme, Crimson Cloud, is even less subtle, all about struggling against death and hurting those around him. The line, split myself in two, is particularly blatant, given the truth of who he is, but V is constantly fighting against his rapidly approaching death in order to satisfy two main drives: the need to protect the people of Redgrave from his own short-sighted mistake, and the need to reunite with Urizen and complete himself again. And most notably, with the special edition, we also got Bury the Light, a song that's very much escaped containment into the popular eye since its release, but one that also speaks to Virgil's mindset through the end of DMC5 as a whole. Starting with the famous storm that is approaching line, Virgil's declaring himself as an unstoppable force of nature by referencing the line spoken to him by Arkham so long ago. The song lays it straight out that he sees the Sparta lineage as one of bloodshed that he's been doomed to by destiny, and though he rose from the ashes of the attempt on his family's lives, he sees himself as forever tainted and set apart by the endless quest for power he's been chasing. That what good exists in him has to be suppressed, that he bury the light in himself, and that he will always be a wanderer with no home to return to as a result. A declaration that Nero directly refutes through action in the final battle. I don't think it's any coincidence that the final battle mix of Devil Trigger is called Silver Bullet when the Silver Bullet lines from Devil Trigger directly reference darkness. When the night ends, it's not over. We fight through to get closer. Like a silver bullet piercing through, I throw myself into you. Put plainly, when the darkness that Virgil had assumed to be his only fate finally gives way to the light of a different possibility, his family will still be fighting to reach him until he accepts them. DMC 1 to 5 have been a story of love, and so it's only fitting that familial love is what finally rescues the member of the family that had been craving it for so long that he'd managed to convince himself that it was an impossibility. And with the end of DMC 5, that seemed to be it for DMC. That was quite literally all she wrote. Itsuno left Capcom after producing Dragon's Dogma 2, putting our hopes for any DMC 6 on the back burner for the foreseeable future, and the story had come to a satisfying conclusion, so fans weren't exactly in a huge hurry to get the next entry other than, they wanted to play it. But then, in late 2018, hot off the heels of the success of Netflix's adaptation of Castlevania, the producer of that series, Adi Shankar, announced that he'd acquired rights to produce an animated Devil May Cry. The combination of that recent well-received adaptation of a beloved franchise, as well as the creator's very outspoken love for the Devil May Cry series, meant that people were pretty jazzed about this one, though it would take a couple of years for the actual show to follow up on the news of the adaptation. But when it did show up, oh boy, did it ever show up. Prior to the full release of the series, the advertising for it was encouraging, and would quickly establish a fast-paced and irreverent tone for the show that pretty well matched what fans were familiar with, but with some changes in the form of an early 2000s rock soundtrack and a rogues gallery of popular demons from across the franchise. The villain was all but a newcomer, the White Rabbit, an antagonist from an uncompleted DMC3 prequel manga that never got properly translated or even fully released. Add this to an unexpected appearance from Virgil in a trailer stinger, and it seemed like we were remixing a bit, but the pieces were firmly in place for an adaptation of a story about pre-DMC3 Dante, possibly leading into the events of the games, or possibly taking their own route with it and running into completely original interpretations of the story. The latter ended up being the case, much more than the former, but without going into detail I can't really lay out why, so before I start losing my mind in earnest, let's get into detail. Episode 1 opens on Vatican City, where a clandestine group of soldiers is breaking in past the Swiss Guard to access the Pope's secret stash of ancient treasures. Mid-looting, they're interrupted by a humanoid rabbit with a blue crystal that starts monologuing about humanity's infatuation with hell as he grabs the Force Edge out of the back of the room. He takes a sec to kill everyone and blows up this whole wing of the Vatican, and with that we're out. Meanwhile, in New York, we get our introduction to our Netflix Dante as he saves a mother and her makeup-wearing baby from some demons in an alley. He's cool enough while he's moving, but before he can get too impressed, he opens his mouth, and it's our traditional DMC3 dumbass in top form. He takes a moment to say hi to the child, only surprise, we the audience know from a flash earlier that it's a shape-shifting demon that apparently, abducted this woman's baby or something, and lured her into the alley. Pulling a gun on an infant, Dante understandably gets knocked aside, and it's time for credits. Our opening credits roll is set to Rollin' by Limp Bizkit, and I'll admit, when I first heard about the soundtrack for this show, I was fully convinced that it was just going to be hey, you remember the 2000s? This is all from the 2000s. That was 25 years ago, old man, it's time for your meds. It was, as it turns out, exactly going to be a play for 2000s nostalgia, but I'll admit that I fully warmed to the soundtrack choices by the end of the series. Well, most of them. The early 2000s rock being all over this series makes a lot of sense. The original DMC1 came out in 2001, so choosing music for the show that's contemporary with the original release manages to fit right in. Understandably, an attack on the Vatican has attracted some fairly outstanding media attention. We get some news reports talking about it, and eventually we get a pretty conspiracy-heavy shock jockey recapping the events more or less correctly, based visually on notorious rat alarm clock user Asmongold. He's pretty reasonably mocked by late-night hosts for his outlandish theories, only for a nerdy scientist type in the White House briefing room to echo them word for word moments later, which is a pretty funny bit. The president, that's this man here in the comedically tiny cowboy hat, just in case you were wondering, raises reasonable questions of, wait, do you mean actual demons? And, no, for real, demons. Are you sure? To which the VP, voiced by the late great Kevin Conroy, takes control of the conversation to establish Dr. Fisher's credentials as more or less a hell scholar and demonologist. We get a pretty wide deviation here from the original DMC setting that's going to change a lot of things over time, so I'm just going to lay them all out in short order. Demons are an evolutionary branch of humanity that lives in a parallel universe that we've named Hell. Our worlds have been separated by a quantum field of interference for thousands of years. The quantum field keeps larger demons out, but instability in the field creates small portals that can let smaller demons through. Dr. Fisher himself works for Dark Realm Command, or DARKCOM, a paramilitary demon hunting group funded in part by the Vice President himself. That's a lot, and the President and most of the Cabinet agree. All except for the VP, basically, who's more or less salivating at the thought of getting to go to war with hell. Unfortunately, their leads have more or less dried up at this point, so their only choice is to check out the tapes that they somehow got from the Vatican thieves. I think the implication is that it was some kind of American paramilitary group, which is a hell of a crime on its own, but that's the least of our concerns right now somehow. The rabbit's straight up telling them to go find hunters, so it's time to play along and round up demon hunters to try and figure out what it is he wants, because at this point they are fresh out of any lead that isn't literally being handed to them. After a brief montage of demon hunters being arrested, oh hey Lucia, what are you doing here? We get a little scene of Dante at a diner from the original 2007 animated series getting a little distracted from his strawberry sundae by a fuel tanker getting thrown through the shop front. Don't worry about the other patrons, they all hid behind the strongest counter on Earth. This next shot of Virgil walking out of the fire and confronting Dante was actually used as part of the trailers before the season's release, which makes it extra disappointing when it turns out he's actually Plasma, just showing up as Virgil to mess with Dante a bit before he underworlds through the floor. Back at the CIA, they're finding limited interrogative success with their assorted band of hunters until Discount Constantine here points them at Dante's broker, a character from the DMC novels named Enzo Farino. Enzo's immediately set up as an incredibly stereotypical image of what New Yorkers are from people that have never lived there, the kind of guy who'd say forget about it with absolute sincerity, and he's also a survival-focused coward first and foremost. He sets up Dante's familiar backstory for the government stooges and the audience both, missing father and family dead to demons, and gives the US enough info that they're willing to bet that Dante's our man to hunt down the rabbit. Back to the man himself, and I do think that Dante's combat choreography in this scene with the plasma is fun enough, even if it is pretty simple. A bit of a show of force man just to protect his pendant and fight off Plasma again, who retreats to fight another day. Enzo's thriving in government captivity, firmly talking off his captor's ears with stories about demons and giving us a theory about the White Rabbit that lifts his origin directly from his abandoned manga origins that end up not actually mattering too much because we're going to go a different direction entirely. He does drop the basic Sparta lore for the folks new to the series though, that he was the right hand of the King of Hell that betrayed him and sealed Earth away from his armies. The story diverges a bit from the familiar though, as Enzo goes on to explain that it was the power of Sparta's sword and a magic amulet that allowed him to separate the two realms, not Sparta's own power that was sealed into the equipment at a later time.
Ugh, smells like some millennial bullshit to me.
What year is this even set in? In any case, Mr. Scientist here sciences out that the perfect amulet from DMC1 is actually a transmitter for the quantum signal splitting Earth and Hell, with the Force Edge serving as a very sharp decoder for the signal, and all this is possible because even though demonic technology looks medieval, it's actually quantum mechanical technology that outpaces humanity and blah blah blah. God! Do we really need to do this? Is it not enough to just say that it's magic? Do we need to be able to have someone spitting jargon about quantum signals at me to explain that Sparta could do all this? I know the year is 2025. I know that the cool thing is for magic to actually be advanced science, but we're not in 2025 right now. We're back in 2005 and Dante's doing cool spins on a weird skeleton man. Anyway, what this means on a plot level is that the complete amulet meeting the Force Edge is an end of the world scenario, one that would merge the human and demon realms together. Okay then. They should go get the amulet or the sword from the rabbit is the natural conclusion. And DARKCOM here did try to run a mission to get those out of the rabbit's hands, at least, but they fucked up so bad that there's only one survivor who was sent back by the rabbit to let us know that Dante has the other half of the amulet on him. Or maybe we're not supposed to know that Anders here was specifically spared by the rabbit, but come on man, of course he was. We cut to the credits playing a more somber version of the human half of Devils Never Cry, and that's episode 1. So, immediately, we have some pretty major departures from the original series tone and setting. That is to say, there is a setting this time. It's Earth. The assault in Scene 1 is on the literal Vatican. Dante's from Brooklyn. The United States government is doing illegal international shit, and the Vice President's pet PMC are major movers and shakers in the plot. We're not fucking around in the Gothic castle on Malay Island anymore. This is a matter of international and interdimensional significance, and that's going to start to really show its weight by the end of Season 1. Similarly, the cast is going to be much larger for this show than your average DMC game. Just the speaking roles in the first episode outnumber the same count in pretty much any DMC to this point. It's in the nature of adaptation to change the format of the story, and I don't necessarily dislike this change on its own, but it does introduce some snarls to the messaging that we'll talk more about later. As for those new characters, the White Rabbit is clearly having a good time as our primary antagonist, and voice actor Hoon Lee really steals the scene whenever Rabbit's on screen for any extended period of time. On the note of voice actors, Dante is voiced by a series veteran, but maybe not the one you were expecting. It's Johnny Young Bosch, the voice of Nero from the games. This was a choice that got some confused looks from the general public before the show came out, but Capcom's more or less cut ties with Langdon in recent years, and JYB is a professional. Bosch also did some homework to try to distance his performance as Dante and Nero as best he could, saying in an interview that to try to really nail down his role, he voice acted all of DMC 3 on his own time to try and get a feel for Dante's mannerisms. And I think that he does a really solid job of making Dante's acting different enough from Nero's that the two feel distinct despite the shared VA. One last minor story note that will turn more major later. The Force Edge isn't sealing off hell from the other side in this continuity. It's being kept safe and secure by the Pope. No, not that one. Episode 2 opens on an extended mission briefing scene, with a full room of quirky OCs getting the lowdown on the Capture Dante mission from the VP, while a squad of captains, commando, plus ladies stand to the side and quietly roast them. The VP tells them that the goal is to get the amulet from Dante. What is this graph for? Are these Dante's stats? Are these Dante's stand stats? And pretty soon the mercs are all dismissed, except for one guy who Lady stops on the way out. She gets really weirdly up in this guy's space, talking up the anti-demon rounds her crew is loaded up with, talking about demons trying to disguise themselves as humans, talking about a we can always tell talking point. You get the idea. This devil hunter is actually a demon in disguise, and she gets rid of him in short order with the rocket boots and head explosion ammo.
Lieutenant Arkham is the pride of this righteous army.
I'm just helping secure a world for our species.
Oh, it feels real weird to hear her get called Arkham, and even more so that she isn't resistant to it at all. Anders is back and gets permission to roll out with the Captain Commando squad, so they pack Enzo into the van and roll out to get Dante. Enzo gets sent in as the distraction to keep Dante in his apartment, otherwise empty, but with big vibes of his DMC3 office. Dante's not exactly jazzed that Enzo seems to have set him up on that last job for Plasma to try and steal his amulet, but Dante's forgiveness is quick and cheap even when he knows you're setting him up a second time. The mercs bust through the window and it's time for the fight, and for the purposes of the show, this is our intro to Dante's combat. This is very intentionally reminiscent of the fight from the beginning of DMC3, only against human mercenaries instead of demon invaders. Dante's just as unbothered though. And he's clearly having no trouble trickster dashing past bullets and doing some impromptu pool takedowns. We find out later that Dante apparently doesn't kill literally any of these dudes during this scene, but I don't know, man. If you throw an I-beam at most dudes, they're probably gonna bite it. Guerrilla radio cuts out as Dante tanks a shotgun blast to the chest, but let's be real, we know that's not gonna stop him. The camera cuts to the commandos outside, who take opportunities to talk about pretty much anything. Anders' scar from the White Rabbit, our resident scientist being here to study the amulet, Dante's healing factor, Sparta and Sparta being all but homophones. They even do a whole, oh, he's wearing an important artifact as a jewelry, isn't that weird bit? This leads directly into Mary giving her equivalent of the DMC3 introduction speech.
Typical demon shit. And I guess Sparta woke up one day and realized, hey, this is evil as fuck.
It's, a bit less respectful in tone to the subject than the speech it's based off of. Dante's still absolutely tearing through the mercenaries. Oh, that's Round Trip, I know that one. Mary finally decides that he might be gassed enough and zips through the window, using a couple remaining mercenaries for enough cover to get a good angle to grapple the amulet directly off of Dante's neck and ninja vanish out of the scene. Dante gives chase and it's time for our protagonist to slug it out on the rooftop. The rocket boots change the math a little from the fight we're familiar with, the two of them trading shots in a reversal of their fight from DMC3, but this earlier iteration of Dante isn't matching her shot for shot yet, and one of the anti-demon rounds makes it through and explodes his shoulder a little bit at the same time that he disables the rocket boots. And hey, the round worked. That means he's a demon. Mary does her shirt rip thing again, expecting another big demon organ in his chest, but it's all full flesh and blood human, so that means he's the next worst thing. Half demon. Dante doesn't buy it, having made dead demons his stock in trade for more or less his entire adult life, but his assurances aren't exactly stopping this mystery woman from shooting him apart, so he takes the quick option and just cuts her gun in half. Mary runs and is caught in short order, and Dante manages to get the amulet, but Mary reveals it's actually a grenade, disguised as his amulet. I think that's what they were going for here. Did they just have holograms as part of her Darkcom Commando kit? I mean, she's got the jet boots, and hell is science now and also real, so sure, okay. A hologram is probably not stretching the limits of believability, but when did she swap this out? Was this a just in case for if Dante caught her? Could you imagine the meeting if she forgot about that and just handed a grenade over to the scientist man instead of the genuine article? In any case, Dante drops down and says jackpot before getting tased to the ground and injected with some kind of sedative goo with bonus spider nanobot. And that's episode 2. So this one was mostly action, but there's still a decent chunk to talk about, and it's kind of where the first real problems people will have start to pop up. I'm going to save any major character criticisms for a bit, focusing instead on the story beats. Dante, in this fight, does have the Flash problem of riding around super speed characters. He's dodging bullets and teleporting around against the early mercs, but when it's time for him to get his amulet back, he's stumbling forward and getting inconvenienced by smoke grenades. If I had to play devil's advocate, I could say he was tired after fighting a couple dudes, but the ease on display when he was taking them out leaves that feeling a bit unlikely. But also, that explains why Mary waited so long to join the fray. On a backstory beat, Dante doesn't have any idea of his demonic heritage. That's a bit of an uncomfortable pill to swallow. The self-hatred that stems from being a demon when demons are what took his family from him in the first place is pretty core to his character, but that could also just be an effect of him being the earliest in any timeline that we really see Dante. It's not out of the question that his heritage could be newer info. As for the Darkcom Commando squad, they've got all the vibes of a mini-boss squad from a different game entirely, but they spend the entire episode just kind of talking to each other. In the meeting, in the truck, they only exist as devices to hype up Mary or talk about the major beats of the plot so far. Mary's also using more high-tech gear than we've ever seen Lady using, but we can probably chalk that up to being in the employ of a pretty financially stacked PMC. More notable to her character is the complete 180 on how she talks about the legend of Sparta. Back in DMC 3, the writing stressed that this was a figure of myth and legend that had been made real for Lady, like an entomologist running into Mothman. Mary, on the other hand, isn't dealing with a living legend, just a historical figure she doesn't have any respect for, and her tone really drives that home. It's not nearly the worst slander Sparta's going to get over the course of this series, though, so we'll leave it for now. Overall, episode 2 is some of the best the action's going to be and some of the most fun Dante has in the entire series, so this episode's pretty alright. Episode 3 opens on a young Mary taking an oath to defend the world from monsters with an unnamed childhood friend who we'll just call the kid from Pagemaster. We cut to her walking out of a movie with her parents dressed like Thomas and Martha Wayne, and holy shit, wait, is that Arkham? I guess it'd have to be. He's Mary's dad. But he just never really struck me as like a suit and tie kind of guy. I'm getting distracted. Taking a walk through the subway, the family catches the attention of a strange man with a glassy black eye who John! You're telling me that the clown from DMC 3, this incredibly unsettling priest, was named John? I don't know how to process it. I'm getting distracted again, sorry. I'm just going to call him Arkham for my own sake. The homeless-looking man transforms to reveal he's actually a demon, and Mary, inspired by her oath and the action movie she just watched, hangs back to aim her toy gun at him. A poor decision that's only saved from being a fatal one by the providence of a passing subway car. Her dad tries to report the attack to the police, but since demons aren't common knowledge and cops are assholes, he's laughed out of the precinct. Weeks later, Mary's mother is confronting Arkham for neglecting both his work and his family in favor of pursuing research on the existence of demons, a theory that he'd apparently already had before the incident that's now become an all-encompassing obsession. He can't sit idly by while demons are invading Earth. He needs more power. To defend his family from harm, naturally. Mary catches him saying that all that matters is the strength to defeat the darkness that threatens us, and we cut to credits. Back in the present, Dante and Enzo are understandably a little pissed that a US paramilitary force has kidnapped them without cause. Oh, first time?
But I'm pretty sure this violates the Geneva Convention or something.
The Geneva Convention only applies to humans.
We get a couple more shameless Capcom references. Did you clap when they mentioned Raccoon City? Do you like Mega Man? Captain Commando is driving the truck. Mary's got some new gear courtesy of Nell Goldstein in the lab, including a conspicuous box with the letters KA on it. And are we really gonna do this? Do we have to surf Dracula the Kalina Ann? In another truck in the convoy, the scientist is doing science on the amulet. Apparently we can't just smash it because the gemstone is maintaining the barrier between worlds, an unnatural force that has to be maintained. Cut back to the least two science-minded individuals in the cast trying desperately to share a brain cell fast enough to escape, only for Mary to turn on the truck's fully integrated prisoner incineration system.
The Geneva Convention only applies to humans.
Also, apparently that spider bot is a nano-explosive that detonates if Dante gets more than a mile from Lady, so sure, alright, he's stuck here for now. The VP also wants to chat with Dante for Darkcom recruiting efforts, but he's understandably not jumping at the chance. The convoy stops for a traffic jam just as Science Man sciences out that the other half of the amulet is approaching their location, something the group as a whole figures out in short order as the rabbit shows up to blow up a building and fire a rocket launcher at their trucks.
My leg's stuck.
Not anymore.
Mary, that's how you get people bleeding out. Oh boy, it's time for the demon mini-boss squad to show up. Everyone is here. Echidna from DMC 4, Agni and Rudra from DMC 3 with some fresh new noggins, Plasma making his bold return for the run back, and Cavalier from DMC 5. Mary's going to 1v5 here, so the White Rabbit is left versus the rest of the Commando squad, something that's more difficult considering the demon bullets don't seem to be exploding him like their usual targets. And they're down. Good job, team. Brief cut to the VP getting unknowingly kidnapped by another Plasma, I guess, considering the usual one is fighting Mary right now. And then it's time for more Mary v. Everyone. Ugh, how good is that armor? She's a normal human. That shit should have reduced her ribs to a 500-piece puzzle. Yeah, but I digress. In the truck with Anders, it's revealed that his survival at the rabbit's hands was intentional, setting him up as a mole within Darkcom. But that's it. The amulet's complete. Game over. Right? Only the rabbit's not doing anything, so there must be another piece he's missing. Scientist Man quickly tries to take him out with a keyboard and just about bites it for his trouble, but a quick, bloody, asthmatic attack from the rabbit gives him just enough time to pull a grenade and... Okay, yeah, man, what were you expecting? Dante busts out of his cuffs, courtesy of Anders literally turning them off for him, and it's time for the main event, but good luck, Spider-Man! You've got to choose between hunting me and saving the bus full of children! Cavalier takes Enzo for some reason, and the mini-boss squad makes their exit. Wait, how large is Echidna? Some shots she's like 20 feet long, but other times she's just chilling in a normal truck. This isn't just a one-time issue either. She's only ever as big as the room she's in. Anyway, action scene time, so cue The Last Resort by Papa Roach. The highway fight scene is pretty fun, but between the spikes in the tires, blocking entire blows from Cavalier, and literally being used as a weapon against Agni and Rudra, I'm convinced that this is the sturdiest motorcycle ever made. Dante uses Agni and Rudra's weapons briefly, but tosses them aside to take out Echidna, gives Agni and Rudra some road rash, and has some quick banter with an uninterested Cavalier before almost catching up with the rabbit, who's incredibly interested in making Dante tap into his demonic power. Just as it seems like Dante's going to finally catch up, the world's most resilient motorcycle gives up the ghost and Dante makes one final lunge for the rabbit, only failing as he passes the 1 mile leash at the last second and triggers the explosive in his neck, blowing half his head off. Plasma is back on the bridge explaining his power to a couple of soldiers for nobody but the audience. He needs to copy a still living host for his ability to work, which doesn't really make sense if you think about it. How does he copy their clothing and gear as well? But it's just a cheap plot device for later, considering that we never see this soldier again. Wait, doesn't this mean that Virgil is still alive? That's it for episode 3. This one's mostly action, so I don't have a ton to say, but I do feel like leaving Anders alive is a real big swing from the rabbit that only barely managed to pan out. Yes, he was able to get the information to confirm to Darkcom that they needed to hunt Dante's amulet, but him getting into the quirky mini-boss squad stretches the limits of plausibility. This episode also does establish that Mary seems to be incredibly durable in that Darkcom armor, even if her crew doesn't, and that she's proficient enough with all of her tricks and tools for her to be able to duke it out with 4 major demons for a not insignificant amount of time. Dante, for his own part, doesn't do anything until he's let loose, at which point he basically ends the situation single-handedly. Was that part of Rabbit's plan? Is everyone here just taking a dive, or is this just a case of them jobbing for the sake of the plot? Whatever the case, the driving sequence is fun, even if the actual action is pretty standard. Rest in peace, Science Man, I guess. I genuinely thought you were going to be our Agnus on my first watch. And also, before I go on, yes, Agni and Rudra having heads is a weird creative decision that makes them less interesting overall. I don't have a part 2 to that statement, it's a bad idea. Episode 4 starts with some contextless power level jargon from the Commando squad, but they've got a tracker on the amulet, so it's time for the whole crew, plus special guest Plasma, to go track it down. Hey guys, it's me, Plasma. Remember, I turned into this guy. Also, I'm gonna flash blue and crackle because I think you've got the memory of a peanut. Also, really, we don't suspect Anders at all, despite him being the repeated survivor of a dude with a 100% fatality rate. Dante's getting carted onto a plane while he's sleeping off his detonated head, and we get a few sleepy time memories of the amulet that, oh man, they're cute. Look at these two, Dante in his suspenders and Virgil in his little vest. That's precious. Little Dante asks his mom for a story about their dad, but the dream turns nightmarish with thoughts of the rabbit calling him a son of Sparta. No time to reflect on that any further. The plane is meat, and they're all tied up with the VP. Agni and Rudra are here to play a DVD for the crew. Again, what year is this? And the Veep takes another chance to try and pitch a religious conversion to Dante. Hey everybody, what's up? It's your boy White Rabbit here for another episode of Let's Play Kidnapping and Manipulating Dante. Mary's crew has made their way to the amulet's location, and no sooner have they entered the building than... Listen, have you watched Dread? Or maybe The Raid? They're doing The Raid. The rabbit pulls out a little PA announcement that Darkcom is in the building and that no one should help them under any circumstances. The team starts to move out and gets maybe 12 steps in before immediately getting torn to pieces by Cavalier and Echidna. So, rip bozo to the Captain Commando mini-boss squad, I guess. You died as you lived, accomplishing nothing and jobbing to the demons. The music in this scene is also incredibly knockoff Crimson Cloud, here to make an appearance because DMC 5 got popular, I guess. Mary only makes it out by the grace of her magnetic gun bracelets and the strongest elevator door on Earth, so it's time for her to raid her way through the building unseen. Expert mercenary abilities leaving her wandering around like a ghost. Oh, no, she immediately had a laser tripwire and got hit with the Scarecrow fear gas. Alright. Rabbit's still talking to Dante on the plane, talking some extreme shit on Sparta, calling him a deadbeat, calling Dante a child of aristocracy who knows nothing of demons' pain and suffering, calling Sparta's actions selfish by virtue of rebelling and then promptly sealing the people of the demon realm in with Mundus while he lived with humans.
Talk about your dad like that?
He calms down and explains that the plane's gonna blow unless... Dante pulls his devil trigger. Yeah, alright man, sounds good. Everyone in the plane's stressing except for Enzo, who's pretty jazzed to find out that his little protege is the son of Sparta. Dante's still in denial though.
See? 2 millennia. You really think my dad is a demon from 200,000 years ago?
Never change, you stupid, stupid man. Agni and Rudra want to rile him up for a fight though, so they're quick to talk some shit about a 5-year-old child not fighting off the personal hit squad of the Demon Lord to get Dante all ready to scrap. Mary's having some real trouble with the fear toxin and starts hallucinating her dead dad or dead squad and Cavalier. Oh no, wait, that one's real. She manages to get away just long enough to ask some of the residents for help, which they reluctantly give, only to reveal that, surprise, the family helping her is demons. Cavalier decides to be a dick and break their table on the way out, but this family's got more to worry about because no sooner is he out the door than Mary's got them at gunpoint. Dante's fight with Agni and Rudra is ongoing, and like, this plane is ludicrously spacious. Like, they're swinging big and knocking him back, and... What was that? Did you catch it? Why does it look and sound like that? Is the plane made out of stone? Yeah, welcome to Air Force 2. We just had the whole thing carved from finest marble. Fuck it, look. It just happened again. Who packed the fucking rubble into their luggage? Anyway, Dante's getting thrashed and Agni hits him with a pretty solid cut across his chest, but a quick glance at a stewardess that resembles his mom is enough to partially activate his DT. He finally starts hitting back and... Enough with the rubble. Why is this fucking plane made of stone? Agni gets murked and Rudra gets so mad that he does what they were supposed to do the whole time and gets ready to blow up the plane. We cut back to Mary and she's still got the family at gunpoint. But okay, I get it. It's a fear toxin thing. She sees this family as a bunch of mindless demons. She isn't holding innocents at gunpoint. Nope, never mind, she's talking to them. She is fully cognizant of what she's doing. The demon family then drops the bomb of maybe the biggest change in the franchise. They're refugees from the demon realm, Makai. At some unspecified point in the relatively recent past, Machian warlords somehow poisoned the air of the entire realm, which, combined with the giant monsters and constant struggles for territory, meant that it was completely unlivable for the weakest demons.
Weak-ass sob story.
Jesus Christ, Mary, can you turn it off for half a second, please? So it turns out the rabbit is offering to smuggle demons past the barrier to Earth for anyone that wants to make the trip, but no sooner do these demon refugees manage to make it to Earth that they realize that humanity isn't exactly the most accepting group themselves, and having literal horns on your head makes it even harder to blend in. So now they're stuck here at Rabbit's disposal. Also, apparently he's experimenting on orphans, just in case it wasn't clear enough that Rabbit was the monster in this story. Lady puts a racism aside for half a second and promises to evacuate the families from Rabbit's refugee camp, and we cut back to Dante for long enough to see Rudra blow the plane and send everybody tumbling through the air. End of episode 4. So, Okay, we've obviously got a lot to unpack here. There are a few big changes from the original games that end up polarizing folks pretty heavily, so we'll go one at a time, starting with Mackay and Mackayans in particular. If you've gotten this far in this video, 1, good job. 2, you're probably already aware of where I'm going with this, but for the folks who had to step away for a snack and left the video playing, demons in the Devil May Cry series are not, by and large, sentient. Yes, you've got your phantoms and your munduses, but talking with a demon is like having a chat with a hurricane. It is not about to change its mind or its actions from something as small as a conversation. But that's why Dante in the games is such a freak. He's the guy that can successfully fight a natural disaster, like some kind of, I don't know, humanoid typhoon. Listen, the point is, the rest of the residents in hell in the games are generally salivating freak beasts or giggling sleep paralysis demons, with demons as a whole functioning as an allegory for humanity's worst instincts for destruction and power. But this isn't the original DMC, and the Mackayans aren't freaks off a leash. They're people, warlords and refugees alike, and that comes with a whole new set of ethical snarls, not least among them being Sparta sealing off the demon world with Mundus still alive. Mundus's death in the original DMC at Sparta's hands was one of the main reasons his entire army fell apart. The forces of hell are only ever capable of really banding together because there's someone strong enough at the helm to keep them all pointed in approximately the same direction, towards Earth. Sparta's wall was a man putting up a fence between humanity and a predator species that would hunt them to extinction. But here, in our new continuity, the rabbit is talking monstrous actions, but the narrative justifies his opinion on Sparta at the very least. The wall separating the realms was a means to keep Mundus from the human realm, yes, but at the expense of every Maccayan locked on the other side with him. In this context, Sparta didn't just get the big decisive win. He seems to have done damage. Sure, we got an entire sequence about him fighting off Mundus's armies, but those fights ended with him retreating to the human world and taking big swings to slow down the Dark Lord. So alright, now instead of 20 years of Mundus planning a comeback tour, it's 2,000 years of oppression that we've got to work on. And since it's their last appearance, let's also take a moment to eulogize the Captain Commando squad that Mary comes in with. They've all got code names and gimmicks. 2 of them are in a relationship. They've all got really generic personalities that you could have just ripped from any action movie from the early 2000s, and they just don't ever do anything. They're in a meeting. Then they're in a truck. Then they're out of a truck. Then they're in another truck. Then they're unconscious. And then they're dead. Is there something I'm missing? What was the point of these people? Did we need to have Mary with a squad so she could experience the pain of losing them for a brief hallucination and another weightless emotional shot in like an episode or 2? Would it not have been enough to have Mary doing her own thing alone on the other side of this conflict? They don't offer any exposition that someone else in the story didn't already do or wasn't already capable of doing, so why couldn't these have just been generic mooks? Last and unquestionably pettiest complaint. The names of Dante's moves aren't ever said out loud in the games. Listen, I know we have to call it a devil trigger. I know that's its name. I know that not everyone does know that. But there's something fundamentally awkward about the way it gets inserted into the dialogue here. I always assumed that the names were just what Dante called them in his head. That's why you get stuff like High Time and Million Stab. But anytime it's referred to in dialogue, it's always just demonic power or something similar. So do we have to have this big moment of calling out his devil trigger and them saying devil trigger repeatedly? I get that you're about to, spoilers, use a song that's literally named Devil Trigger, but come on, man. Anyway, I do have more to say about the refugee narrative that the show works towards, but I've been talking for long enough about episode 4 at this point, so let's get back in and check in with Dante. Okay, maybe not. Let's check in with Mary. Still trapped in her mini-raid, Mary just barely dodges Echidna, making her way into the scene.
Plasma and I can take care of the sapien bitch.
Oh, right. So up until this point, the rabbit had mentioned the term a few times, but now that the jig is up and the truth of Mackay is known to the audience, we're going to see it a lot more. Demons are going to be referring to humans as sapiens a lot from here on out. Their way of distinguishing, I guess, but do you really want to pick the word that just means able to think as your other identifying phrase? And more seriously, how did Echidna fit in an elevator? Outside, the Captain Commando squad, not the dead one, just the grunts, are getting ready to breach into the building with Mary as soon as she cuts the power. We see what are presumably some of the results of Rabbit's experimentation, entire cells filled with monstrous goons and a barracks full of less humanoid demons. Given the earlier conversation, I am capable of assuming that these are the results of the unexplained experiments Rabbit was performing on orphan children, but it is never explicitly confirmed, so like, grain of salt, I guess? Mary is wandering through the lab where these guys were created, and holy shit, that guy's dome just came clean off of the neck. Like, that shit was barely attached. Mary mercy kills one of the patients and Plasma rolls in, not without flashing his eyes red just in case we, the audience, had forgotten who he was because we apparently lack long-term memory. In the sky, Dante does some acrobatics to grab some parachutes and saves his not mom, and I'm not an expert in aviation or crash survival, but surely pulling a parachute in the middle of a huge mass of free-falling shrapnel isn't going to go so well, right? Dante runs out of parachutes before he runs out of innocence, and the scene ends just as he begins to morb, so we cut to Mary. Lady and her companion are headed for the last set of stairs when he drops the name Mackay, but whoops, Lady never mentioned Mackay. Plasma just starts unloading with the gun, and it's like, you're clearly made, man. Lead with the morphing whip arms. Mary gets tossed into a room with enough force to finally cause trauma, and she offers her position in Darkcom as leverage to Plasma to keep her alive. She offers to feed him information and passcodes so he can better infiltrate, and we, the audience, know that Plasma needs a living host to mimic, so by the time Echidna makes it up the stairs, he's already disguised himself as Mary just in time to get shot with Echidna's poison spikes. Mary gets in a quick one-liner and then it's 1v1, but this time Echidna doesn't mount so much of a defense, so it's pretty quickly 2-for-1 from our merc. Back to Dante, and the soundtrack going into a new rendition of Devil Trigger is a pretty solid tell for what's about to happen. One quick chorus later and Dante's fully transformed into his new DT form. It's very Devilman Crybaby in its look, and I don't mind that, but I do miss the more monstrous faceplates he had in his early DTs from the games. I guess that wouldn't really work as well, but the Demons and Humans is the same message that this show is interested in, so whatever, it's fine. A new set of wings is more than enough to let Dante save everyone though, even the VP, despite the fact that realistically he should probably just drop that dude and said he missed one. I absolutely adore how the wings fold into being his coat though, 10 out of 10 on that one. Rudra's back now that Dante's hit his DT though, so we'll be back to them in a moment. Mary finds the command center for the building, empty and with a security camera of its own, so it's pretty clear that her making it this far may have always been part of the plan. Before she can open the door to let her team in, though, the doors start to open on their own, and we see a bunch of explosives placed and timed just far enough in to catch a very on-point military force as they try to breach. Dante and Rudra have a big throwdown in the sky, and I'm at least a little sad that Dante doesn't use Rebellion at all at some point during this, but the little speed blitz at the end here is a nice finisher. Dante really gives Rudra the business and spots the explosion from Mary's building mid-fight as the bombs from earlier go off. Mary gets in touch with her squad, her warning saved them from the explosions, and now that she's actually got a team that's survived more than 30 seconds and is actually able to enter the building, she's setting a new mission. Darkcom forces are to prioritize the evacuation of the Maccayan refugees to free them from Rabbit's influence. Cool. Dante's run out of meter and Rudra's got him pinned though, so it's looking rough, but even untransformed, Dante manages to divert their course back towards where he wanted to go. The two arrive in a playroom filled with white rabbits and oversized blocks, and it looks like Rudra might have Dante dead to rights before Mary shows up and pops him in the dome, and suddenly our mini-bosses are almost all dead, and our protagonists are all teamed up and aimed in the right direction. Mary's recent experience with the Mackayans has left her significantly more accepting of Dante at the very least, considering she isn't shooting him on sight. We get a shot of multiple rabbits mutilated like Mary's team, to which, did Rabbit just do this to be a dick? Clearly yes, but she was in the building when that happened, so clearly he didn't have a ton of time before she got here. So taking some of that time out to make a little unnerving effigies before he goes on to his next destination is extremely petty in a way I appreciate. The tracker's here though, and the amulet isn't, so they clearly got played. They'll need another way to find the rabbit. Conveniently enough, Rudra's got a holoscreen communicator on him, and there's a call coming in. Rabbit calls up to challenge Dante to come stop him from assaulting the city with his monster army, and Mary's trying to figure out why Rabbit is bothering with any of this, when Dante drops the bomb that he's Sparta's kid, and Mary figures out what we, as the audience, have probably put together by now. Rabbit was pushing Dante to finally awaken his demonic abilities because those are what's missing to prime his blood to unseal the barrier. Now that Dante's fully cooked, Rabbit just needs a bit of his blood to get the ritual going, so it's as simple as Dante not going to the fight to save the day. Something that, as Rabbit points out, he is straight up too arrogant to do. While this has been happening, the scene's also been cutting back intermittently to show the VP calling up the Darkcom soldiers and demanding answers of why they're just helping demons. He gives the order to the soldiers to exterminate the refugees just as Plasma, apparently still alive, makes it to the surveillance room to see Captain Commando commit a war crime.
The Geneva Convention only applies to humans.
Ah, right. My mistake. But is this what you wanted to have your Capcom reference characters doing? Executing civilians by firing squad and flamethrower truck? You don't see a tone problem? This monstrous act is enough to galvanize Plasma fully against the people of Earth, and he starts up the self-destruct for the building just as Mary finds a Pepe Sylvia corkboard that delivers an actual twist for once. Rabbit wasn't just doing this for Dante. He's got some sort of deep-seated vendetta to carry out against Darkcom as well. The moment ends as the explosives throughout the building go off, killing the remaining Darkcom personnel on site as Dante tackles Mary out of a window. Roll credits. So it was a bold choice to have the big devil trigger moment in the same episode as the unilateral decision from the vice president of the US to have his pet paramilitary group extrajudicially execute refugees. I understand. This is selling Baines as the true villain, much in the same way Arkham was the villain of 3 and Sanctus was the villain of 4. I know I'm supposed to feel exactly one way about it, but I'm really supposed to just assume that an entire squad of soldiers heard the full story about these demons being refugees and were just willing to turn on them without more than a word from a higher-up? Maybe that's part of it too. I don't know, man. The whole thing just feels custom-tailored to shock and disgust the viewer, and in that respect, mission accomplished, gang. Pack it up. It is also at least a little weird to have Devil Trigger playing for Dante. Devil Trigger was Nero's battle theme for DMC 5, with lyrics that contrast his more human upbringing with violent thoughts from his suppressed demonic urges. That kind of angry duality was never really Dante's style. His human-demon dichotomy was all more woohoo/depression, so it's not a perfect fit initially, but given the changes to Dante's character in the show so far, it does work at least a little better than it would have otherwise. And I get it. Devil Trigger's popular. They want to include it in the DMC show. But for real though, man, you stole your nephew's voice actor, his cool demon arm, and now his theme song? Dick move. Going less noticed in all this is a more subtle shift in the show. Mary's been the deuteragonist this entire time, but with the rabbit's motivations revealed to be aggression and hatred of Darkcom as much as trying to unseal hell, her investment and involvement in the story start to take a front seat at the same time that Dante's importance is relegated to being a martially competent key. Because in a situation like this, with demons that are hunting Dante by virtue of his lineage alone, a lineage he isn't really invested in, isn't the more narratively interesting thread the one that actually seems to care about what's going on? Dante's checked out emotionally, which is very true to character, but this is a show, and the plot has to move, and so Mary steps forward to keep the actual narrative moving, something that we're really going to see emphasized in Episode 6. So let's roll. Episode 6 foregoes the usual Limp Bizkit introduction entirely in favor of a short shadow play featuring an unknown figure and the White Rabbit, the first of many stylistic differences to the episode. We start with a nearly monochrome depiction of Mary's childhood, wordlessly showing Arkham's extended descent into his research. In fact, the entire episode features almost no dialogue until the very end. Mary's clearly upset by the fact that her father is locking himself in his room for extended periods of time, but only ever interacts with him by peeking through the keyhole of his study, something he puts a stop to after she catches a glimpse of a severed demonic arm. Elsewhere in New York, we're introduced to a small boy with an Alice in Wonderland book being introduced to a foster home. This boy seems to be adept with electronics, constructing a small remote-controlled drone on his own, but he's stifled by the other children and his foster parents, subjecting him to emotional and physical abuse. He's interrupted one night by the appearance of a small portal to Mackay in the back alley outside his home, and as he draws a parallel to the stories of Alice, he makes the decision to move through. These scenes are intercut with shots of Mary almost choosing to enter her father's study, but tearfully turning away at the last moment. As the boy enters the portal, the art style shifts on his arrival to Mackay, and he begins to succumb to the toxic atmosphere even as he's chased by local megafauna. Barely making his escape, he's eventually saved by a kind Mackay resident and passes out, waking up in a refugee camp made up of weaker Mackayan residents where he finally finds the acceptance he wasn't able to find in his old home. Mary, for her own part, continues to have a mostly normal childhood with her best friend, Earth's youngest accountant. Both are clearly growing and thriving in their own ways, one on Earth and one in the demon realm, and one day the boy finds a strange glowing crystal in what seems to be a massive landfill and is seen tinkering with it using Mackayan technology, a scene held against Mary practicing hunting with a toy gun. On another day, we're shown a massive demonic fortress where weaker Mackayan residents are enslaved and forced to serve stronger demonic masters, a visit that's interrupted as one of the boy's younger adoptive siblings is shown having developed a fatal case of poisoning from extended exposure to Mackay's atmosphere. In a scene set to Afterlife by Evanescence, a new track made explicitly for this show, both of our protagonists' lives are altered by radically different but no less traumatic events. Mary finds her mother physically struggling to stop her father from injecting himself with an unknown substance, something he'd presumably distilled or otherwise concocted from the demon blood he'd been experimenting with. She fails to stop him, and in the immediate aftermath of his mad science, Arkham throws Mary aside and kills her mother, feeding on her in an animalistic impulse and somehow inheriting her heterochromia as a result. Mary attempts to fight against her father, but is knocked aside again into a table full of assorted glassware and burners that immediately sets the entire room ablaze as it's knocked over, seemingly burning her father to death. The scene cuts to the youngest member of the boy's family being placed atop a funeral pyre as Mary watches her childhood home burn down in front of her. The boy chooses to leave his Alice in Wonderland book as a memento on the pyre, finally disillusioned with the idea of a Wonderland, something that's intercut with shots of Mary's Demon Hunters Club fort burning down as well. We jump forward several years, with a now adult Mary walking up to the Dark Realm Command Building to enlist, and we're shown our mystery boy having further honed the strange crystal device he built as a child. It's now able to find and stabilize portals to the human world. He takes a step through into Central Park and brings refugee families with him, allowing them to breathe deep of the fresh, unpoisoned air of Earth for the first time in their lives. We continue to contrast shots of the unknown man bringing friendly refugees to Earth against Mary finding and exterminating demons, as well as capturing some humans that appear to be trafficking them. She finds a note about an abandoned warehouse with a date and gears up with the jobber crew to raid it, another day as usual, while in Mackay we're shown that the normal refugee ferrying operation is taking a dangerous turn as one of the Mackayan megafauna appears to chase them. The two stories collide as the man brings its latest group through the portal and into the waiting kill box of Mary's squad, who hold their fire with the first dialogue of the episode as Mary realizes that there's a single human being among the boxed-in demons. With refugees all visibly surrendering, the man tries to argue with the Dark Comm Squad that they're all just trying to get to safety, but Mary's not having it. As far as she's concerned, this man has been smuggling demons into Earth, to which, he has, yeah, but maybe there's room for nuance. Negotiations are interrupted by the reappearance of the monster's head from the portal behind the demons, and everyone begins to scatter as Dark Comm opens fire and massacres the civilians in front of the man's eyes. Mary orders the evacuation of the building and tosses a bandolier of grenades over a weeping child and into the waiting mouth of the large demon, destroying it and the building along with it. Waking up in the rubble, bloodied and alone, the mystery man begins to sob and then to laugh, surrounded by the dead bodies of the people he tried so hard to save. Cut to a familiar corkboard and we're shown our mystery man, now extensively scarred and sporting a life-saving demonic blood infuser, sewing the White Rabbit's mask onto his head and donning the suit we've seen for the entire series so far. Cut to credits. I don't think it's unfair to say that episode 6 is the best episode of the series, and it's not hard to see why. The stylistic choices and art are both phenomenal, and the decision to make Mackay's appearance more childlike and innocent does help to sell the childish fantasy the White Rabbit held onto for so long, even as Mary's segments feel uncomfortably down to earth up until her father literally transforms into a monster. I also think that the lack of dialogue helps this episode out a lot. The writing in this series is pretty much always ham-fisted, at best. So leaving you with no dialogue and letting the fantastic animation work of Studio Mir hold up the episode lets it clear a much higher bar of quality for, if nothing else, taking off the weights that have been so readily holding the rest of the series down. The other part of this episode that lands is it's genuinely emotionally affecting. From the rabbit's clearly abusive situation leading him to abandon everything for a trip to Wonderland, to Mary's unhappy childhood home, to their shared loss of family and events that would galvanize them to take actions that would eventually lead them with conflicting paths. It's a tragedy, but it's a tragedy that works because you can clearly see what happened and how they got there. Mostly. Showrunner Adi Shankar has spoken in multiple interviews about a preference for nuanced antagonists over out-and-out villains in his stories, saying in an interview with Esquire that any good villain, any human being, is the hero of their story. There is logic and narrative justifying them. They don't go, I'm gonna do villainy. They're going, I'm the hero. This is a particularly stark contrast for the White Rabbit over traditional DMC villains. Drawing parallels to Mary and Dante's experiences, he also had a childhood that was shaken by a tragic event. But unlike the assault on Sparta's home or Arkham's murder of his wife, the violence for the initial event was much less direct. The poisoning of Mackay's atmosphere that led to his adopted sibling's death. It is unquestionably still violence, but it's shown as a consequence of the monstrous actions of the demons that rule Mackay rather than direct action. So we understand the White Rabbit's urgent need to save the people closest to him from the dangerous conditions in their home, and in this moment we can understand what started him on that path. Where this starts to fall apart is a little easy to miss, considering it's a relatively shorter part of the sequence, but it's when they begin to intercut the White Rabbit's refugee missions and Mary's demon-killing missions. The refugees the Rabbit saves all seem to be peaceful humanoids, but the ones killed by Mary and her Darkcom squad are all more traditionally monstrous entities. We're never shown Rabbit ferrying through any of these more hostile demons, but Bizarro Doctor here has a picture and note clearly detailing the next time Macayan refugees will be arriving, and some of the humanoid refugees are seen gathering before the portal opens. So what's happening here? Are these Macayan refugees engaging in a sort of demonic fauna smuggling operation to make ends meet, considering there's clearly a market for it? Are these more hostile demons coming through with the rest, on purpose or otherwise, or are they sneaking through on their own time? In which case, how does that justify Doctor? Rabbit's stabilizing the portals, but we don't really get a feel for how long they can stay open for, or how well guarded they are for the duration. So is his refugee mission inadvertently exposing hostile Macayan fauna to Earth? Where, in short, does the distinction between peaceful refugee and hostile hellbeast get drawn? It's clearly not a distinction drawn for Mary and her squad, considering they opened fire on the surrendering civilians first, even when there's a much more clear and present threat. I could generously suggest that it's to make sure that there's no sort of containment breach, but it is really striking to have a giant three-headed lizard eating some of the humanoid folks raising their arms in surrender, even as the paramilitary extermination squad opens fire on them. Just the literal worst of both worlds for the people coming through that portal. And I get it. I get that the cruelty is the point, that this is supposed to show that Darkcom doesn't distinguish between the two, but we, the audience, are clearly supposed to. So what's going on here? Maybe episode 7 will have more answers. We open on a shot of Mackay as the White Rabbit arrives once more, adjusting the juice dispenser on his chest to combat the hostile environment and making his way to a strange underground shrine with a stone slab depicting the Sephiroth, where a blue and red knight is waiting for... Shit, that's Nilo Angelo. This is about to get really stupid. Rabbit fills the knight in on the events of the story so far as they pertain to him. He was the one that tipped the rabbit off that Dante was the son of Sparta, and that he had the other half of the amulet. He also shares that the first half of the amulet was apparently given to him by the knight, who proceeds to give him a vial of Virgil's blood that he has, somehow, after demonstrating that it strongly reacts to the perfect amulet. Before leaving, though, the knight draws the force edge from the rabbit's back and says that it's too much power for him, only giving it back after the rabbit states that he knows the knight's identity. There was only one way he could have gotten the amulet and the blood, after all. Dante and Mary both wake up after the explosion that sent them flying from the building in episode 5, proceeding to argue a bit before Mary realizes that the explosion that leveled the building meant the death of her remaining Darkcom allies and the Macayan refugees, not knowing that the deaths of the latter happened before the explosion, nor that the explosion was retaliation for that event. She just thinks it's the White Rabbit's fault. Retrieving the KA briefcase, how did that get here anyway? It was on a truck. She gets ready to head out and stop the White Rabbit on her own. Dante wants to go, saying in a bit of a noble sounding but kind of disjointed speech that he thought Sparta was different from other demons, but that when he pulled his devil trigger before, he was forced to reckon with the feelings of rage and hatred that powered it. He says that he knew Sparta must have felt the same feelings and fought against them, creating the wall between realms, and that the amulet was a gift from his mother to guard, so this is his responsibility. Mary seems to agree with the part of his speech about demons being powered by rage and hatred, but isn't having any of the rest. If Dante's blood is the last key to uniting the realms, then the best way to stop the incoming apocalypse is to not let him anywhere near Rabbit in the first place. So she tosses him into one of the armored trucks and tells him that this isn't about Sparta. It's about the vendetta the White Rabbit has against Starcom, which means it's her responsibility. So, okay. This is our DMC3 responsibility argument, only, written worse. Trying to get to the meeting point as quickly as possible, Mary carjacks a passing dude who thought it was a good idea to catcall the woman in full super soldier armor and heads out. While she's on the way, the rabbit quickly calls his trusty mole and says that there's a small snag in his plan that requires his help, but he doesn't specify further on camera. Mary's running a little late, so she lowers the ramp of a passing truck and sends it spinning out of control in order to ramp directly onto the roof adjacent to the highway where Rabbit is waiting, blowing up her ride in order to take out a larger monstrosity on the way in. With the first death of Rabbit's army apparently not counting as a breakdown in diplomacy, Mary announces that she's here to negotiate for the amulet in exchange for Dante's life. He's stuck in one of the flamethrower trucks after all, and that means that she's got the leverage. If Dante dies, the Rabbit never gets the final piece he needs to unseal the wall between worlds. You may have already spotted the problem with this, but just bear with me for one sec. She explains for the audience that the demon army in front of her is the result of the torture and experimentation mentioned by the refugees previously, and argues that this is a reasonable trade in exchange for keeping their dream of a liberated Makai alive. Losing the amulet's a setback, sure, but losing Dante is game over. So yeah, before we continue, why is losing Dante game over again? We got a whole explanation from the scientist several episodes ago, you remember him, that the amulet is what's keeping the realms apart. So wouldn't the destruction of the amulets functionally do the same thing? Isn't maintaining the barrier with the sword and the amulets kind of against the rabbit's principles in the first place? Does he know that shattering this will lead to his goal anyway, or was Discount Agnus wrong? You cannot have it both ways. One side of this conflict should absolutely be willing to shatter this rock in order to accomplish their goals. But halfway through the series, we just have to assume that we're changing the rules on how this thing works in order to have the plot function at all. If it were Dante, there's a clear reason that he would want to keep it. It's a memento of his dead family. But Rabbit and Mary don't give a shit about that, so what's stopping them from— whatever, these are the rules now, we just have to accept it. Mary also alludes to the rabbit having another cause the army of grunts might not know about, something we can assume to be his vendetta against Darkcom, but how would letting Dante die serve that agenda? What about having the amulet helps him get his revenge against Darkcom? Whatever the case, it seems to work though, and Mary gets the amulet back just before Rabbit points out that there's no reason for her to keep Dante alive in the first place now that she has the amulet, unless she's developed some attachment to everyone's favorite pizza man. Mary quickly shuts that down and hits the button, but surprise, it's just the remote for the sound system in the car that she blew up a moment ago, somehow functional after exploding, until she tries to stop it, at which point the car blows up again, and what fucking car radio do you have that can survive an explosion and cause another one? Regardless, diplomacy has failed, and it's time for Dracula to hit a sick wave as Mary pulls out the Kalina Ann for the first time, instantly blocking one blow from Cavalier and blowing him away with a shot a moment later. As the demons charge, Mary takes out at least one more with a second shot at the Kalina Ann before blocking a few more blows and cleaving a demon cleanly in half with a bayonet, stabbing a third and dropping the rocket launcher as she pulls out a rifle to fight the rest of the— okay, pause. In Devil May Cry 3, the Kalina Ann isn't just a weapon. It is a weapon, clearly, and an effective one at that, but there's a reason it's named after Lady's late mother. It's a literal representation of the weight she carries, the representation of her quest for vengeance for her mother's death against the man that killed her. It's never far from her, more identifiable for her character than any other outfit or armament, and the moment that she gives it to Dante is not just a way of gearing him up for the final battle, but an explicit gesture demonstrating her putting her faith and her life's work in Dante's hands as the final confrontation exceeds what she's capable of. It's a fantastic emotional beat, and none of that is ever explicitly spelled out for the audience. We don't even know that it's named after Lady's mother until we get the weapon, at which point the whole thing kind of falls into place. So anyway, in DMC Netflix, the Kalina Ann is a cool gun that she pulls out of case for a big finale, fires twice and then abandons in the corpse of a demon. Cool. Moving on. Mary quickly runs out of ammunition and takes a small wound, but it's enough to lay her out somehow. Rabbit explains that his entire army is using weapons coated in a paralytic toxin. This is an anti-Dante squad. The moment somebody lands a hit, it'll paralyze Dante, or slow him down enough for them to get the blood they need. Wait, if they cut Dante, don't they already have the blood they need? So now they're down a few demons, but Mary's KO'd on the floor and Rabbit has the amulet back, so mission failed, I guess. We'll get him next time. Rabbit leaves one of his goons to deliver the coup de grace, but Dante arrives just in time to save her.
Dante!
Yeah, man, I'm happy to see him too. So now it's time to no, wait, the rabbit's still talking. I'm gonna let him cook for a sec, but just for the record, I do feel like the writing for this entire extended sequence on the roof makes very little sense. Even then, it kind of peaks with what's about to happen, so I'm gonna be laying these arguments down point by point, and we'll come back to it in a moment. So, the rabbit says that he wants to show Dante what he's fighting for, and baits him by saying it's where Mundus still rules and that Mundus is the one who killed his family. He explains that Mundus has been bleeding Makai dry while Mary and her Darkcom crew have been sealing off Paradise, directly calling them two sides of the same coin. Dante's having a laugh about Earth being Paradise, which, yeah, fair. But Rabbit invites him to walk past the squad of demons to see Makai, and Dante accepts. Dante walks through the portal and is immediately and fully laid out by the toxic air while the White Rabbit monologues. Rabbit draws his sword now that Dante's incapacitated and takes his blood— nope, sorry. He holds Dante at sword point, and talks about the inhumanity of Sparta's wall. That its only purpose is the purpose of all walls, to keep the powerless in their place. He kicks Dante back through the portal after effortlessly blocking a swing from him, and monologues a bit more about how the portal device works, while Dante chokes on the floor, making an earnest plea for Dante to understand, from the air that had just knocked him flat, that removing the wall entirely is the only way to ensure the survival of all Machaians. Dante argues back that opening the wall would result in genocide, that the survival of humanity stands no chance if demons can cross over freely to Earth, that millions will die. Rabbit counters that millions already die, concedes that opening the portal will let Makai's monsters through along with the oppressed, and argues that the worlds will eventually hit an equilibrium after 1 or 2 generations, that'll end the suffering of those who come after that turbulent time. He makes a plea for Dante to join with them willingly, offering that he could end Sparta's mistake, but Dante's still firm in his belief that Sparta was a hero, something that Rabbit mocks briefly with a jab at how he was absent from Dante's life. Mary finally gets over enough of the paralytic to speak, and Dante just walks past Rabbit to take a spot standing exactly where he was before this whole conversation to reset for the fight. Mary warns Dante about the poisoned weapons, but Dante's not planning to take a hit, and so it's time for the fight. There's a pretty fun action scene here as Dante tears through the army, but they all start sitting behind as Cavalier steps up for a 1v1. Dante blocks with a dude who gets cleaved in half, and he wraps up the 2 halves as Hulk hands, and is this supposed to be our devil arm, I guess? He boxes for like 2 hits and then tosses it, so I guess not. And a couple flips get him back to Rebellion, where nobody has bothered to pick it up.
A drop of blood. I just need a drop.
I don't know, maybe you should have thought of that when you had him choking on the ground like 3 minutes ago, man. Rabbit's still just standing on the sidelines with the rest of the army for some reason, so Mary tries to take a shot and Rabbit counters by firing off a blade beam. This distracts Dante just enough for Cavalier to knock him back through the portal, and Rabbit finally sends the rest of the crew in after him to fight, while Rabbit goes to finish off Mary personally. She's got her voice back in full by now though, and she points out the hypocrisy in his actions, that revenge against Darkcom is his primary motivation, that if he cared for the oppressed, he wouldn't be experimenting on orphans for his demon army, or holding Machian refugees prisoner in the raid compound. Rabbit counters by saying that he feels the pain he's causing, but that he's the better of 2 evils, that he only has to use his methods because his enemies do worse, and then tries to say that Darkcom has turned Mary into a soldier, just like he turned his monstrous Frankensteins into soldiers, something that actually seems to land with her for some reason. He says that Darkcom recruited her because only people who have lost all connection to their world can be free to fight for another, which, sure, that applies to Rabbit, but how does that follow for Mary? If we're to assume Darkcom is grooming child soldiers, they would have had to have some role in the death of Mary's parents, something that we haven't seen any evidence of. Although if we're extrapolating from that, maybe they gave Arkham the demon arm? And even if she had been targeted by Darkcom, she's not fighting for another world. It's still her world. Fighting against monsters has visibly been a dream of hers since her childhood, even before the attack by demons, and her father's subsequent obsession. Rabbit tries to draw parallels to the protagonist by saying that Mary, Dante, and himself all had their families taken from them, culminating in the Rabbit finally taking off his mask. Wait, wasn't that sewn on? To reveal that he's the human Mary thought her crew had shot and exploded to death all the years prior. So, good memory, I guess, Mary. I wouldn't have recognized him after all that time. Episode's not over, though, and Dante is still fighting demons in hell. Watch out, guys. That JPEG's gonna fall on you. Oh, too late. Back on Earth, Rabbit is still monologuing. He explains that his goal is to destroy everything that led to the death of his family, and that means both the Demon Lords of Makai and Darkcom have to go. Mary says that it's his psychotic ruthlessness that marks him as distinctly human, something that they find common ground about, and we cut back to Dante barely making it through the portal to Earth in time to distract Rabbit from the killing blow. One big push and a quick kick to the portal device cuts half of Cavalier's head off, and now Rabbit's apparently ready to fight Dante himself. Dante's dodging blade beams left and right and finally makes it in close enough to knock him out in a single punch. He catches him by the amulet before he goes into the river, but Rabbit cuts the pendant off and warns Dante that he could have stopped what happens next. And can we just be done already? A comical amount of blood comes to the surface of the river to show that he's almost certainly dead because Jesus Christ. And Dante and Mary have a half a second to relax before Enzo and the human reinforcements arrive with the vice president in tow, who calls the bloody battlefield the first strike in the Holy Wars. So, fantastic. Cut to credits. This episode's a fucking mess, and it's even more striking given how well done episode 6 was just before this, but it's pretty clear that the gears of the plot and the intended narrative have started to grind a little bit as they try and fail to mesh. I don't think that nitpicking here is really the best solution, so I'm going to try to keep it to broad strokes, but even broad strokes catch a pretty decent chunk of problems as we enter the final act. The entire pre-fight sequence with the Rabbit and Dante feels so forced, and not in the why would they listen to this sense, but in the we had to fit this conversation somewhere, and here is the only time it could reasonably happen sense. Like, if the Rabbit really just needed Dante's blood, having his overconfidence lead him into breathing and being incapacitated by the toxic air of Makai, when entire armed legions of demons couldn't do the same, seems like a pretty thematic slam dunk. Dante's downfall is the same hostile environment the Rabbit is fighting to save his people from. But putting it before the fight, letting Dante walk out and having him literally reset to the same position he was in before the conversation started feels like this was rewritten late and it's showing. That, combined with the weirdly polite fight choreography from the demons, means that it never really feels like the Rabbit and his forces are actually trying to dogpile Dante with numbers, despite this being the first time Rabbit really doesn't have to hold back against him. He's already hit his DT. His blood is good to go. And on the subject of Rabbit's forces, we're supposed to assume, from Mary and Rabbit's little dialogue, that these are the prisoners he's experimented on and indoctrinated. The ones that were explicitly stated in a previous episode to be orphans. And this is supposed to be him acting as a narrative foil not to Mary but to Darkcom, as the soldiers are to him what Mary is to Dark Realm Command. But given that the rest of the story tries to establish him as the narrative foil to Mary, that doesn't really work as well as they want it to. And maybe more problematically, it means that our only big fight scene is Dante versus 40 orphans! And it'd be a lot harder to be all woohoo about the opening of DMC 3 if we were told by the plot that these skeleton fighters were actually family men that wanted nothing more than to go back to their skeleton wives. And that really cuts to the core of why DMC may not have been a great pick for the hot new refugee plot. In a story about how everyone is people, you can't really fit in your cool wahoo protagonist killing countless demons if those demons are people we're supposed to empathize with. Shankar talked about how his villains can't do evil for the sake of evil, that they have to think that the hero, but that does mean that the protagonists are also perpetuating cycles of violence and hatred, and that just doesn't mesh with the story. Are we really tossing out all the love and humanity triumphing over humanity's darkest urges as represented by this man doing flips with a set of triple nunchucks in favor of having him chop up fully actualized beings with wants and dreams? What am I supposed to feel when I see Dante ball up the fresh bisected halves of someone that was moments ago pleading to their commanding officer and fashion them into sock and boppers? Am I supposed to think, oh boy, sock and boppers? And maybe this wouldn't be as serious if the series was taking as similarly a laid-back approach to their morality and world building as your average kid's show. But we just spent an entire episode learning about how there are victims on every side of this problem, how Mundus and Darkcom alike have left this oppressed class with nowhere to go, and how a human had to step in and invent this device for moving between worlds and then became a terrorist when peaceful resistance failed, how Mary has left other families broken by her own action as her father's actions broke her own. Dante's carefree attitude is a Prince Rupert's drop that just instantly shatters the moment you tap the refugee crisis at the tail of the plot, and that just leaves him feeling even more out of place in a story that's increasingly just moving around him. And now, compared to all that, this is a nitpick from me, but, well, okay. Since DMC 1, we've had the exact same combat moveset for Dante, right? It's gotten expanded and had some tweaks here and there, but by and large it's been almost 25 years of the same general moveset and animations, very well defined, very straightforward, and it just kind of sucks that they're not here. Dante's doing a lot, but I'm not really seeing him doing a million stab or an air raid, and in a series with as tight and satisfying a combat experience as Devil May Cry, it just feels like a totally missed opportunity for the adaptation when the big fight scene against the demons has none of that. The only real move we've gotten from Dante's arsenal is a round trip back against the mercenaries, and that all just feels bad when it comes down to it. Alright, episode 8. We open on the immediate aftermath of the events of the previous episode, with the camera cutting to the demon that Lady hit with her car, pulling himself through an alley. The White Rabbit, gravely injured but still alive somehow, pulls up and kills him to eat his body and transform into a big meaty demon monster from ingesting so much tasty demonic blood. Opening credits. Once the opening's finished up, we roll back to Dante and Mary hanging around while Darkcom soldiers clean up the dead demons from the rooftop. The VP is overseeing the cleanup personally and is already firing up the propaganda as he asks for the demons to be photographed face up with their weaponry, with intent to distribute the photos to the media. Mary is trying to convince Dante to give up his amulet to Darkcom, arguing that he'd be unable to protect it against people like the White Rabbit that would no doubt continue to come after it. Dante's reluctant though, especially having personally met the vice president and assessed his vibes to be dire at best. Mary's on the, no, he's such a good guy, he's just trying to protect Earth when he cares about the soldiers, I promise, spiel. A speech that's immediately undercut when the camera cuts to him talking about Mary as a trained attack dog that needs to be brought to heel. Our mole spots the portal device just chilling on the roof, which, sure, alright. The situation is heating up between Mary and Dante as their negotiations break down a bit, but Enzo's here to look directly at the audience and say out loud that he likes the sexual tension vibe they've got going, which... But it seems to be just a bit, hopefully, that diffuses the argument for long enough for the VP to walk over and start asking about mission results. He continues to prove himself the worst by outright saying, I do not care about your dead squad. Where's the sword and amulet? An act brazen enough to barely get through to Mary despite the brainwashing for long enough that Dante can step in and lie that the amulet went in the river. Veep gets some lines in about how they didn't try to start this war, something that Dante quickly points out is bullshit, but unlike Mary, the VP isn't really willing to chat with him about the situation. He just has the whole squad take aim and demands Dante's capture. The standoff is interrupted by the arrival of the now mutated White Rabbit, a Hulk-like monstrosity with the Force Edge for one hand and a helicopter blade being used as a sword in the other. The soldiers are clearly no match for his abilities, so they start dropping like flies, and our mole barely catches a flight out on the VP's helicopter before the fight gets any worse. Not before the rabbit gives him some kind of knowing look, though. There's a big enemy and we have two martially competent protagonists, though, so it's time for Lady and Dante to go toe-to-toe with Rabbit 2.0. Lady tosses him a gun with the special demon exploding bullets, but they're not doing anything, so even juiced up as he is, he's still too human for the instant death explosion trick to work on him. He's blocking the big glowing weak point on his chest though, so, maybe we aim for that. Rabbit takes a quick break to fire some blade beams at the helicopters, but he interrupts the heroes to... Okay, no, she's dead! I get that Dante has a healing factor, but unless that armor is uncommonly good, Mary should straight up be dead on impact there. Rabbit's giving Dante the business, and so it's up to Enzo to try to make a difference. He gets the Kalina Ann off the ground and tries to physically rush the demon with the bayonet instead of firing the rocket launcher, something that gets him dead for his trouble. Enzo's death is enough to send Dante over the edge. Is Rabbit just watching this? Does he have time for dramatic monologues? Enzo's death gives Dante the strength he needs to start swinging with his more demonic strength, and suddenly it's a more even fight. Lady's up and moving, fucking somehow. And not a moment too soon as Dante finally does a dramatic blood cough, and hey, wouldn't you know it, that's what Rabbit's been looking for all this time. Just wipe a bit off the floor and nope, Mary's here with the chopper pulling a Matrix. Dante's lost rebellion on the street, and we've seen how good Rabbit is at knocking down choppers, so they've got moments at best before he catches up. Dante knocks him off the chopper, and the amulet falls loose as Mary dives out of the... no, again, she's fucking dead! Mary's on the bridge, and the Rabbit finally has the amulet again, though, so now that he's got a winded Dante and the pieces together, he's ready to do the move.
The sword of Sparta.
It's just called the Sparta, but at this point, we're so deep into the unknown that I'll let it slide.
This spectacle of prosperity built on the misery of an unseen world.
Subtle. Dante thinks he has a little gotcha when the Rabbit mentions that he needs the blood of both of Sparta's kids, but Rabbit finally gets to drop the bomb that Virgil's alive and well enough to be donating a quick vial in a pinch. They literally play a couple notes of Bury the Light again, and the shock from hearing about his brother's survival is just enough for Dante to get impaled through the chest with the Sparta. This is an event that's going to happen at least once a game. Having gotten the blood from both brothers, both halves of the amulet, and the Force Edge, every piece is now in place for hell to be unleashed on Earth. Giant Machian fauna begin popping out of thin air, and spikes of twisted stones start punching through the river as hellbats fly through the sky. The Rabbit can't help monologuing at the very end, though, and Mary has one bullet left and a clean shot on his chest. The Rabbit manages to further impale Dante on the Sparta, somehow, prepares to deal the killing blow, and Mary lets the final shot loose with a jackpot. Wait, that thing is absolutely filled with demon blood. Why is it not exploding? Dante gets up and devil triggers while declaring that he has to live for Virgil now that he knows he's alive, and he lands one big stab through the chest of the now mortally wounded White Rabbit. The Rabbit can't help monologuing even in his final moments, and he states that Dante has chosen the wrong side and that he's forever going to be an unlovable orphan. Dante removes the amulet from the Sparta, and all of the demons immediately turn into particle effects. And wait, why are they dissolving? Wasn't the whole point that the portal was too unstable for big entities to pass through? Not that they needed a portal to stay on this side? So once they're through, why does removing the amulet cause them all to... I'm overthinking this. The portal's closed. The demons are gone. The day is saved. Good job, Dante and Mary. As the sun rises, our two protagonists are stuck, gassed, and sitting on a bridge. Mary offers her condolences for Enzo, and Dante noncommittally says that the rabbit had a point. Not for letting the demons ravage the world. About the other stuff. Mary has a line about seeing through Dante's cover when he thinks no one is looking, to which... When did these two share enough of a moment that she feels like she has solid insight into his mental state? She relates to him over their shared trauma of losing their loved ones, but Dante's quick to point out that it might not be the case. Virgil's still out there somewhere. Dante offers to team up with her, doing a Dante and Lady team up, but she's quick to point out that her name's Mary, and I'm inclined to agree with her. This isn't Lady. Mary ends this heartwarming little bonding scene by tranquilizing Dante from behind to bring him into Darkcom custody, still believing that he's too dangerous to be left out in the world with the amulet after seeing hell break loose just a bit ago. The scene is suddenly interrupted by a brand new portal opening on top of a skyscraper in the distance, but with the rabbit gone. Ooh. We jump back 1 hour earlier to when our mole was getting rescued from the scene by the vice president. He quickly confiscates the portal device and explains that unlike the rest of Darkcom, he was bright enough to try and figure out who the mole was after the second inside job, and so he starts to see our boy when he got the call from the cell phone from Rabbit earlier. The VP starts monologuing about God's true plan and building his kingdom on Earth, and Anders says he was ordered to destroy the device, to which, why'd you bring it with you on the helicopter then? Drop that shit in the river. It's gotta be toast considering a light kick was able to shut it off. The Veep's got another idea though, and he declares that he's going to declare war on hell. His agents shoot our mole to his death in the river below. The VP declares that Operation Inferno has begun, and... An American Idiot by Green Day starts playing. The next minute and a half feels like a fever dream, as the Netflix show based on the video game series Devil May Cry shows a montage of the United States of America bombing, invading, and exploiting Mackay for its natural resources in a completely transparent allegory for the Iraq War. Dante is in a cryogenic containment tube at Darkcom headquarters like he's fucking Shadow the Hedgehog. The president is making national press releases about hell being A, real, and B, invaded by the United States. The vice president is standing on a fucking Ouroboros mining facility next to areas from DMC 2. Ouroboros has apparently been set up for long enough to set up a fully functional prison facility in hell. I'm losing my mind. We're shown Darkcom soldiers guarding injured and detained Mackay residents when suddenly an explosion sounds in the distance. The alarms go off and the soldiers are trying to fight that knight from episode 7 when he charges through and slices them up neatly enough that it cuts the screen. The knight lets everyone free, saying that King Mundus is granting them freedom and says that Mundus freed him from his bondage as well. Virgil, because of course it's Virgil, has a full transformation geyser and declares that Sapiens are unaware of the storm that they ride into, that he is that storm, and then the credits play with a remix of Bury the Light. And that's our season 1. I think it's pretty clear by the end here that I didn't end up terribly impressed by the writing of the Devil May Cry show, and I definitely have more than a few things to say about the themes and characters in a moment here, but let me put one thing first and foremost. Taken on its own, I don't think the premise for the show is, strictly speaking, bad. Divorced from the context of Devil May Cry as a whole, this adaptation features a highly competent PMC soldier and a superpowered mercenary slowly overcoming their biases and their apathy, respectively, to work together long enough to stop a terrorist from unleashing hell on Earth. It's got fun character designs and pretty alright action and a very memorable episode in the back half to make you go, do you remember episode 6 when you're talking about it with buddies? So overall, you got a show that's designed to fill up 8 episodes worth of your time and then just leave you wanting a season 2 to deliver on some of the cliffhangers that they set up in the literal last 2 minutes of the show. This is also, I think, where some of the divide in opinion between the diehard fans of the games and the people that enjoyed the show start to pop up. For someone who's unaware of, or simply uninterested in, the comparisons between the series, seeing someone complaining about a perfectly functional, albeit kind of straightforward show like it's some kind of grave offense feels like an overreaction. And to some extent it is. But like I told you back when we started this whole thing, I'm looking to maybe explain to you where some of that difference in opinion stems from. And for that, I do think it's useful to look at what's changed and how that affects things. So let's get one of the difficult ones out of the way first and talk about the Arkhams. So, roll with me here. You're Adi Shankar, or maybe you're Alex Larson, and you're adapting the Devil May Cry series. You know that a very significant event in Lady's life is Arkham's ritual murder of his wife, Lady's mother, and that he did this in an attempt to gain godlike demonic power. But you don't think simple megalomaniacal ambitions are a particularly interesting trend for a villain. Who goes around thinking they're the hero of their own story while constantly espousing the virtues of evil? So let's give him a reason to be obsessed with demonic power, a traumatic event in which he was unable to defend his family. Obsessed with that moment of weakness, he devotes himself single-mindedly to his pursuit of the power he would need to protect his family, a pursuit that would eventually lead him to demonic experimentation and an inadvertent attempt to kill the family that he loves so dearly that he would have thrown away his humanity for them. It's monstrous, but you can sort of see how that event would lead him down this path. Mary, for her own part, is driven by a subsequent hatred of demons, for both committing the original attack and also for inspiring her father to break up their family, and so she holds that grudge against all demon kind and enlists with Darkcom to stop them from hurting anyone else. So in the original, Lady's father was Arkham, the dude who was also the clown. Before the events of the game, he had been obsessed with both demons and demonic power, and Sparta's power in particular because he was the dude who killed Mundus 2,000 years ago. And in an attempt to bootstrap himself to demonic godhood, he married into the bloodline of the priestess that Sparta had used to seal that power 2,000 years prior. The ritual fails, but he's killed his wife for it, and for this, Lady holds an absolute grudge against him, unable to forgive him for the death of her mother for so cheap a reason as demonic power, hating all demons as a result. So, this is like having a grudge with your dad who really wanted to become the tornado from Twister. So on the surface, it should be a slam dunk. John here has a more noble goal and drive than Arkham ever did in the original, even if it's eventually one that corrupts him and leads him down a darker path. But for my money, I truly do think that Arkham is just more interesting. I don't necessarily think that there has to be some greater noble reason for what he does. Some people want power and will do anything to get it. A deep-seated envy and admiration of Sparta's power is a perfectly understandable motivation, even if the man is dancing around the Temini Gru dressed like a clown to accomplish it. But I've seen John Arkham before. The obsessed researcher that's corrupted by his research. The family man that uses them as flimsy justification for his own obsession. These are old hat in terms of characterization, and so they stick with me a lot less than someone who's clearly willing to ham it up for the screenplay. Also, in the context of the narrative, what am I supposed to take from Arkham researching Machian biology and then devouring his wife in a fit of mad science? I'm not sure injecting their blood transforms you into a monstrosity is the right take for our refugee plot. More than that, though, this pretty dramatically changes Mary's motivations even before we get into the ethical snarls that refugee demons introduce. Lady in the original has built up this incredible skill set and martial prowess for the explicit goal of hunting Arkham, and now she's finally got him cornered. But Mary in the show just has a nebulous, burning hatred of demons for what they took from her, her family, her childhood, her life. With no single target in mind, what was a focused revenge mission instead diffuses into general hatred for the demons of Makai, which is a pretty significant problem given... So in the original DMC, as just mentioned, demons are by and large a force of nature. Demon outbreaks are a natural disaster, but lesser demons are just mindless forces of death and destruction. They're a predator species feeding on humans in order to grow stronger and seize more power for themselves, and they function as an allegory for our worst impulses, driving us to monstrous ends through their contrast between humanity at large and the villains of the games. But Netflix DMC changes the math pretty significantly by introducing the idea that Makaians aren't that different from humanity, and suddenly a demonic invasion is a refugee crisis. It's an interesting idea, and it definitely switches up the expectations of the story. So to be clear, before I really start going in here, I don't think the idea of reversing expectations by setting up the refugee plot is a fundamentally bad idea. The language and structure around demonizing immigrant populations already exists in reality. So to extend that metaphor to be against a population we have structurally identified as demonic forces is a small jump. My problem with it is the writing and application as seen in the show sucks. When you start to draw comparisons between immigrants and life on Mackay, the message starts to muddle a bit with various specific problems. Because this is honestly something I haven't been able to figure out after multiple rewatches. Where is the line drawn between the demonic fauna of Mackay and the refugee population at large? Because the visual language of the show is fairly clear about it, at least. If they're just kind of a bumpy humanoid, that's a refugee. If they're larger and have some sort of demonic features, whether they're one of Rabbit's experiments or one of the head honchos ruling over the big demon castle or one of the big monstrosities, that's a demon you can kill. But why is that actually the case? Does more demonic power cause you to physically resemble a traditional monstrosity more? Or written the other way, does having less demonic power cause you to resemble a human being? What does that say about the writing around Mackay in this new continuity? That the less of a demon you are, the closer you are to a human. They're clearly not just doing it to blend in on Earth, because we see humanoid demons in Mackay in episodes 6 and 8 being oppressed and getting bombed respectively. Dante says that his powers come from harnessing his anger and his hatred, that this is the core to connecting to his demonic heritage, but I'm actually willing to let that particular one slide because he had been thinking repeatedly of his family, so maybe it's just that his love for humanity and his urge to save them drove his transformation and he misunderstood, or maybe I'm giving the writers too much credit. And then taken further, why are the monstrosities' lady fights on Earth in her flashback depicted as being so distinctly feral? Is the idea supposed to be that these are also refugees, but they're being forced to defend themselves against a more dangerous armed force that's hunting them down, so they transform into a more monstrous fighting form? Demon hunting is apparently so common that it can be an entire profession, so clearly there are dangerous demons one way or the other, but are demon hunters just taking care of dangerous fauna from Mackay that make it through to Earth, or is the implication that these people are bounty hunters with a 100% fatality rate? And what does this mean for people like the bounty hunter from episode 2, who were able to reasonably pass as human before being outed? Let's look at a very specific example of how muddled this messaging gets. The subway attack from Lady's childhood. This was before the rabbit's time, so we can assume this was a demon that had managed to breach between worlds by sheer luck and has been making his way incognito. The Arkham family enters the subway and are attacked by this Maccayan, who transforms into a more obviously demonic form, and it promptly gets hit by a passing train. So within the context of this story's metaphor, this is someone who accidentally crossed the border into Earth and then chose to attack a human family for reasons that we never really understand. Was this just supposed to be a violent Maccayan that made it over and set the Arkhams on the path to disaster? What does that mean for our refugee metaphor we're so focused on? Or rather, if we're assuming this guy would have been happy enough staying in Mackay, what does it mean about the non-refugee Mackayans that the result of their interactions with humanity seem to always end in violence? Are we just assigning monstrosity to a sentient but scary-looking population? And if that's the case, why are we never shown any of it? I can guess at what's intended here for hours, but the truth as presented by the show is that anyone who appears monstrous is a violent combatant, and anyone who appears human is an innocent refugee, and that's a plot point that really undermines the entire message of demons or people too that we're going for. Do they think so little of the audience that they don't think we wouldn't be able to handle seeing a family of refugee and Pusa because they don't have 2 legs, 2 arms, and a face? Or I guess they kinda do. Or does that simply not happen? It's easy to come up with justifications for why this might be the case, but none of them are supported by the text. And what is supported by the text is that there are 2 types of Maccayan population. The put upon underclass and the traditional violent hellbeasts. And in your story about a nuanced refugee crisis, it's a bit hard to swallow that kind of good people and bad people rhetoric. I guess there's a fish man in the last moments of the final episode. Maybe that's their attempt to write around this, but even the fish man is humanoid. I don't know, man. Or, shifting our perspective, is our mini-boss squad supposed to be that example of the monstrous-looking but noble Maccayan population? They all seem pretty set on bringing down the wall between Mackay and Earth, but if they're supposed to be our noble freedom fighter demons, could we make them a little less evil about the whole thing? The only real humanizing moment we get from any of them is when Plasma is watching the refugees getting executed. Every other time we see the crew, it's traditional mini-boss banter or outright hostility. And more to the point, if these are our examples of people fighting for the refugees of Mackay, are we assuming that they're complicit in Rabbit's whole Judge Dredd compound? And in assuming that, to further assume that even our more noble demons are still oppressing refugees even when they're all nominally on the same side? Are we supposed to be cheering for Dante and Mary killing these people then just because they're assholes? Which brings me to maybe the biggest problem. Not with the story, but with making it a Devil May Cry story. Dante doesn't really fit in here. It's something that becomes a bit more obvious in the latter half of the show, but the long and short of it is that if you assign traditional sentience to demons as not a notable exception, but as the base assumption, Dante goes immediately from cool monster slayer to cool murderer. A difference that's even more distinct considering he tries to spare the mercenaries in the early episodes, but presumably offered no similar quarter to the demons he was hunting as a profession by the time the series started. Like, who are these guys in the alley? Are these supposed to be fully realized guys? Or are these just, like, goons we hired? What happened here? It's why I think that we're going to be seeing a significantly different Dante in Season 2, one built off of that line at the end that Rabbit had a point about some stuff. Someone who's going to be fighting against Mundus and the Ouroboros Corporation for both the sake of the oppressed underclass of Makai and nope, never mind. There's a Season 2 preview image of him in another fucking briefing room getting intel from Mr. Arcana himself. Why does he have any reason to work with these people? The last thing we saw was him getting fucking sedated and stuck in a tube. As for Mary, I assume that we're going to spend Season 2 dealing with Dante and Virgil more and that she's going to make less of an appearance, but my assumption is that her big turn is going to be from encountering Plasma again and finding out about the VP's extermination order directly, a personal betrayal, recontextualizing an event she thought was entirely the White Rabbit. This will likely end with her cutting ties with Darkcom and going into the more traditional lady we're familiar with, presumably right around the time they wheel Arkham back out for their version of DMC 3's plot. As for Virgil himself, we don't have a lot to work on, but we can extrapolate a pretty decent chunk from what's there. First point of order being the fact that he works for Mundus now? Maybe that's not very damning on its own. Virgil worked for Mundus as Nilo Angelo back in DMC 1, but notably, he was brainwashed and mind-controlled at the time. I don't think they're necessarily dropping the brainwashing plot, but I do think they're reimagining it. Instead of getting whammied by a more powerful demon, Virgil's likely going to have been ideologically brainwashed into Mundus' service, something that's backed up by the freed him from his own bondage line, considering he was likely abducted as a child after Mundus' assault on his home. So, Dante is the new merc in the employ of Ouroboros, hopefully advocating for the underrepresented, is going to come into direct conflict with Virgil, not because they're two superpowered individuals who had a very different response and development after the trauma they suffered as children, but because they're on opposite sides of a war, with Virgil serving Mundus and Dante serving humanity, which I guess is still them having different responses and development after their traumatic childhoods, but one more influenced by the people around them, as opposed to a singular destructive internalized message each. Once he's free of Mundus' control, I could see Virgil going back to seeking the power of Sparta, leading into a more traditional interpretation, but he's definitely not that guy now. There's no way I see OG Virgil giving up his amulet and the Force Edge willingly at any point, but this one clearly did. And all of this kind of leans into something that's becoming pretty clear. I don't think people would be nearly as put off by this series if it was its own thing and not associated with Devil May Cry. But coming in with a cast of characters whose primary motivations and sources of income are pretty much universally kill demons, and putting them into the new continuity where demons are people requires that you do some pretty heavy lifting to make the two mesh without losing the characters under the weight of the story you want to tell. And I don't think that the writers for Netflix DMC really managed it. And so people are upset. Not just because things changed, but because these changes have come at the expense of characters that we know and like. And the biggest visible changes in Season 1 belong to Mary, so people don't like Mary. You'll hear some people argue that they don't like that Mary beats Dante in pretty much any fight they have, and I'm not going to pretend that a portion of that isn't petty misogynistic outrage baiting. Some of it clearly is and should be given no consideration, but I do think it's notable that while we can explain that Dante is earlier on in his career and inexperienced as a result, there's really no explanation for why they're gassing up Mary as much as they are, save for the fact that she's pretty much the only protagonist driving the plot forward in any measurable capacity. All other action having been meticulously arranged by the series newcomer, the White Rabbit. And as for the White Rabbit himself, well, put simply, he's out of line, but he's right. Under no circumstances do you gotta hand it to him. But the narratives of the game have been repurposed and changed with the explicit intent of giving us a justified villain. Sparta, in the context of this story, took his ball and ran, locking the door behind him to prevent Mundus from breaking through to Earth, but not saving the oppressed of Makai, who now exist, from Mundus' tyrannical reign. In this context, the oppressed do need someone to help them. Rabbit's refugee missions are only done with the best of intentions, and as far as we're shown on screen, they don't seem to have any obvious negative effect. Once he's no longer just a helpful interdimensional guide, though, realizing he was stuck in an unwinnable position where he's ferrying refugees from an oppressive state with poisonous air to an oppressive state where they're a visibly alien presence, he takes up the mantle of being a terrorist in order to try and enact change, but is in fact only doing this because he's being manipulated and discarded by a very real and present US religious lobby and military-industrial complex. As for the threats of Mackay themselves, how is Mundus simultaneously such a significant threat, but also apparently unable to stop Ouroboros from setting up mining and detention facilities in Mackay? Am I supposed to think that the United States military is a match for demons when Darkcom seemed so unable to handle a single meat man with a sword? Why was the White Rabbit, a human, so central to the refugee efforts if Mackayan civilization is supposed to be so technologically superior with quantum tech? Are demonic powers supposed to be actual magic fueled by demonic power, or is that just their unspecified quantum technology at work again? Is Dante right in thinking that his demonic power is fueled by anger and hatred, or is he going to set aside the Satsui no Hado for the power of love at some point? Is Dante just gonna be a Mackayan fauna exterminator and bad guy fighter in order to justify his demon hunting in a world we've now found out is filled with innocents instead of hell beasts? Because make no mistake, this may be a new Devil May Cry, but in its rush to be something new and transgressive, it ironically makes the exact opposite mistake that the villains of DMC always did. It focuses too much on humanity and not enough on the demonic power. And I know that sounds absolutely absurd, considering what I've been talking about for the better part of 4.5 hours, but bear with me. A key flaw of every villain in Devil May Cry is how they're so focused on demonic power, a representation of a selfish negative impulse that they pursue at the expense of the humanity and love of life that's so important to the protagonists. The protagonists are always stronger because they're fighting for what or who they love, and you can feel how strongly that love comes through in their writing and characterization, especially when contrasted against the monomania of the villains. But as discussed earlier, Adi Shankar isn't particularly interested in monomania. The only two depicted in the series moving for any sort of power grab are Mundus and Vice President Baines, with the latter pretty much exclusively justifying his actions with religious fervor, and the former never appearing personally. So the central conflict in the show is between two traumatized individuals that don't seem to take joy in anything. Mary and Rabbit's conflict is powered pretty much entirely by pain and spite, and so the writing also comes off as mean-spirited and spiteful, especially once the refugee motivation is largely dropped for a reveal that the Rabbit is also driven by his existing vendetta against Darkcom. It's a human conflict between deeply miserable individuals, featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. This is reflected even further in the credits rendition of Devils Never Cry, which completely forgoes the demonic accompaniment in favor of exclusively playing the human chorus. I don't think that was even remotely intentional, but I do think it's just another example of the aesthetics of the original series being applied to the new continuity without thought. Even the meaning behind the name of the series just instantly dissolves on contact with the new setting. Time and again in this video, I've shown examples of crying being used as a narrative shorthand for humanity, a sign that what makes us human is not our origins or our darkest impulses, but that we can still feel, love, and mourn as only humanity can. But in a world where demons are also a feeling, thinking race, of course a devil's going to cry. They're not a force of nature anymore. They're people too. At the end of the day, I don't think that I'm supposed to be taking this as seriously as I am. I don't think that anyone went into this new series thinking that we were going to get straight cinema, but I'll fully admit that prior to the release, I was extremely excited for what seemed to be a promise of the early 2000s throwback media that the DMC adaptation was setting itself up as. I just wasn't expecting the most appropriate 2000s representation of US fiction, an adaptation of the very real events surrounding the War on Terror. And maybe that's on me. Maybe I'm imposing what I wanted on a series that wanted something else. But things are already rough out here, to say the least. I don't have to have a reminder of that era. I've been living it for the entirety of my adult life. I don't deny that this is at the very least a kind of entertaining show if you're willing to meet it on its level, but when the show is asking me to examine its politics and their relation to real-world events, I don't think it's that out of line to be disappointed when the whole sweater starts to unravel from pulling at some pretty obvious loose threads, especially when those politics come at the expense of characters and stories that I hold a strong fondness for. I do think at least some of this comes down to the writing and the plot at the end of the day, which means that we have to talk a bit about Adi Shankar and Alex Larson. Both are credited for the story, but Larson is notably credited for the teleplay, which suggests to me that they worked together on the broad strokes but left the actual script writing to Larson. This isn't the first time they've worked together, Larson having previously worked with Shankar on a couple projects, including Captain Laserhawk, a Blood Dragon remix, another Netflix series that is much more loosely inspired by a baker's dozen of Ubisoft properties with a fully original plot. But DMC Netflix marks their first time working on a straight adaptation of a single series, something that's a bit clearer when you realize that Shankar hasn't actually written that much before this. Don't get me wrong. He's been an active figure in both film and independent short film for about a decade and a half at this point, but not as a writer, as a financier. Adi Shankar portrays himself as a well-connected individual, able to identify projects he wants to succeed and network with the associated talents to see it made, but he's not writing the scripts for those projects. Castlevania's earlier seasons have him as an executive producer and showrunner, but the series was written by Warren Ellis before he had to leave for other reasons, and then most of the creative talent went to go do their own Castlevania show until he found out and threw a large enough fit that he got his name stapled onto it. He talked up his involvement in Dread fairly extensively, going so far as to promise that he was attempting to greenlight a sequel before the owner of the character had to step in and say straight up, he has no involvement with the franchise. Claims of him pushing forward a sequel to Dread are not true, and we don't want fans to get excited only to have their hopes dashed. Because he wasn't a producer on that film. He was an executive producer, someone stepping in financially to make sure the film gets made, but lacking a real substantive hand in the creative process. More recently, he's mentioned in an interview with Kenny Omega that he didn't want to become a suit, and that he wanted to redevote himself to creative projects, having an obvious and outspoken distaste for any sort of perceived larger corporate hand in film and television, and it's clear that part of that change in direction is applying himself more directly into the creative endeavors in a way he hadn't been able to in recent years. So he's one of the creatives behind the new story. But he's still not the scriptwriter, which means that while there are things about the character writing that I could reasonably criticize,
Let's go get this carrot-munching motherfucker.
I'm willing to put those aside as an ill-advised creative choice from Kid Twist, a relatively inexperienced battle rapper turned scriptwriter, and poor direction for the voice actors. Going back to that interview with Kenny Omega, though, there was a part that people online had taken out of context a bit, but that I wanted to examine more for what Shankar seems to be trying to say.
Like, I love this thing.
Yeah.
And I love this niche thing.
That's the most important
And now
thing,
I can
yeah.
take it and hopefully blow it up to a point where I can expand it and there'll be more of it.
Yep.
Right? So, and I didn't know that there was a Devil May Cry 5 coming out.
You didn't know?
No.
Wow.
I got
okay.
actually unhappy when they so I signed the deal and I'm like, yeah, great, I'm doing it. And then they're like, good news, we have Devil May Cry 5 coming out.
Were you hoping to play it before doing your adaptation? Is that what you're saying? Or you just...
No, I actually thought the franchise was dead.
Oh, I got you.
This was my thing. Like I liked Dino Crisis. I
see.
And I thought I was bringing this thing back. And I'm like, oh, this is like a modern fucking thing. Like this is ongoing. Then I should have done Street Fighter.
One of the big things that Adi Shankar is very clear about as a producer or otherwise is that he's really interested in supporting franchises that he thinks have no chance if not for him. I've seen less generous opinions on that sort of thing, call it a full-blown savior complex, and I think that's a bit much, personally, a bit, but think about it for a second. In a position where you had built enough goodwill and reputation to be able to make pet projects about your favorite franchises, are you going to pick the ones that are huge? The ones that everybody already knows about? Or are you picking that one game from your childhood that hadn't been seen in years? To be clear, there's no wrong answer, but Shankar's clearly banking on the latter half of that answer. So as far as he's concerned, they may have released the DMC4 Special Edition in 2015, but the last mainline DMC was 2008, and the DMC he didn't like was 2013, and now it's been years without news, or at least without leaks that made their way to him. He outright says as much in a tweet he made after the backlash from him saying that he was disappointed about DMC5 started to make the rounds. He wasn't disappointed it got made. He was disappointed that as a producer, he was obligated to put his effort into a series that he didn't think needed his help anymore. And I do really think I get that part, even if and when everything else about his argument falls through. There are things you can criticize Shankar for. I have been and am about to continue doing just that, but I get wanting to see projects you like succeed. And when a creative project is bogged down by the mundanity of project funding and organizational structure, that's the place where a good producer can really shine and give the project the breathing room it needs away from the corrosive influence of capitalist structure. So it's not his dedication to the medium that makes his big talk fall flat for me, as much as it is the fact that he's just really, really wanting you to know that he's the one that did it. It's always an Adi Shankar project, or Adi Shankar's bootleg universe, Adi Shankar's Castlevania, Adi Shankar's Devil May Cry. And at that point, are you doing it so that these things succeed and that people can love the things that you love? Or are you doing it for the attention that having your name on it brings? Are you putting Asmongold in there because you think he has a point? Or do you just want the largest streamer on Twitch to notice you, senpai? Do you actually want to do a plot about refugees in the Devil May Cry games, or do you just think that this would be what's cool? Because I think that a big part of this for me is that I do think that I understand what he's trying to do, but at the same time, I just don't like what he's creating. In an interview with Esquire, he mentioned that he's trying to make animation cool, citing Western animation as hyper-commercialized and cutesy in comparison to how anime is cool now, but going on to say that Devil May Cry is not anime. That it's a successor to the animated series of the 90s such as Gargoyles, X-Men, and Batman the Animated Series. You know, non-commercialized stuff. Jokes aside, he talks about wondering what they could be if the style and energy from those shows was adapted into something made for adults in the modern day, and I definitely understand that urge, but it's clear that he's not the only one thinking it because we're continuing to make things like that today. X-Men 97 is a recent release that is directly in line with what he's talking about, something that literally attempts to emulate the style and substance of the original series and carry it forward into a new story, and X-Men 97 was absolutely fantastic, so why does that show get so much praise where DMC Netflix doesn't? And I'd argue that it's a love and trust of the original material strong enough to leave it unchanged, something that really comes across in the writing. When we're presented with the characterization of a cast that we knew and watched for years, when they came back, it was easy to tell that the writers really got what made them, them. The problems had the energy and pace of what we remember Saturday morning cartoons being, not necessarily what they were. It's a realization of an ideal in a shorter, newer series, and in that respect, it's exactly the kind of cool that Shankar is chasing. But those series weren't cool because they were chasing an ideal, they were cool because they had ideas and themes of their own that they chased and that their audience grew to appreciate in their own way. In contrast, Shankar's pursuit of cool is tackling the creative process backwards, looking for what he wants the reaction to be and tailoring the story to be what he thinks would most directly appeal to those sensibilities. DMC, on that other hand, feels like Shankar really loves and pursues his own ideal of what he feels the DMC series failed to chase. Like, he has a very specific personal understanding of who he thinks the characters are and what they do, but feels that those motivations and villains wouldn't necessarily carry as much weight in a modern adult era, so he tries to punch it up for adults. But in punching it up into crises we're more intimately familiar with, the characters are forced to bend to fit the narrative that he wants to make. That's why I've repeatedly said that I don't think these ideas are necessarily bad on their own. It's clear that Shankar has a story that he wants to tell, a story that he is presumably passionate about. And if you're willing to meet it at that level, you can absolutely see the passion he's put into the subject. But there's very little love to be found in that passion. There's a cynicism and an anger to the stories he makes that overwhelms and imposes itself on the characters being adapted, and I think that's the core of what rankles OG DMC fans when it comes to the Netflix remake. There's probably a world where you could make this plot exist with the characters we know, but in that world, the story, the situations they're in, can't come at the cost of losing what made the cast feel like themselves, because DMC was never about the situations those characters were in. It's about how they dealt with their problems. In every game in the series, there's never really a doubt that Dante is going to get the job done. That at the end of the game, when all's said and done, the protagonists are going to go back to his busted down shop and hang out for a bit of pizza before rolling out to the next job. So it's never a story aiming for the conclusion. It's a story about the journeys. But now we've put Dante in a world where he's both not an unstoppable force of nature and also faced with an unsolvable crisis as systemic inequality and racism. There's no problems demon that he can beat up to fix this. It'd be wonderful if there were a single root cause for everything that Dante could beat up and go home about, but that's not the world he's been written into, and so he feels powerless as a character. Lady was originally a character laser-focused on a single goal to the exclusion of all else, but now Mary's openly questioning her motivations and is filled with a directionless prejudice. Virgil's literal only defining character trait is that he pursues greater power at all times and has no patience for anything else until those feelings are ripped bodily from him and forced to think about what they've done. And here he is rescuing refugees and acting in service of someone stronger than him. That's why the more you're invested in these characters, the more alien they feel. Their motivations and purposes in the story are just straight up not the same. And that's not what something that billed itself as a faithful adaptation should be here to do. Mary talks to the White Rabbit directly about his pure psychotic ruthlessness being all human, but that was never what DMC considered to be truly human. Being hurt and hurting others is a tragic part of the human experience, and so it's not out of place in a show so focused on what makes us human, but at the end of the day, it failed to do what DMC always does: triumph over those weaknesses with the true strength of our humanity. The conflict in DMC is never what truly made it work. The thing that made DMC so great is what you can feel throughout all the melodrama and the style. The pizza antics and the familial infighting, the goofy posturing and the heart-to-heart talks, the weird coin things and the cool bike tricks, the bad and the good. It's love. And what Shankar's adaptation lacks is this. And that's what it's all about, right? I didn't start writing this video because I hated the show. I've hated a lot of shows, and they didn't inspire me to spend a year working on a video essay about it. I did it because the DMC series is something I love. Love enough to want to make sure that anyone who didn't know anything about the series could get it. Could understand and appreciate that it's more than angry action and goofy dancing and incredible line reads. Passion for the things we love is worth all the time we can give it, and sometimes that means writing too many words about a funny pizza man and the family he loves. Because at the end of the day, that passion is what gives us the strength to fight our own demons. It's the thing that makes us human. And we've all got to hold on to the things we love when the monstrous events these demons always represented rear their heads and roar at us like angry lava spiders. Because we may not be forces of nature like Dante, but we're undoubtedly at our strongest when we hold the things we love close in our hearts and find a balance between the challenges we face and the things that make life worth living. Whatever you do, you've gotta do it for the love of the game.
And the rest is silence.